new week with a new round with another solid set of teams. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be your host, Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's I Super Johnny. And yes, we're currently inside of the round 4, day 1. Johnny, can you believe round 4 is already over here, which also means now the competition is going to be even more tighter, and we are going to be seeing a lot of familiar names.
Exactly. As you mentioned, first of all, we are going to see a lot of familiar names, especially the top performing teams from Group B are going to be with us, along with the bottom 8 of Group A. But let's not forget that bottom 8 list also includes some of the top contenders for the trophy of BGIS 2026. And the other thing that you mentioned, the competition, I believe personally for me, this is where we start to hit the peak.
Exactly. We are going to have so many known names. And of course, one of those known names is also going to be a team like OG now inside of the spectrum. And what do you think? OG, of course, one of the OGs out there. It's not even a question. Speaking of their performance on the past year, it has been the best. But now that replication towards 2026, it's been a little bit shaky. We saw a little bit of that glimmer in the grind.
I mean, as you mentioned, the shakiness was visible during the grind. We expected a lot from OG when they were playing their matches for the 4th week of BGIS 2026, the grind. But the performance was okay-ish, I have to say, in the second half of their play. The start wasn't the best, because of which we see OG still stuck in round 4. But they aren't the only ones. I mean, there's a lot of outliers over here. Team Alpha, their performance in the previous round was quite incredible. Sinnoh Esports, their journey in the grind, they were in Group B, but they performed really, really well.
And exactly, what happens after round 4? Well, we're going to head on towards quarterfinals. And of course, inside of quarterfinals, things are going to be quite intense. But top 16 teams, they directly get a slot at the semifinals. The remaining teams will not be eliminated. Instead, they move on towards the wild card. And inside of wild card, once again, another shot will be given to them, from which only the top 8 teams directly move on towards the semifinals. Now, that's a major cut of teams that we're speaking of.
Exactly, but once you reach the semifinals, you get another safety cushion, because if you finish in the bottom 16 of the semifinals, you still have the luxury of going through that survival stage and making it to the grand finals. That is going to be the goal for the teams as of now as we begin round 4. And of course, once you make it to the grand finals, on the line is 2 crore plus in prize money. And we keep reminding you that plus is a contribution from all of you, our lovely viewers. All you have to do is just play your matches, classic matches of BGMI, because Discovery Island, it's still on, I believe.
Exactly, and while playing the games, you can also claim in-game rewards, and you will also be earning those exploration points. Now, moving the conversation on towards the individual accolades as well. As of now, Best IGL will be getting 2 lakhs. The Best Clutch is going to be getting 1 lakh. Of course, the MVP of the Grand Finals as well, getting 1,50,000. One thing is for sure, once again, the prize pool as well is going to be the motivating factor. But how do you get your hands on that prize pool? Well, it's through this points distribution itself. The first placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards. But once again, discussing a little bit more about the format, we clearly saw how big of a cutoff it's going to be there in the wild card. There will be only the top 8 teams moving forward towards the semifinals, while the rest will be eliminated. So wild card is a place you would not want to be in.
Yeah, and especially I think the cutoff for wild card begins in round 4 itself, as you mentioned. I mean, the format is simple. If you are in round 4, you have to try your level best to finish in the top 7 for your particular group, so that you directly get promoted to the semifinals. Otherwise, if you get stuck behind, then you have to wait for the rest of the best top 8 list to come out, and then you have to see if you make it to the wildcard stages, and then you have to wait for the semifinals to happen to see who you go up against. We just had a look at the format, the first 3 maps of the day, the Rondo and the 2 Erangels being played by Group 1, and here is the list of 16 teams.
Exactly, OG is going to be a part of it as well. Sinnoh Esports, Team Alpha, Team LOLs, Vasista Esports, Royal Emperor N8. Then you've also got Orglis 5, Esports Social, Hellrisers Esports, Assam Tigers, Mind Gamer, Jux Esports, Genix FM, Ragecore Esports, 5 Comets, and Banzai Esports. So one thing is for sure, we are seeing a lot of returning names and also a few new names on the block.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if you are going to start off with the known names, OG, Sinnoh, Team Alpha, LOLs, Vasista Esports, Royal Emperor for that matter as well, I'm going to include in that list, because we have seen Royal Emperor back in the days as well, and BGIS is that one tournament where this really seemed to do well for themselves. So it will be interesting to see how their journey in round 4 kicks off. Along with them, big threats are going to be Gen X FM, Jux Esports, Esports Social, who somehow have managed to survive all this way till round 4, but hopefully they fix their mistakes of the previous rounds and are going to look a little bit stronger than before.
For Esports Social, this is pretty much going to be a second shot at life, and if they do not make the most out of it, we all know they will be eliminated too. Looking at the map averages for OG, now this is the team that we really started the conversation off with, and looking at OG, how they exactly played inside of the grind, Erangel definitely has been one of their good maps, but speaking of the best, it's been Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, the Rondo average looks very, very, very nice over there. 13.5 total points per game of Rondo that they've played during the grind. And of course, as you mentioned, Erangel being one of their stronger maps, I think it kind of pays off for them today, because this is the map rotation that they are put in. They start off on Rondo and then the two Erangels. So they will have a luxury of looking forward to a great start. And if they somehow manage to find a spot in the top 3 at the end of today, I think then we are going to see the performance that we have been expecting from OG, from the grind itself. Because let's be honest about it, I mean, we wanted to see them finish in the top 5, considering this was the team that has played Rondo a lot before and has that international experience from last year. And we had big expectations from them, but the grind was extremely shaky from their side.
Now, OG's always known for their consistency. In the grind, consistency was missing from OG. And then, in the latter few games, OG definitely did pop up. But there's a reason why they're over here right now. If OG was playing really well, they would have been inside of the quarterfinals directly from the Group A itself. But now OG were in the bottom 8, and that's why they're still struggling. So you can't say they do not really have the momentum with them. While speaking of the Group B, though, those teams are definitely going to have the momentum with them, and that's where maybe OG can definitely struggle a little bit.
Exactly, and struggle at the hands of Sinway Esports, a team that shows up from Group B of the grind and did quite well for themselves, which was surprising. We did not expect that big of a performance coming in from Sinway, but hey, they delivered once. The question is, can they deliver again? And of course, we have the caster's prediction of the English desk on our screens. Icy going for Royal Emperor. Necro, you have your always going with the off picks. What do you have this time?
Look, Hellrisers Esports, I feel like they've done more than enough to prove themselves in round 2. We saw what this team is capable of.
All right.
And I do believe, once again, for Hellrisers Esports, their strong suit has been the positioning. But looking at the Hindi desk, Esports Social from Ankybot. Just to remind Ankybot once again, Esports Social barely qualified. This is a second shot at life for them, so I'm not exactly sure how good of a pick that's going to be. But at least you can look at the brighter side of things and say that they know how to qualify.
Hey, but a lot of people today going with Orangutan, including myself. I think we still have hope from the Ape Army that they are going to deliver, and especially considering this is a team that, as you mentioned, and I think towards the end of their journey in the grind is where they started to build up that pace, is where they started to build up the momentum. I think there is hope for round 4 from OG, and I would not settle for anything outside of the top 3.
I think OG is a banner that everyone has hopes from.
Yeah.
Especially what we saw in 2025. You know this team is supreme, and they do pack a lot of punch. But for some reason, the start of 2026 hasn't been that great. But still, we can let them cut off a little bit of that slack, right? It's completely fine. Maybe just a couple of games, OG was not able to get that groove. And maybe now, today, OG can definitely get things underway. But the main issue is that they've only got 6 games to prove themselves. And in one day, they're only going to play 3 games. So OG cannot waste a lot of games.
Exactly, as you mentioned, it's less number of matches, and you have to make sure that you deliver the maximum possible result in every single game. And considering they get to start on their strongest map, Rondo, I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed.
Exactly, Rondo is going to be the map where everything kicks off. And without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the most aggressive map. The planes and the skies once again, for this time on the map Rondo. And as we know for Group 1, there's a lot of familiar names, including Sinway Esports and OG. Speaking of OG, Rondo has been their best performing map, but another team we need to shed some limelight on has to be Team Alpha. Now, speaking of Team Alpha, their past journey in the past couple of rounds, it's been a little bit shaky. But they do pack a lot of punch as well. They definitely do possess some superpowers, and I would love to see those superpowers being unleashed in the first game itself.
I mean, as you mentioned, Team Alpha do carry a lot of firepower with them, and of course, we did see that in display in the previous round. Incredible performance, incredible team fights being taken by Team Alpha, but they aren't the only ones. I think there's a few other names that we need to talk about, and for me, they are going to be the dark horses in this race in round 4. Teams like 4 Comet, who in round 3 had an incredible result. 41 finishes secured. Not a lot of placement points though, so they do struggle when it comes to surviving till the late game stages. But having that aggression can prove beneficial in a start where you have Rondo, the first map, that you're supposed to play. But already right off the bat, a big cluster dropping close to Stadium, and it's going to be Sinway, Royal Emperor, Jux Esports, and Ogles 5 clashing into each other.
Jux Esports and Royal Emperor returning names on the block. Duking it out off the rip, but for Jux Esports, they know how much these points really matter. Jux Esports already getting pushed on it just like that. They get dominated too. Reboot shut down off the rip. For Royal Emperor, this is the exact start they wanted to the fight. And already the confirmation as well follows up. Amazing and Superb next to each other. And you already know, if Jux Esports wants to perform, they need to make sure that Amazing is also popping off. And Amazing, as of now, taking things a little bit slow and dandy. Superb as well, waiting for the opponents to actually walk up that staircase. And even Royal Emperor knows, walking up that staircase is going to be a death trap.
Yeah, Jux Esports just lying in wait, waiting for the players of Royal Emperor to charge forward. And it seems like those three individuals, they're getting a little bit restless. A preemptive nade. Gets nothing, but now the duel begins. There's a lot of damage. Superb finds the opener. And the players of Royal Emperor, they just flush themselves into a meat grinder. Two players dropped, just the last man left standing. Incredible retaliation from Jux Esports. They managed to hold their ground.
That was brilliantly played. The crossfire was perfectly set, and Amazing did not even pop out until his teammate was fully baited. Everyone from the side of Royal Emperor thought that there was only a man towards the right side, but that was not the case. And Superb, even though he did not have a lot of HP, still shuts down the man at the front. Incredible stuff. Jux Esports, yes, losing the grip on the game now, but it's completely fine. There's also going to be Sinaway Esports now knocking on the door with that third party. They should get rid of these boys from Orglis 5. And Orglis 5, Sahil and his teammate right next to each other. Sinaway 2 now want to make that push up, but how do you do it? Orglis 5, they should also set up that crossfire.
Necro, something has gone wrong for Jux. The players, the position they were being recalled at has been put under fire by the players of Team Alpha. Jux Esports, they might be out of this match already.
What?
Yeah.
Oh no. That sounds like a heartbreaking moment. And yes, Jux Esports has been eliminated from the game. Oh no! What a blunderous start to the day! Probably the worst possible thing that can happen to you. And now Jux Esports in the upcoming 2 games, they need to make sure that they have the recovery. Or else everything is messed up. The first 3 games down the drain. The start is bad, but hopefully the end's going to be better. Orglis 5, even they're dropping down a man. It's not looking too good, but the floor's lava. Ninja gets knocked out. Perfectly played. Look at Sahil. Even he's now moving down slowly and steadily. There's a man right around the corner. And what am I even watching? The opponent just completely missed him. Rexploy, he was able to shut down that man from Orglis 5. Surrounding awareness lacking, and now even Genix FM, they step inside of the playing field. What is happening? Teams after teams just collapsing on top of this compound. Third parties after third parties. Oh, this compound is definitely a death trap.
Yeah, it definitely is. From the start of the game till now, we have seen almost, well, this is going to be the third squad getting wiped out in the same building. And Genix FM, the timing of this third party is perfect. They settle their differences with another squad back in Stadium, and now show up knocking on the door, looking to pressure the players of Orglis 5 and Sinaway. And this would have been a fight for Orglis 5, by the way, because you look at the radar, you see one of their players is a little bit further away, knocked down. And I think the intention was to let the players of Sinaway flush through the stairwell. And since it is quite exposed, they would have had the line of fire to dish out damage and prep the players before they went on to take the fight upstairs. But now that opportunity is gone, and Sahil, last man left alive, S12K at the ready. And he's just waiting for the players of Sinaway to eventually spot him out. The nade being cooked by Ninju on the other hand. I think, yeah, it's over. There's the knock, and this is going to be the finish. Orglis 5 now forced to go for a full reset.
Sinaway Esports. Exactly what they wanted. Oh, no.
Oh.
This is definitely not what the man wanted. Zaref messing up that nade, but it's fine. Genix FM. Things can be recovered. But looking at the opposite side of the spectrum, though, you will also see the boys of Orglis 5 once again dropping down. It's not looking too good for them. Another team on the hunt. And that compound is definitely cursed. Another third party's on the way. That's going to be the 6th team wanting the piece of the pie.
Yeah.
Genix FM was the 5th. And now even Genix FM just wants to move up and clean up the remaining.
That's the beauty of Rondo, right? The early action that you get to see. But Genix FM, they have to yet capitalize on it. I wonder what happened, because we see 0 eliminations on the players of Genix FM, but a few moments ago on towards Stadium, I believe we saw them secure a few knocks. Weren't really able to convert eliminations off of that, but Sinway on the other front. They're doing quite well for themselves. 4 eliminations secured very early in this game, and it seems like they haven't really lost players yet.
Looking at these guys, though. As of now, things are taking a little bit more passive. There we go, the sights. They have spotted a few players to Sinway. Shots were taken, but nothing confirmed found yet. A few more shots taken once again from Unch, but he's not able to find those proper connections. Those shots are definitely whiffing. Oh, wants to get the confirmation as well. Steal that elimination point away, maybe if possible. But even that seems impossible. Sinway's really keeping it tight. Don't want to let go off the fray. Ninja trapped in that smoke, cannot even see what's happening in the front. He does connect a few shots through the smoke as well. And Ninja, he converts that first frag. Solid stuff, but Ninja also needs to be careful off the back lines. There is someone constantly taking those shots, and it's going to be Unch from the opposition. And there we go, Ninja spamming that smoke once again, finding the second knock. Genix FM, how are they messing this up?
Man, Ninja had no business securing those 2 eliminations, but as you said, Genix FM, my goodness, what a big blunder. They have given 2 eliminations to Ninja for free. Although you do see him constantly forgetting about the pressure of the players of Ragecore Esports, who are, they're visible on the radar, just waiting for the players of Sinway and Genix FM to pop out. But Depopi somehow has avoided the line of fire of Ragecore Esports, maybe just outside the range of the smoke. But yeah, Genix FM, I believe, no other option but to go for a reset. And the one luxury that they have is their reset point is not too far away. They've just all dropped back towards the northeast of Stadium over there. But they're patiently waiting for the last man from Sinway, Ninja, in that compound to step out. But look at the circle, man. It's moving towards the northeastern quadrant. Team Alpha, a brilliant position, and I think, again, Team Alpha, based on the aggression that they have, Rondo can be a big, big map for them.
Yeah, they found themselves on the lucky side.
Yeah.
But this time, Team Alpha wasn't really aggressive. They're taking things a little bit slow and cautious. Now they just want to play from the center, get the best spot in their hands. But looking at this side of the map, what's happening? How is Orcless 5 just dropping down to bodies like that? How are they messing up the fight so big? And it feels like for Ragecore Esports, those are just free elimination points they're munching on. Orcless 5, they need to wake up. You don't really have a lot of room for improvement, and you don't really have a lot of time either.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate series of events. A little bit hilarious as well. I think Orcless 5 and Ragecore Esports just picking off players from either sides out in the open like that. But Orcless 5, quite unfortunate. A few moments ago, we did see them getting taken out in the conflict for the same building where we saw Sinway, Genix FM. And after that, a reset coming through, but losing a body yet again. It's going to be a difficult rotation as well, considering they're very far away from the play zone. But on our screens, Visista Esports, they've somehow managed to find a break, a breach inside of the play zone. A decent spot, just a little bit off center. Right on the edge of that EMP zone as well.
Visista. They're a little bit on the outskirts of that EMP zone. But Team Alpha, they found themselves in the smack center. And the way Team Alpha's playing, I don't like it, man. Team Alpha, they don't really seem like the Alphas anymore. They're playing it like betas. They're supposed to spread themselves out a little bit more, maybe be a little bit more dominant from the center. Take those shots, make the opponents feel your pressure, feel you in general. Orcless 5, getting 5 frags on the board. That's not bad.
And I guess, as you were saying, a message for Team Alpha over there. But I have to say, I think it's, considering it's just 6 matches that they have, they might just be being cautious over here. And of course, if you are holding the center on Rondo, this map has a lot of open space. So if they are able to survive all 4 players till the end of the game, maybe we can see them secure at least double-digit eliminations. But Royal Emperor on our screens, they found a breach from the eastern edge of the play zone, just about to run into a cluster. Looking for a safe haven to work with, but in an isolated position, so it should not be too difficult. And this is a recap of how things went down this time around at New X Factory, by the way, because we were observing the stadium fights majority of the time in the early stages.
There are only a few teams actually dropping towards New X Factory. Just 3 teams. It was 5 Comets, it was Team Lols and OG. And maybe that's why, of course, the action that was going on around Test Track was a little bit more nice.
Yeah.
But Banzai Esports, a bit of a casualty upon themselves. A man's knocked out. Looking at the circle shift too. It's going to be curveballing shift on top left. This fight though between Raw Emperor and 5C. This is going to be interesting. As 5C, they've already managed to thread the needle, and what a nade that was! Confirmation 2 follows up. Beautiful stuff. That's the way you're supposed to kick things off. You've also got a Punisher from the side of 5C now. Just firing it away against the opponents. And Team LOLs, JD versus all, he falls down. Punisher, what a way to thread the needle. And he's now still not done punishing yet. But eventually T2 Gaming, that spray connects perfectly well as Punisher gets punished.
Oh, but here comes the support and 5 Comets. Stages pile on the players of Team LOLs. The finishes come through. 6 elimination, the 7th one just lying on the ground. And 5 Comets, incredibly done, I have to say. What a quick reset coming through. Switching focus from a team they were putting pressure on just to the team right next to them. And Team LOLs now, I think this is a big mistake as the other 2 players are present towards that northern cluster. And these 2 lads got picked off towards the southeastern edge of the play zone. So that was a big split they were playing. Got punished for that. But 5 Comets, I mean, there are a lot of teams around them. It's going to be a risky rotation if they are just moving outside of the play zone looking for a reset.
Indeed. 5 Comets. I mean, they've got one of the man posted towards a good spot. He's inside of the circle, barely making it. And that's going to be Gurd. Rika from Banzai Esports. Now looking at Team Alpha. Yeah, MG, not even standing a single chance. Team Alpha easily eliminating both those players that made the pounce. And once again, they've got the compound of themselves. Luckily enough, recall towers are still going to be available till the next stage. So teams can go for the recall if they've got it available. But if they don't, unfortunate.
Yeah, it's going to be quite unfortunate, as you mentioned. You still have a little bit more time to use the playmaking opportunity in this game. But Mind Gamer, I think this is such a difficult position to be in. Abhay, all he can do is just stay hidden. Where is he? I think he's going to travel a long way to get himself to a recall tower if he wants to bring his team back. He has to go outside the play zone to make it happen, and it's stage 4 damage. So I think, yeah, Mind Gamer, Abhay is going to have to play it out, just try his level best to survive, get some placement points in this game because they don't have any finishes as of now.
Yeah, there's actually a recall tower right in front of him.
Really?
But Team Alpha is holding it.
Oh.
So it's impossible for him to go there. Team Alpha, they've got the control of that recall tower, and they're not going to let it go.
And they're at the edge of the play zone as well, so there's no incentive to move out.
The only possible way Mind Gamer can do it is by forcing a fight against that one man who's still holding the compound. But there's still going to be an instant cavalry. So that's where Mind Gamer is sort of messed up.
Yeah, I think their game is over. I think it's going to be a very difficult recovery. If they actually manage to make it happen, it's going to be incredible. We would love to see that story unfold, but ATE up against OG, and there's another team trying to sandwich the players of Erangel, and that's going to be Banzai from the flank.
OG, 6 eliminations on the board already. And now even they're looking to rotate against the foes. Assam Tiger Esports, they're hurt. They're down bad. And OG just driving around, looking at the fray. They want to find a few loose stragglers. 22 bullets in the magazine. You might as well just go for the reload, Aru. Come on. Finally.
Well, let's see how the rest of the fight turns out. OG, how are they still managing to hold on to the high ground this long? I thought for sure maybe we are going to see ATE counter pressure them, but ATE decided to fall back. Okay, this could be a mistake as OG try to push forward. There's pressure from the rear. The players of Banzai Esports want to chase them down, but again on the flank, quite exposed, and Yeah, Rexy, he could be done for.
Way.
It's AKOP, he has managed to stop in his tracks. And AK drops him to the floor. What is this play?
It was such an awkward engagement, but OG, they still come out on top from that. The fact that he was able to win that, it was insane. Assam Tiger Esports, the remaining players as well, they were right there nearby, and still no one even cared about shooting back.
Exactly. They had the high ground as well. They could have pinned down the players of OG, but as you mentioned, none of them even tried to help their teammate out.
Oh, Team Alpha now definitely trapped. And once again, it's going to be the boys of 5 Comet now making the push against Team Alpha. And Team Alpha, they're hurt, but still somehow the man wins the duel. How is this even possible? Nailing that man down to the coffin. And it was Coffin himself who shows what he's capable of. Adonis now trapped with Punisher in the upper floor, but the utilities, they're being tossed to perfection. Team Alpha flipping the tides in their own favor. How are they even doing this? How are they making this happen? 5 Comet, they messed up big, stepped into a wrong territory, and now these utilities, they're being tossed to perfection. That nade, it's gonna nail that final man down to the coffin as well.
What a fight put on display by Team Alpha, and of course 9 eliminations with that on the board as well. We were talking about double-digit superior positioning from the start of the game, and the trap that they were so patient in laying out finally pays off. But that's not the only team that they can catch off guard. There's the players of Sinway as well in the back lines. And I'm pretty sure they've heard all of this commotion, Necro, but are they going to charge forward just like the team before them as well? That tandem nades being dropped down the stairwell, absolutely incredible.
But trust me, now the problems, they're going to be amplified even more for Team Alpha. Circle is slowly and steadily shifting away from them. And Team Alpha now need to be a little bit more assertive.
I think as long as they get like 13 or 14 eliminations, it's fair. Even if they go out without placement points. They have 9 already, they just need like 5 more.
They need to be aggressive. That's the only way they can actually get a decent spot inside of the circle. And the only possible way I can see Team Alpha getting inside of the circle is by forcing a fight against Vasista Esports. Because that is the only fight that's not going to have any third party. And that is the safest way they can go about it.
But it's a long distance they have to travel to get to the players of Vasista. One team that might have an opportunity to just prep the players of Team Alpha before they reach their destination, it's going to be Hellraiser. But let's see, still 5 seconds remain before the blue zone starts to force these players to step on their feet and make a run for their lives. So far, the eastern and the northern clusters, they haven't moved yet, but finally it's going to be go time for Team Alpha, and they start to move south. They are making that run just straight towards the edge of the play zone, not into the players of Vasista. And this could be a critical move coming in from Team Alpha.
It indeed could be. Sinaway Esports, they're on the move now. And even looking at the boys of Team Alpha, they're on the move themselves. It's not the best possible spot Team Alpha's got their hands on, but it is something they can work with. Assam Tiger Esports now getting pounced on by Royal Emperor. And this is probably one of the worst possible fight for Assam Tigers, but they've got no other option. They need to go for it, but still, they managed to strike the first foe. Elimination points as well now starting to get racked up from the back. They're being stolen away from someone else, so Assam Tiger Esports, they got to be a little bit more calculative. Finally now making that push, MRX17. He's going to try to spot that final man as well, but he's not going to be able to get the confirmation as Genix FM, they close in from the back, and they third-party this fray, cleaning up every single dead body.
Yeah, there's going to be a pile up towards the northern edge, but Hellraiser under pressure, and it's going to be Vasista Esports that within a second just wiped the floor with Hellraiser. Look at that finish feed go off. Somehow still managed to stay alive with Sister Esports, but in a very difficult spot. Look at that Team Alpha. They have a line of fire for this position as well. Although, immediate pressure on Team Alpha, Sinway on top of their heads. But Raging Core, we move towards them. They do end up taking out the man from Team LOLs in the backlines, but Genix FM and OG are also within their sight. And OG, look at them. They have this valley surrounded as well. It's going to be difficult for RGE to escape.
Team Alpha, Sinaway, even there in the close proximity. OG stuck out in the open. One of the key players knocked out. That's going to be Visgod. So yeah, for OG, problems really now starting to stack up. AKOP getting the man on his shoulders. Putting him back inside of the vehicle and now just instantly backing away from that position. The escape operation comes into the picture. And OG will just save the day for WizGod. Next circle shift's also going to be extremely important. Is it going to be shifting up north, going down south, and instead it's going to be shifting around the boys at Team Alpha. They've got a major chance of actually coming out on top in these fights.
Both Team Alpha and Vasista have had incredible positioning inside of this game so far. Alpha was playing the center, stage 2, stage 3 onwards, and still have always maintained a good spot at the edge or close to the center of the play zone. Vasista, the first ones to make that mad dash, also do manage to succeed in keeping all 4 of their players alive, but OG, they've lost Atanki down to a 3-man roster and constantly put under pressure by Ragecore Esports. But return fire on Ansh loses a little bit of his HP, instantly goes prone behind cover, and Ragecore Esports looking for a way right now to reset themselves, to find a breaching point inside of the play zone. But right now they are being gatekept by Orangutan. It's not going to be an easy fight for them.
OG, there we go. Finally a bit of that spot. That man, though, in the front, he's trying to be real cheeky. Played a little bit more safe. Shots were taken from AKOP, but none of them connect. It's not often you see AKOP just miss an entire clip. But I guess once in a while, everyone makes mistakes. Utilities tossed out from Genix FM as well, and these ones are going to be really close. Another nade tossed out. It's not going to find a lot of value. Sinua Esports still safe. It's now going to be constant barrage of utilities. That one was real close, but still the deployable cover, saving the day.
Oh, but here come the counter nades, Necro, and now Damu, he's feeling a lot of pressure because even Team Alpha are chiming in. Damu does manage to secure a knock. Moke shoots the floor. Ninja there with just half his HP, and Ghost, if he finds contact with this one, this is going to be a cleanup. Sinaway, they've tried their level best to survive ever since they lost 2 players very early. They've made it to the top 6, but this might be the end of the journey. The nades are getting closer each time, Necro.
Vasista Esports' passive approach has been working out pretty well. Trying to stay away from the fight till the final few moments, and then now go for the strike, but they've still managed to acquire 12 finishes on the board. Able to steal away a few elimination points for themselves, and at the same time, keep on constantly poking the lobby. Sinaway, the fallen man's back up. Sinaway is now a 2-man squad once again. That one man shrouded in the smoke. Soon the smoke's going to dissipate, and maybe his life as well with it. Utilities tossed out from Hector constantly to at least find that one single connection, and this one's going to mark his death. Perfectly placed nade, and that's going to put an end to that team story. But now for Vasista Esports, it's OG that's really being a thorn. And Vasista Esports, they need to find a way to cure OG.
Well, I think they just might succeed in doing so, because Orangutan is not left with a lot from here on out. Just 2 players left. Even ammunition is running low. There's going to be a big struggle, but it's almost close to the end game. So OG, if they can buy themselves enough time, can potentially finish in the top 3 of this match. They're just waiting for Genix FM and Sinaway to bite the dust before them. But talking about Genix FM and Sinaway, both the teams just resisting the urge to move, resisting the urge to peek up and get some info on the other side, because they know that Vasista and Team Alpha are waiting for them. And look at the players of Team Alpha. They've just gone completely silent, prone on the ground, hiding behind those vehicles, waiting for someone to get spotted out. Vasista, they have brilliant cover to work with, but it's just Hector who has found his way inside of the play zone, hiding behind these deployable covers, but everyone else is still outside the play zone.
Vasista Esports has been taking it real passive, real slow. And Team Alpha is now going to be a big threat. VE moving out in the open. Salma is right there too. A lot of shots are being peppered as well on top of those vehicles, but no proper connections found yet. Hector is out in the open. I'm not even sure what the man was doing, but Hector, that's a big rookie mistake. A game that could have been yours. Now you messed up big, and OG, they take over the spot that VE had. Vasista, they messed up big.
Well, they've fallen into a death trap, and as you mentioned, I think this could be the end of Assista Esports. Necro, from one side, the pressure from the players of Team Alpha, and from the other, the players of OG show knocking on their door. But a saving grace as Genex FM, they show up being the distraction in the lives of Team Alpha. They lose out on Damu, but Ghost in the backlines can still give enough time for Vasista reset. But Vasista, clean house, Sinnoh Esports facing elimination. I think they are outside of the game, and now it's just one man from Genex FM. 4 remaining from the side of Alpha as Adonis gets knocked out. Vasista down to 3. And then there's 2 individuals from the side of OG who have somehow managed to secure good control of the play zone and flush all of these teams to fight each other. What just happened in this endgame?
OG just pulled off a 200 IQ move, and now I'm a big fan of that play.
Yeah.
What the hell they just did is insane if you think about it. They waited for Vasista Esports to move inside of the circle. The moment that happened, they moved outside of the circle themselves, took over the spot that Vasista Esports had, and they started third-partying Vasista Esports from the back, and Vasista Esports' backs were too exposed. Vasista Esports were forced to move in the center of the circle, and that's when OG found a clear breaching point themselves.
Yeah, that's such a brilliant strategy as well and a perfect execution. But the question is, can they still secure the chicken dinner? They have left Aru in the back lines to try and deal with Adonis, because even Team Alpha, because of the numbers that they have, do maintain a lot of vision inside of this play zone towards the end. And look at this. Alpha and Adonis, they know where Aru is. They're going to try and keep him pinned. Oh, no. Aru gets picked off. This could be trouble. And I think this might be the thing that Team Alpha were hoping for. This kind of gets them into a position to take this chicken dinner away from the players of OG.
Yeah, it's just mistakes after mistakes being punished.
Yeah.
OG punishing Vasista Esports' mistake, and now OG's mistake being punished by Team Alpha. So yeah, it's just all about punishments. Capitalizing on each other. And Team Alpha, as of now, since they've got the man advantage, their chances of coming out on top as well, they're the most. That final man of Genex FM 2 put to dust. And now for Vasista Esports, it's going to be a big standoff between Team Alpha and them. A 2-on-4 situation. Team Alpha, they just need to toss proper utilities. That's it. V, for them, it's going to be an uphill battle. Salmate, he's going to be the one to face the fears first. And look at Cheyenne. He's racked up 10 elimination points. It's been an insane game from this man. 17 eliminations in total. Cheyenne has been racking up a lot of frags. Now it's time for Sama to pop up. He needs to be the main playmaker with the utilities. He's tossing them, but none of them are connecting properly.
Yeah, nades are the only way that we find an edge against Team Alpha right now. And as you mentioned, I think Cheyenne today, incredible start to Vasista Esports and to this lad. Double-digit eliminations on a single player. And now, if only if you manage to connect a few decent nades, you can potentially take this chicken dinner away as well. But Team Alpha on the move. They want to sandwich the players of WE right here, right now. Finish them off. But they end up dropping Alpha. It's a 3 versus 2 now. Cheyenne in the backlines goes down to Adonis, and even Somme falls. And Team Alpha, they've racked up 15 eliminations in this game now. And it's just AKOP, the last man from the side of OG, that they have to deal with. And it's going to be an easy cleanup coming through for Team Alpha. Necro, as we expected, Team Alpha off to a phenomenal start, although you had your doubts at the start of the game when they were being quiet.
Yeah, I definitely did, because for Team Alpha, Miramar has always been their best performing map. Yeah. And now with the way things have kicked off on the map of Rondo for Team Alpha, this is going to be a dream start, securing a lot of elimination points. But it's not just about Team Alpha. Even with Vasista Esports, they had a lot of elimination points themselves. Yep. 17 frags on the board, that's insane. Even for OG, they had a massive game, but that 200 IQ move from OG, I'm a big fan of that play, and I want to see more plays like that.
I mean, I think the only thing they were lacking over there was
man
smokes, man number and smokes maybe on Aru, because I did not see a lot of smokes for him to try and evade the pressure from Team Alpha, because they knew it was going to be there. And as you said, that move was incredible. It could have potentially helped them secure a chicken dinner and maybe catch the players of Team Alpha off guard. It didn't, but hey, there was a lot of potential in this move.
The only way Vasista Esports could have actually caught the boys of OG off guard or kept them at bay would have been leaving one man still in the back and waiting for the others to actually rotate in front.
Yeah.
And that man in the back could have made sure that they're not going to be third-partied or shot from the back itself.
But the problem was the man they were supposed to leave in the back was the first man they lost in this entire game, which was Hector, who was caught off guard by the players of Team Alpha, the team that won the chicken dinner on Rondo, an incredible one as well. 16 eliminations. That is 26 points secured right off the bat in game 1 of round 4 itself.
The way I look at this game is that Team Alpha was gifted this chicken dinner by Vasista Esports. It was supposed to be a Vasista Esports game systematically if you think about it, but the way OG as well wrapped up from the back really just put Vasista Esports in a real uncomfortable spot, and then even Team Alpha was constantly hammering them down. Vasista Esports lost their game. It's because of their own mistakes.
I mean, but they still have a lot of eliminations, so we are going to be fair to them. That's a decent start. I think 21-point start for Vasista Esports. It still keeps them in a fighting position, but hey, while OG Team Alpha Vasista Esports, we expected big things from them. They were able to perform. Not a great start to the day for Sinway and Team LOLs.
Yeah, for Sinway, definitely it's been a rough start. We also did see Hellraisers Esports a little bit in the final few moments, but I'm not sure how many elimination points Hellraisers Esports was able to wrap up. But a good start maybe for Genix FM. They're in the top 3, right? There was one man just constantly proning in that bush. I think it was there in the top 4.
Yeah.
Since he was pretty much shot down by the boys of OG, or it was Vasista Esports that took him down.
It was top 4, and it was a decent number of eliminations, I believe, for Genix FM as well. Sinway on the other front lost 2 players very early in the game, but again, we see a lot of potential in the future games. For now, we have the MVP of the match, which is going to be Cheyenne from Vasista Esports, as we said. 10 eliminations, 1281 damage. It was an incredible start to this man and for his team.
Hey, you've also got Jatin coming through from the side of Rage. I'm not as sure if this is the same Jatin that I'm looking for, but 6 frags on the board. That's definitely an impressive performance. Kalyu getting 5 as well. Then you've also got Punisher coming through from Team Alpha getting 5. Adonis as well, right there from Team Alpha getting 5. For Team Alpha, it's been a real good game. And if you move on towards the point standings, you will understand how many points exactly Team Alpha has secured. Even though Vasista Esports did not get a chicken dinner, they still managed to get 22 points in total, which is really good. For OG, it's a decent start getting 14 points. In a way, you mentioned they were not able to secure a lot of points. There you go. They secured 12 points. That's a good start.
My apologies. I think they just took away a lot of eliminations. 9 finishes? When did Sinway get 9 eliminations in this game? 12 points. That's a decent start. Now I believe all they have to do is just make sure they get like about 9 or 10 points from the next 2 Erangels. Genix FM on the other front. I thought we saw their name pop up in so many fights. They were getting involved in that stadium conflict as well, showing up for the third party. Where did the finishes from Genix FM go?
Genix FM, not sure, but one thing is for sure, Sinway was able to rack up, I think, around 6 to 7 elimination points.
Yeah.
Literally just around the stadium side. Or the test track side.
Yeah, I think they got 6 eliminations over there.
Yeah, so they were able to rack up a lot of those elimination points off the rip in that drop clash itself. And that's why you see them with a lot of points in the overall standings, or in the point standings. Finish damage report on the screen. Team Alpha getting 16 frags in total. And of course, they managed to acquire 26 points as well. Then you move on towards Vasista Esports. Even they got 17. You've also got OG getting 8. Sinway as well getting a decent bit of points. In general, for the top 8, I would still say it's a decent start for the latter half of the board. They've still got a lot to work on, and I'm a little bit unhappy with what happened to Jux Esports, the way they got eliminated.
I mean, it was quite unfortunate. It was Team Alpha, by the way, who were the reason for the elimination of Jux Esports as well, because as soon as Jux was taken out in that stadium conflict, they reset towards the northeastern quadrant of the map to the extreme northeasternmost recall tower, and that is where the players of Team Alpha were from the start of the match. So unfortunate for Jux, but hey, hopefully the Erangels are going to be a little bit better than this.
Exactly. Just imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on top of the shoulders of Jux Esports. Now in the upcoming 5 games, they have to pretty much rack up a lot of points just to compensate for the map of Rondo. Because Rondo is a map that can give you a lot of points potentially. And if you mess up Rondo, that just means that you've got a lot of compensation to do.
On that overall leaderboard right now, we just saw the advantage you get from those early eliminations. Yeah. Every single team that was involved, apart from Jux Esports, that was involved in that stadium conflict, walked away with at least 3 to 4 eliminations.
Yeah.
That is still something. It takes off some pressure of running into fights unnecessarily from the upcoming matches. Now, as you mentioned, yes, there will be a lot of pressure on teams like Jux Esports and teams like MindGamer as well, who did not end up doing too well, that now from here they can't really take that much risk going into the upcoming 2 Erangels.
I'm going to ask you a really funny question, Johnny.
Right, sure,
Where was Esports Social in that game?
Oh yeah. We did not see them a lot.
That's what I'm saying. Esports Social was missing throughout the entire game. And I guess they were even eliminated somewhere in the shadows. We did not even get to see them on the action.
Yeah, did Esports Social fight out early? Were they in a drop clash?
I think they definitely were, but The way the conversion went around the mid-pack, we were just not able to see Esports Social. They did not even get that limelight. Maybe they just got eliminated so quickly that the observers not able to capture them.
I think we saw them for a second or something on that finish feed, but quite amazing. I mean, we saw everyone else kind of middle of the fight. Esports Social, I hope, we get to see them on Erangel next.
I mean, we literally got to see Orgless 5, but not Esports Social. That's kind of crazy if you think about it. But hey, for now, it's time for some toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. limits.
What an amazing collaboration between Royal Enfield and BGMI, but also what an amazing start to round 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me, and you guys are watching the BGIS 2026. Round 4 has commenced. We just saw Group 1 in action, and Icy, for me, it was an incredible performance from all of the teams that were able to make it into the top 4, be it strategies, be it aggression. I want to know your expectations when we had a look at this group, and are you left satisfied after that game 1?
You know, I was very I would say I was very satisfied with the performance coming from the grind teams in particular. They just showed that they have tested out the map itself here, especially with Rondo, and they were able to bring in strategies and prioritize on things, which is a little bit more important rather than the 3-1 strategy. But speaking of things that you guys are going to be looking forward to here, it is going to be, like you said, the Royal Enfield in play right now. You can get it in the game itself, and be sure to check out the Continental 650 and also the Classic 350 in-game for those ghost bits. And I hope you guys get a little bit lucky here to try and get it as well, because I haven't been so lucky.
I mean, we, as a general, the entire casting panel is quite unlucky in terms of rolling out skins, but hopefully the players are getting lucky when they are looking for those finishes, because I think a little bit of luck was involved for Team Alpha, especially with the second and the third shift of the play zone in that previous map of Erangel, but my apologies, Rondo, that previous game. But going into the next map, which is going to be Erangel, what are your expectations? Who are you expecting to make a comeback?
We are going to be expecting a little bit more defensive plays, but drop clashes is definitely going to happen here, because this is going to be their first time going up against each other in this group.
I mean, and we are going to hope for an aggressive performance, considering these are some of the best teams that have made it this far in round 4. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Erangel, here we go.
All right. Second game on its way here for Group 1 for round 4. And things are going to get a little bit spicy here in this map of Erangel. It seems like the flag path is going to be pretty skewed here, as we are going to be taking a southeastern shift. I would say we are going to be expecting a lot of drop clash here right from the get-go.
I agree with you. Hey, man, every time Icy says spicy, we get a short flight path. And this time, from Primorsk to Lipovka, completely southern flight path. And as you mentioned, I think a few key vehicle spawn drops for these players are going to be along that Western Highway, the Quarry Roads, the Pochinki Southern Roadways, Shelter, Milta Highway, and the connecting point from Prison to Milta Power. Apart from that, that route that connects Pochinki to Farm from the southern side, that is also going to be a key position. But already a cluster dropping towards Quarry. Are we going to see early action, or are the teams just going to drop for those vehicles and get out of there as quickly as possible?
Oh, I'm surprised Team Alpha is dropping towards Primos as well. I thought they would actually hit somewhere a little bit north, but it is still uncertain here, considering the fact that almost 50% of the northern side is still unoccupied yet, and considering that we are going to be expecting a little bit more vehicle clashes here. I see a lot of congestions down to the east side here. I think OG might be in a little bit of trouble as well, alongside with Royal Emperor. Even Hell Risers as well is going to be expecting some sort of company. Pochinki uncontested for Sinway. That's unexpected, but seems like the circle is going to shift in between the main island and also a quarter of the military island itself. So I don't think we're going to see a scam circle this time.
Hey, but
very unlikely.
What is Jux up to, Icy? Look at them. Look at Superb close to the players of OG towards Milta and Milta Power. Then you have Rebu with his teammate dropping to the compound just across that Novorupnoy bridge. And Niku, oh no. He has been spotted out by the players of Ragecore Esports. And Cody, I think, just wanted to confirm exactly where he was. His teammates in the backlines are going to look for weapons. Does Jux survive this 1-1-2 split drop? It is very risky, and I do not have a lot of hope for them. I think they, Ragecore Esports, they are going to try and go for a cleanup, get an easy point at the very start of the game.
Yeah, I don't think Ragecore would try to go for it here, but seems like they are going to carry Dev on top of the hovercraft going for the hunt. So Niku needs to be a little bit careful here. I think they spotted him, and he's going to try and swim his way through here. But Ragecore, no, they haven't spotted him yet. They're still looking for him.
They're going to look for him. They're going to find him eventually. If he makes it through, this is going to be... You know, this is still out of the movie. I mean, that was Jaws. This is hovercraft.
Okay.
In a theater near
I think
you.
he's going to be fine. Yeah, he got in the hovercraft. There's no way he's going to be able to get out and climb on top of it here from this vehicle. So,
that's true.
So technically, they have abandoned ship. Okay, good for them. But I'm on the same page with you as well. What was that maneuver? Hold that thought for now. Anyways, yeah. As I was saying as well, I'm on the same boat as you, as well as Jux is about to be run over. Oh no, this is the worst possible outcome you can ask for Jux right now.
Exactly, man. Last game wasn't the best, and this one, it's turning out to be even worse. As I said, two players with two different teams. Super with OG and Nico quite close to Rage Core, and Nico survives, Super gets taken out. That is just unfortunate, man.
This is just so awkward here coming from Jux, just considering the fact that they do tentatively go towards North George. But I think during the grind days, they were forced to got kicked out and actually moved all the way to Kamishki. And now they can't even make it to Kamishki. So this is a big concern here for Jux, whether or not how they're going to be playing this year. But seems like we do see Oculus 5 having a little bit of substitution. They brought in a Anik and replaced Rex out after Rondo's game.
Yeah. I mean, let's see how this change works out for Oculus 5. They were able to secure a decent few early finishes for themselves. And I think there's potential for a decent start for Oculus 5 as well. Look at that, 5 eliminations. They did not get a lot of placement points. I don't think they got any placement points. But Jux, oh no, it seems like the trouble for them does not seem to end. Now spotted out by the players of Mind Gamers, Rebu has taken a lot of damage. And since there is no vehicle, I think they know that they can't really make a run for Milta. You know what's ironic about the split drop from Jux is that for the first time in a long time, Milta main city was empty and Jux has decided to drop for the smaller compounds just around Milta and not really directly charge for the city. They pay such a heavy price for their small mistake.
Oh, that's going to be a little bit awkward start here for them here. At least for now, we do know that Mind Gamers is looking to try and abandon ship, but they are still kind of under-looted as well. And Mind Gamers, they're taking their own sweet time to kind of loot out the sites here. It's been 5 minutes, and they haven't exactly stocked up in terms of resources. The same can be said for Jux, who Niku finally makes it towards the shorelines and coincidentally finds a UAZ parked in front of them. I think that's pretty much courtesy of Reboot for setting up for him, I would say.
Yeah, I think that was a thought-out approach coming from the players of Jux, but hey man, I mean, 3 players still alive. They've somehow managed to keep themselves in check, but it's not going to be easy from here on out, especially with OG and Rage Core right behind them. But on our screens, the winners of the previous match, Team Alpha, incredible performance on the map of Rondo. In this one, as you mentioned, slow start considering the drop towards Primos, but they get that southwestern edge of the circle completely empty. There are no gatekeepers in their way.
Well, speaking of gatekeepers as well, Sinway Esports, one of the most impressive teams, in my opinion, from Rondo, just because of the fact that they were one of the only teams out of the 4 teams that adopted that 1-3 strategy that took so long. And they struggled to find an entry point into the final zone, but eventually still hanged on despite the limited resources that they have and still finish out on top 4 with a decent amount of finishers. So Sinway obviously going to be someone I am looking forward to watch as well, and how they progress in a map that does require a lot of strategy. And of course for Vasista, they just went ham as well, because that game, Vasista Esports, yes, they were part of the top 4, but they weren't the teams that adopted the 1-4 strategy. They prioritized on rotations rather early, which I think the grind teams have started to realize that 1-3 strategies does hurt you in the late game if you do not get out or finish off whatever early engagements as well.
And I think even Vasista Esports paid a price for that with how Hector was finished off, because as you mentioned, I mean, even in the late game, if you are playing 1-3, then you're lacking information, and they just did not know where the players of Team Alpha were, because of which Vasista was caught off guard. But again, I think a lot of limelight from Vasista was taken by Cheyenne in that previous game, hitting double-digit elimination, but Hector as well, making incredible rotations for his team. And Sinway Esports, early fights were incredible from their side. That building control southwest of Stadium is where they kick things off. Incredible start to Rondo, but after that mid-rotation, they lost 2 players, and the last 2 individuals that are playing for survival could not really do much in the fight against GenXFM. This time around, as you mentioned, a very surprising, easy control of Pachinki taken by Sinway Esports. They were left all alone, and they're quite close to the center of the circle as well. So how much value from this preferable start to the game can you gain is the question for Sinway Esports. And just a few moments ago, we did see that cluster forming up towards their south as well.
Yeah, based on the map, I would say teams on the left definitely have a little bit more loot compared to teams on the right, just because the flag path actually started from the left as well. Team Alpha, obviously one of the first teams to drop first, is very, very heavily kitted as of yet. And now, because they are making those rotations here, any single team that decides to get slammed by Alpha will most likely get taken out rather early, just because they will get out-utilized in terms of tradings. But the question here is, I don't think Alpha would want to fight this first. They would wait for the stage 2 before they set up a shop somewhere. In this case, the circle is about to close in. Does it go for a scam circle down south? No, it does not. It is going to be on Potato Hills, where Lowe's are. And Lowe's currently in control of this map, I would say.
Yeah, and now it just comes down to loot, because as you mentioned, the later you drop, the quicker you're going to have to move, get that loot, and get towards the circle. And Team LOLs, we already saw them take control of the Potato Hill. And they are going to get surrounded in the next few moments. But 5 Comets making that cross off the military bridge. There's a potential they can be caught off guard by the players of Team Alpha if they do not expect threat to be waiting for them on the other side of this bridge. This is going to get interesting for 5 Comets. They've sent 1 man up front, who has made it all the way towards the other side. And I believe Team Alpha have been spotted out, because 5 Comet, they just stop mid-rotation. Just waiting on that bridge, waiting for Team Alpha to clear out.
Well, it's going to be a tricky spot here, at least for Team Alpha to actually push in from southwest corner, just because Pachiki is inside as well. And anywhere from the south side of Pachiki is pretty much no man's land. So it's going to be a tough rotation for Team Alpha. Hopefully it is going to be for the better for them. But Royal Emperor's perspective, seems like they are going to be playing from the northeast corner. They are going to be A-okay. But Team Lowe's, they're still holding on to the Potato Hills. And this is a very wide spread coming from them. Hopefully they are able to zone off all the teams away from them, because this is going to be a very, very important one for them. But let's talk about the data stats here coming from Lowe's, coming from round 3 here. Lowe's had one of the biggest, I would say, clutch-making plays during their round as well, with 14 finishes in total.
And we saw incredible performances from this man even during round 2. Round 3 was even better. So, I mean, we are expecting big improvement in round 4 itself, not just from LOLs as an individual, but from the team as a whole. Although, I have to say that start on Rondo was quite unfortunate. When we saw them in round 3, kick things off on Rondo, they won the chicken dinner in that particular game. This time, it was an early exit with just 3 eliminations. So, not really the best outing for Team LOLs today, but let's see. They still have 5 more maps left. This one has just kicked off. It's just been 10 minutes, so there's still time for Team LOLs to find a place to settle down. And especially, as we saw a few moments ago, early control of the center of the zone, brilliant fighting position of the circle, stays on top of them. We could potentially see them rack double-digit eliminations from here.
Yeah, could be possible as well. But Ragecore Esports, they aren't really taking their own sweet time here. They are going to be hugging the edges to try and potentially jump on a third party. But speaking of jumping here, guess what? We have achieved a very, very new milestone here, and we have officially unlocked the 4th rewards from Discovery Island. And of course, for these guys watching at home, thank you so much for your support. Keep playing BGMI, and the more you play, you will also feel the BGIS 2026 prize pool.
Exactly. All you have to do is just play your classic matches and just grind it out. The prize pool has crossed 3 CR as of now. Of course, a few more milestones left and a few more days remaining for us to just play BGMI, practice it out. And if you're practicing with your team, hopefully we're going to see you next time in the next edition of BGIS 2027. Do let us know.
Well, even if you don't compete it, we can always see you in the grand finals.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, be sure to check it out. It is in Chennai, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be a very, very hot and spicy summer, I would say.
I mean, yeah. But it's about to get hotter in this game of Erangel, man. I mean, look at that cluster forming center, and it seems like it is going to be 5 Comets to kick things off. Somehow they found a pick. I don't know who it was. I think maybe they just picked off someone from the side of Genex FM. A quick fight breaking out in the middle of nowhere, just towards the southern edge of the circle, close to the shoreline. Team Alpha in the nearby vicinity saw their heads turn as well, maybe looking for a third party, but right behind them are the players of Augless 5.
It's going to be awkward here, and these for Augless 5, but it seems like Royal Emperors, they are getting completely shut down, whereas OG was able to find an interesting knock from above. But no commitments yet, as you can see, all the teams are not prepared to actually commit to this fight here, because once you commit in those compounds, especially where Royal Emperor is, it's going to be very, very tricky. But sprays are coming in, AKOP still trying to chip away and towards the members of Royal Emperors. And it seems like we are going to be expecting even more teams to try and collide in those compounds. Esports Socials has to defend against everyone, but Hell Risers, they will somehow make it, but Spyro is pretty much knocked right now.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Esports Social Hellraiser surrounded by the players of Assam Tigers as well, and Sinway visible on the radar. So much commotion being made, and look at that. Hellraiser, they're falling to the third party, other hands of the players of Jux Esports. Esports Social looking to see if they can scrap away a few points from this chaos. Nades go flying. They can't really find an entry through the windows. They are just ricocheting off the walls. And Hellraiser, this gives them an opportunity to go for a reset. Tenzin bleeding out in the other building. Someone needs to go and save him.
Oh, good call here coming from Esports Social to push up as well. The nades looks good, and it is good. Finds a confirmation, finds another knock, and Hell Rises. They are pushed out in the open, and only Star Boys remain. And he is pretty much stuck as well. As you can see, Kaliuk knows exactly where he is. Runs through the smoke, he knows exactly where he is now. He's stuck down in the ground floor, and Esports Social may look for the full commitment.
Oh, they just take away their crosshair for a few seconds, and Starboy managed to make it to his teammate. He has a DBS to work with, sees the man park the hovercraft outside, and now Hellraiser, they're going to be prepared. There's not a lot of hope for this clutch. All Hellraiser are waiting for is the third party, but Starboy, he finds a knock, wanted falls, and they might have just made a big blow against the players of Esports Social. There it is, Hellraiser Esports eliminated, but Esports Social, look at how badly they're surrounded as well. They need to find a way to reset. Wanted gets finished off, and here comes the third party from 5 Comet.
Oh boy, Esports Social, they were doing a fantastic job defending, but the third parties is just a little bit too much, and now 5 Comets, they come in slamming like a meteor. And Kaliuk is stuck all the way by himself on the second floor. He needs some sort of backup. His teammates are in position. He's going to try and run away to regroup, and seems like he is going to make a mad dash for it. Hopefully he's going to be A-okay. Jumps, and now here comes the hovercraft. It's time to get the heck out, but no, they actually stay. What's going on?
Someone got out! Why did you get out? Just stay in that hovercraft and run for your life!
Uh-oh,
what just happened? Yeah, Esports Social, this might be a big mistake. They do manage to switch buildings. Chris OP is going to be left in an off position, but 5 Comets, this is not a spot you want to be in. We just saw the players of Jux taking shots on Hellraisers a few moments ago, and Sinway also, let's not forget, look at the radar, they will have a line of fire. This is going to be a tough spot to fight your way out of, and yeah, I want to see if 5 Comets actually make it through. Depends on the circle as well, but Vasista Esports also breaching from the southwestern edge. No cover available for them to go.
Great read here coming from Vasista Esports. They heard those commotions from Esports Socials, immediately tried to go for rotate, but they have lost Cheyenne in the process, and right now, they're still looking for a spot to kind of settle down. It seems like they will try and fight against EMP now. It seems like it is going to happen.
Yeah, but as I said, they have no cover available. It doesn't matter. Vasista Esports, they go pouring in, and Royal Emperor, well, the Empire falls, and Vasista Esports, man, that was quick. Control of the compound taken away, and a safe haven has been found by the players of Vasista Esports. I did not expect things to go doin that way. Ragecore as well did have a line of fire to third party, the players of Vasista, but they hold back, and Royal Emperor paying the price.
Oh boy, that is very, very unfortunate. But Team Alpha, again, they haven't exactly found a way to actually push into the zone as well. They've been hugging the edges, looking for a third party, but after realizing that, wait, this compound in front of us is just too hot of a place to push in, and they are looking to reconsider their entry point here. And as of yet, they're still trailing around the edges, hoping to find an easy way in. And that is going to be put on hold for now as they look for timings, but it seems like Oculus 5 is pretty much stuck in a stalemate with Assam Tigers, but the needs comes through alongside with BZ, and just like that, Assam Tigers, they get crumbled from afar.
Yeah, this is awkward for Assam Tigers, because look at where the players of Banzai are. There's going to be a direct line of fire. Maybe somehow Ryzen can keep the players of Oculus 5 pinned, because I think the next zone might just give them the edge, but Banzai Esports, Rika moves forward. What is this confidence? And he's going to get punished for that. Here's this, just a solo player looking to make a play, and he gets punished off. The rest of the players from the side of Banzai show up. A lot of damage traded out. Ryzen finds one more. That's the second pick for him. But Oculus 5, the third party that Banzai did not expect. It's just a big, brutal blow. Banzai losing 3 in a blink. What a big mistake. Why was that decision made? I would love to hear the comms of Banzai Esports in that moment.
Yeah, but at the same time, for Assam Tigers, Ryzen, he's doing a fantastic job just shutting them down. He's the reason why Banzai got just completely shut down, but it's all by himself. The rest of Oculus 5, they have to clean him up. Ryzen, he's making it very tough on them as well. But meanwhile, seems like Oculus 5, they're also taking shots here from Lems from afar. The last player coming from Banzai. This awkward fight comes in, but Ryzen picks at the right timing, sees him slacking, takes him out. That's another point from Ryzen.
Yeah, let's see though if he's allowed an opportunity to secure this, because Lems from the flank has finally started to lob nades in this position. And oh no, the vehicle in the back lines. Ryzen falls. Lems, all he needs to do is lob a perfect nade on the other side of the rock, and all of those finishes are going to be secured by Banzai, but unfortunately, he does not have the range to make it work. But hey, I see. Look at this. Out of nowhere, Oculus 5 in a position from where they're going to recover with all 4 players. Well, incredible.
Yeah, but at the same time, they've got big problems right now.
Oh, yeah.
Gen XFM just came in. Circo's not in their favor. Now they have to make a call. All their vehicles are pretty much damaged as well. And right now, their fates are pretty much in the hands of Lems as well as Gen XFM. But Team Alpha, they found an entry point from the northwest corner. Seems like they are going to engage against Team Lowe's, and Jovesh is pretty much done right now. And just like that, Team Lowe's, they will lose another player. Lowe's himself gets taken out.
Yeah, again getting sandwiched. Mind Gamers on the top of the hill are putting a lot of pressure on the players of Team Lols as well. And Adonis, oh, that line looks good. I think Lols is going to get finished off. There it is, the confirmation coming through. And well, with Mind Gamer and Team Alpha both combining their firepower, Team Lols another unfortunate turn of events. 0 points from this particular match. No finishes, no placement. What has happened to Team Lols?
Well, they just completely dropped the ball, I would say. But Team Alpha seems like they are a little bit hungry this time. They were able to get a couple of cleans here, but Krafton, his nades has been really on point here. Meanwhile, Jux, they survive all the way to the end here, but this time they are engaged with Sinway. Amazing, going to be stuck outside in the corner. Getting shot from afar is all by himself. Lone Warrior for Jux Esports. Tries to spam through the windows, but he's just running out of space to play as well as Sinway. It's got the entire compound pinned off. Nades are being cooked. Looking for a curvebolic shift. Does it curve? Yes, it does, and it is going to be amazing down.
That's going to be Jux Esports, another early exit. But Oculus 5, finally they get their revenge on Lems, the man from Banzai Esports, who had them pinned behind that rock for a long time. 4 eliminations on the board for Oculus 5, and somehow managing to find a few meters of space inside of the play zone, but Gen XFM lurking nearby. We have Damu, who is trying to see if he can flush out the players, or maybe just create a pathway to close the distance against the players of Oculus 5. There's going to be line of fire available, but switching focus in the back lines. Visista Esports Beast spotted out, wrapped up, and sent back to the lobby packing.
Very unfortunate ending here, but OG, even they themselves are having a little bit of struggle here, as they are caught in a fight here with Reach in this particular. But great push out as well. Tinky was able to push him back, and just like that, Reach, they were forced to disengage, and OG just might be able to get the reset here.
Incredible reset coming through. Orangutan, as you mentioned, the decision to just directly go for the peak either side of that shack and disengage on the revive, but Oculus 5, Gen XFM finally pulling the trigger, and it's down to a 1v2. Oculus 5, they aren't able to handle that pressure, and Gen XFM, they find a few more eliminations in this game, bringing that tally to 5, but retaliation nades from Orangutan, and that's all she wrote. Ragecore Esports eliminated on the 7th position. The teams have just disappeared. We're down to top 6, 22 players still alive in this match, and Orangutan, 6 eliminations on the board, looking to be consistent as always. The only ones standing in their way are going to be Team Alpha, who have such a big terrain advantage against the players of Mind Gamers. Look at where they are lobbing these nades from.
Oh my goodness. Team Alpha, They get the repeat on history here. The first trap was against Lowe's. This time, Mind Gamers might fall into it as well. But the question here is, do they have enough utils to work with? But Sinway, they also managed to survive from the east side once more. We're down towards the final 6 teams, and Sinway needs to disengage and push inside the zone. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be okay. But unfortunate news is that they are going to be trailed behind by OG, who may consider looking to try and drop clash them. But seems like OG, they are going to rotate away from Sinway as they try to find a new entry point. GenXFM right in front of them, and OG may consider just backing out once more, taking a little bit pit stop and realizing that they are not safe as of yet.
Yeah, I love this duo of Atanki and AK, man. They see a pixel move and their first reaction, the instinct is just instantly ADSing and pulling the trigger. GenXFM might just be the next prey in the eyes of OG. The damage of the nade not enough to knock AK OP off his feet. But OG still have to be cautious. The utility exchange, Wiz pushing through. He's going to be the first man to hit the floor. And GenXFM, they have somehow managed to equalize the numbers. Orangutan, they could potentially pay a heavy price for this mistake. Running into the players of GenXFM, the nades are not close enough to dish out any damage. And GenXFM are now stuck on the edge.
That was such an awkward fight as well, but now OG, they're trying to find a counter nade here. GenXFM, they're just circling around, hoping to get a little bit lucky, hoping for a third party. And guess what? The third party comes through, and that's going to be Sinway. But Mox, he gets picked off from afar instead. And the third party does not help them. They've lost Aru, but OG, they are looking to try and clean up Sinway instead. They're taking 2 different fights, and GenXFM, they're also weak themselves. And OG, they can't seem to make up their mind. They made one mistake, and now things are looking south for them as well. But meanwhile, in the northwest corner, Team Alpha getting pushed in. Uh-oh.
I mean, Alpha is done for. But yeah, I think on the finish speed, we did notice Mind Gamer pick off a few individuals. Last man left alive, Adonis with a UMP. That was always going to be easy. On the other side, the OG are also being pressured by 5 Comets. Just wanted to bring that to your attention because somehow 5 Comet managed to find a line of fire, and they were the ones responsible for knocking and finishing off Aru. OG are down to their last man, Atanki, and I think with this sandwich finally complete, this is going to be the end of the journey for the Ape Army in this game. He's been spotted out in the range of utility from both the sides. It's just a question of who gets that point for themselves. It's going to be Sinway.
That's going to be a point for them. Meanwhile, GenXFM doing a fantastic job just holding out, but Mind Gamers getting push here from the sides as Punisher from 5 Comet takes him out. And just like that, 5 Comet in a strong position to actually win the chicken dinner right now. They've got so much cover, so much angles, and they have circle control inside as well. Our team needs to push in. Punisher outside on the hunt. Gets the confirmation once again from Abai. We're down towards the final 4 team with 10 players remaining. 5 Comets in a dominating position. But Punisher, he is going to go in on a hunt by himself.
Yeah, but I think this game might be done and dusted already. 5 Comet in a superior position with the concrete cover as well. And Garud, he has just taken a massive flight, man. I think 6 eliminations on that man so far. Incredible performance in this game. 5 Comet somehow managing to find a soft little reset with this Erangel after the early fall in Rondo. Their first map of the day. Abe from Mind Gamers, he's running for his life. Does manage to find some cover, but he's still in the line of fire. I think, yeah, this is going to be the end of journey. We see Garud move in, looking for that finish as well, taking the risk, getting aggressive, but finally he's going to be forced to fall back.
Uh-oh, he's running out of space, Abai. Zone's coming in, he's got no space, and he gets spotted out by Rex Boy. And Sinway finds another point in the back with this dynamic duel come in play. 5 Comets knows exactly where they are. Sinway now getting peppered with shots as GenXFM also chimes in. We're down towards the final 3 team. And Damo gets knocked off by Punisher. Sinway might be able to find a little bit of opener here to try and reset this, but the zone is slowly closing in, and 5 Comet is just waiting for all these 2 teams to run into the crosshairs.
And look at this man as well. His team is staying back. He is just pushing forward. Spotting out Ghost, takes him out. But the trade from GenXFM is as quick as ever. 5 Comet, they've lost their frontliner, but the blue zone on the move. GenXFM right on the edge. Literally just on the edge, barely staying alive, somehow managing to get the reset through. GenXFM, if this team is back with 3 players, then that is going to spell trouble for the players of 5 Comet, because GenXFM can just move forward, nade out Punisher and Garud, and get the upper hand in terms of the numbers. They're going to be there with 3 players, and look at this. The utility going out, splash of damage. Garud falls for the second time. Punisher is there in the back lines, but not for long. And 5 Comet, they come crashing down, and they are just crumbled to pieces. Genex FM, a brilliant display of patience in closing out this match. It's a 2 versus 3. They have the numbers to work with. All they need to do is just secure this chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, Genex FM, what a recovery that was. And now we are down towards a 3 versus 2 situation. 5 Comet, they may have to have the upper hand, but Genex FM was able to outplay them with timings and pixel perfect precisions of the zone survival and also those nades. But still, favoring 5 Comets is going to be those cover here as Genex FM still out in the open. Unless they're going for a bait and switch, things are still favorable for 5 Comets as of yet. Venom hasn't been able to spot out a player yet. Needs to go in for the takedown here. Chote could be regrouping his team, hoping to get lucky with those shots.
Yeah, I think, as you said, I think right now 5 Comets are just hoping for a little bit of luck to favor them and Genex FM to make these mistakes. But what an incredible performance from both these two teams, man. I mean, 8 eliminations on 5 Comet, 9 on Genex FM. Big performance coming through. And this kind of sets them up for success. A higher probability to finish in the top 7 of their particular group. The nades are getting close and close each time goes. He gets pushed back, but maybe the second one is going to secure the knock, and it will. Oh no, it doesn't. My goodness, it just falls on the other side of the tree. Ghost is still alive. Genex FM 3 versus 2, still up in numbers.
Oh boy, what is 5 Comet doing as well? Oh yeah, the circle actually forces them out.
Yeah,
they have to push in the middle. Ghost FM does have center control. And the nades may have clipped him off, but right now, they need to run out in the open. And Genex FM's got the pin, and here comes the knockdown move. Finds Venom. It is now a 3 versus 1. Chote all by himself. He needs to find the confirmation here. The sprays comes in, needs the confirmation, and that's going to be first knock. But he's down low right now.
Yeah, not enough HP. He could get run over or shot at, and it's going to be a reverse sweep coming from the players of Genex FM. Sweeping Chote off his feet and taking away the tasty chicken dinner of this match of Erangel. Quick recovery from the players of Genex FM. Me and Negro were talking about them. We saw signs of aggression on the map of Rondo, but this was the big start to their journey in round 4 that Genex FM were looking for.
Dude, Genex FM just played one of the most insane recovery, I would say, here as well. The bait and switch against OG was phenomenal. Technically, it felt like Genex FM was losing because OG was lobbing all those nades. But that small little mistake coming from AKOP nading off WizGod was the result of Genex FM saying, oh wait, 1 down, that's my finish. You know what, let's just continue kiting them. And Sinway chimed in and we won the fight.
Yeah, and for the side of 5 Comet, this should have been their game, man. I think a small little error in judgment was Garud solo pushing the players of Genex FM like that. He found the opening as well. That was the knock that he found, but instantly got traded out. And then Punisher was forced to just run out into the open looking for a revive. And even after the revive, instead of backing off, they were like, all right, let's see if we can counter pressure the players of Genex FM before they reset. But Genex FM by that time was back and up with 3 players left. Otherwise, I think this could have been a big win for 5 Comet.
Yeah, it could have been a big win, but Chote here also tried his best to get a little bit more. But I would say, all things considered here, a very, very impressive performance coming from Genex FM Esports here, securing the chicken dinner and also a total of 10 finishes in the bag. So that's 20 points coming in from Genex FM from this game. And it seems like the competition for the top 6 is going to be even closer now. It is definitely going to be close because OG did well in this game. Team Alpha also did well. So while the 2 best performing teams from Rondo are sort of building up a vacuum of points, everyone else is getting those resets. And I love the amount of aggression we are seeing from this first group in round 4 itself, to be honest. It is just so much tactical plays coming in play as well. And all things considered, I feel like it came down to a little bit of luck. It came down to just decision making. Genex FM was just able to find the pixel perfect one, which is really, I would say, I don't know if it's luck or not, or was it calculated, but I was just like, if I was from 5 Comet's perspective, that should not have been possible for them. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was this man who was on fire, but he was also the first man to go down against the fight with Genex FM. Garud from the side of 5 Comet, who gets the MVP for this game, followed by Ghost FM from Genex FM, who kind of, as you mentioned towards the end,
took the risk of running for the center of the Stage 9 play zone, took the risk and also secured his team the chicken dinner. We also see AKOP make that list. OG were on fire, securing a lot of eliminations to their name. But point standings for this match, Gen X FM with 20, 5 Comet with 14, Sinaway with 12 points. Sinaway had a big game. They are being consistent along with the players of OG. But Team Alpha, quite unfortunate. They were finished at the hands of Mind Gamer in this game. I really thought Team Alpha could win that fight.
Yeah, I really thought too as well here. They may have made a little bit of miscalculation, just need it off as well. But all things considered, they still had 5 finishes and 7 points from this game, despite the performance in the previous game. I think it's still a big win. But let's take a look at the damage numbers for all these major teams as well. It's going to be Gen X FM, it's going to be 5 Comets, it's going to be OG, that is going to be the top 3 that has the most amount of damage to kind of control the entirety of the fights that has happened from the east side, the north, and also those compounds where 5 Comets were residing in as well. And interesting enough, like I think prior to that, it was some other team that actually held it.
I mean,
it was Esports Social, sorry.
Alright, yeah, Esports Social, I think a decent performance in this game, but I wanted to talk about what happened to Royal Emperor over there. We saw that conflict against the players of Vasista Esports. That fight, they dished out 92 damage.
Yeah, it was just awkward as well. That was one of the fastest clean sweep coming from Vasista
Yeah.
Esports. I thought Royal Emperor would have held down or locked down their compounds and not allow them for a free entry, man. For them to just get completely gunned down like that, that's going to be a sore spot, I would say.
For sure, man. I mean, that was they have to fall back and look at what went wrong. But looking at the overall leaderboard right now, the cutoff right now at 14 points. Then you have 5 Comet at 21, Sinway 24, tied up with OG, who are also at 24. With Vasista on the third, 25 points. Gen X FM on the second with 28. And the first position in the overall leaderboard right now, handed to Team Alpha with 33 points. It's quite close. Even if you're Royal Emperor, you drop 20 points in the next map of Erangel. That gets you in the top 7.
Here's an interesting fact as well here. Out of all the 16 teams, a majority of the grind teams has made it into as the top 6 in particular. Except for 5 Comet, who's, I would say, a wild card coming into the entry point as well. But 2 games back-to-back, they have been fragging out. They have been consistent. They have been finding for finishes, which is great. But it's sad to say for Esports Social, not looking too good, unfortunately, and also for Jux Esports as well.
I mean, I agree. I think Jux Esports is also a team, as you brought them to our attention. Not a great outing on Rondo, even on Erangel. I do not know what that 2-1-1 start was. Maybe they were just expecting OG to drop a little bit towards the north, but we had a southern flight path, so OG just chose to play from their secondary drop off Milta Power, which kind of was unfortunate. Niku did not get a weapon for so long. You remember he was being chased by Ragecore Esports. But let's see, one more Erangel. The standings are still very close. There's potential for a reset for everyone.
But hopefully things are going to be better for them as well. A little bit more of a favorable flight path, I would say here. But of course, we have to take a little bit short break. And right after this break, we will continue with one final match from Group 1 itself right after this short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 Round 4 stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the English commentary for today. And things are getting a little bit spicy as well because Group 1 itself, we have a lot of unexpected names also trying to make a little bit of a comeback. But a majority of the grind teams are still in the top 5. So, Salty, what do you think about that match?
You know, it's been a while. I've been here, sat at the desk and watched the games go out live. I'm so happy with Team Alpha and their performance because I was not expecting this kind of consistency, especially coming in from the grind. I expected that through the elimination stages, there will be hiccups, but it was not the case. Team Alpha is looking solid and so is Gen XFM.
Well, speaking of a little bit of a comeback here, if you guys are just coming back and looking to get a little bit of banger performance and looking cool in-game, check out the Royal Pass. It's a one-time purchase. You can get and max out all your missions. You can get yourself the Rebel Rock Fox set and also the Rebel Rock Fox DP28. And if you max it out, you will also get enough UC to buy the next season's Royal Pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a one-time investment and it keeps going on and on and on. You just keep on getting cosmetics. I think that's the best way to play the game. But coming back to the esports aspect of it, I feel like there were a couple of big names. I'm yet to see the best of Cineway Esports over here. I think a couple of names like Team LOLs, nobody was expecting such a bad start for them inside of round 4 as well. He personally mentioned it on his stream as well, that round 4 is going to be the stage where I want to perform, but it seems like it's not really happening.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one as well, considering the fact that they have 4 more matches in total to try and qualify themselves in towards the quarterfinals for that second chance in life, I would say. It is going to be tough because once you're out for round 4.
You certainly are, but then again, I mean, 4 more games to go. I think Team LOL, they've got some sort of an opportunity. Right now, of course, it is going to be the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4, Group 1, they are ready for the last match of the day. Here it comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, one final game for today here for Group 1. It's on its way. This is going to be round 4's game 3 of the map of Erangel. And this is going to be a very, very important one here because after this match, every single team from Group 1 will officially reach the halfway mark of their journey here in round 4. And things are going to be very, very tricky here, especially for teams that are struggling to try and make a break into the top 8 at least. But for now, the flight path is going to be coming in from the northeast corner, passing through all the way towards farm and also towards the southwest corner of military base. Still a very, very skewed flight path, but a little bit more forgiving compared to the previous flight path.
It certainly is a little forgiving, but you know what? It's a new day, it's a new match. I'm pretty sure nobody's worrying about forgiveness. Everybody's all about punishing the rest of the lads. Team Alpha, I have talked about them already. Punisher has been in top form. I'm also expecting something of similar sort coming in from Orangutan as well. Right from the get-go, I am trying to look out for those clusters. I see I'm yet to find a couple of those. Yes, Naya might just be one of those spots. You've got Royal Emperor, you've got Hellrisers. And Hellrisers is a team that definitely has packed a lot of punch in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like Hellrisers, they were dominating the lobby during the earlier round stages, but so far in this particular group, so far in the past 2 games, they haven't been able to find a lot of massive games. So they need one big game if they want to stand a chance to make a comeback. But it seems like the circle is going to force them to rotate a little bit early, so they are going to be shifted all the way to the west side. But fortunately for them, every single team is going to be forced to run in rather early as well. But in particular, I think Vasista Esports is going to be very happy about this because their drop spot is all the way in North George.
A little bit of gunshots heard. Banzai Esports, there's nobody there, and we almost thought there's a threat. But if we look at our map feed very closely, I think Banzai Esports, they have a little bit of that presence in the form of Team Orangutan, Vasista on their merry sail toward the circle. Now, this is going to be interesting because, again, whenever there's a circle which is far away from the flight path, I see I've always seen teams trying to get those central positions up early. They want to get the best compounds in the house, and I feel like that is going to be one very important mission over here. You want to get those pieces of real estate, and particularly for this circle, I think that has to be the Everest Mountain.
Yeah, but at the same time, Vasista is just going for the drop spot here. I think North George is going to be something that they are going to go for and loot off first before they decide to make their exit. But interesting enough, Team Alpha actually swapped their drop spots here. Previously, they went towards Primors. This time, they're heading towards Kamishki, which, again, I think Jux does go from there time to time. But this time, they have settled down in towards Milta instead. So 4-man drop into this Milta. No more spreading here. Hopefully, Jux is going to be able to make a comeback. But like you said as well, Lowe's is in a tough predicament right now. In 2 games, they've only gotten themselves 3 points. This is going to be a very, very important match here for every single team from the bottom half of this table. They want to stand a chance to push up. But it seems like OG running into us a little bit of unexpected firing here as Shreyana was able to clip Aru down low. And it seems like Aru gets caught in a crossfire as Vasista cuts off his exit route and takes him out. And just like that, OG losing their in-game leader.
You know, they were not expecting anyone. Vasista Esports, their early rotation, especially with the way they occupy this compound right next to George Pole, outside its vicinity, I think it's brilliant. Beast, of course, being successful, Sormak getting that first frag on board, the Team Orangutan. They're not in shambles. Technically, I think they've just lost their IGL. They still have enough firepower to make it and power their way through this match of Erangel. But for now, I think it's quite important for them to try and get hold of a good spot. Talking about a good spot, Sinway, I love this spot for them. The hospital compound, you've got the little hill surrounding it as well, almost central part of the circle. Sinway Esports, they certainly look strong.
This is weird rotations here coming from, in particular, Sinway Esports and also Vasista Esports. Like, I was expecting Vasista Esports to be like, hey, you know what, let's go North George, let's loot up and just back out. But instead of doing that, they actually took a little bit pit stop and coincidentally they like say, hey, there's Aru here, let's hunt him down. Oh wait, there's another team taking North George, let's go South George. Which again, Banzai Esports doesn't really do this from the previous map. So Vasista Esports, they are adapting on the fly. Same can be said for Sinway as well, which again, came in rather early, took the hospital. Okay, let's just sit here, wait for the zone, and maybe take Everest, like you said as well. Which again, I think has messed up OG's overall rotation. But this game, again, OG, they have to continue the journey with just 3 players here to try and make it to the end game zone.
I don't think they mind. I personally feel like Orangutan, they're going to be solid. No real compulsion to fight. Majority of the teams, they aren't really moving. Orangutan, they're still at the vicinity of the circle. But a couple of these names, for example, Team Alpha, as a matter of fact, they're still holding down the regions of Star, but they are expecting a little bit of a northern rotation, I think, coming in from them. Majority of the entry points on the south, or rather in the mainland, has rather been occupied. So we'll find out what happens. It's still the early stages of this map of Erangel as Mind Gamers. They're on their smooth sail towards the circle. Now, I see you've seen the performance of Mind Gamers before. We've also seen them in the trial runs as well. Their positioning game is quite good, to be honest.
Well, speaking of positioning is one thing, but right now they're kind of underlooted as well. Utility's not that great. First aid's down low. They do have a level 3 helmets here and there, but vehicles, not exactly a lot here as well. So as of yet, they are going to be in a situation where they are going to be stocking up as quickly as they can. I think that's going to be the game plan for them. But for me, what surprises me is that Pochinki is left untouched. Like, Sinway came from there, but instead of looting Pochinki, they just opted to go, you know what, let's make a dip inside the zone, get center, loot up, hospital. So I would say resources-wise is kind of lacking for some of these teams. But I don't know, we shall see, because Sinway, obviously, they're not going to be able to get a lot of loots here coming from hospital. For 4-man loot, it's not that great. You have to loot out the outskirts here, hoping that they may not be picked off. But look at this split from Vasista Esports. They actually set up 2 guys off North George and South here. And I think they're actually going to try and challenge Banzai Esports on North.
Are they going to challenge Banzai Esports, though? It's a very interesting fight. Of course, it will grant them a lot of territory on the northern front of the circle, but my focus is on the ones who are still yet in the backlines. We've got Rage Core Esports, who are holding down Novorupnoi. They've got a lot of time, to be honest, to loot up this entire territory. They've spent the entirety of the first circle, now are in the blue of almost the second one popping. I think it's high time for them to actually make that rotate, because if you look at where they are on the overall standings as well, they're not really far away from danger. They are right at the 7th spot with 14 points. And today, especially this game, I see it marks the halfway stage of how many games they're going to play inside of round 4. They should be getting themselves somewhere to a closer, to a more comfortable position inside of the overall standings. I think that's going to be their end goal today before halftime.
Yeah, it's going to be, you can see the pressure is on as well. Same can be said for Low, same can be said for Royal Emperor as well. They need a big game if they want to stand a chance to make the comeback here. Alpha is the closest towards the finish line, or in this case, I would say the safe line, which is about, what, 45, maybe 50 points? But Team Lowe's, seems like they may have run in a little bit of rotations here, and seems like Joyous, he actually may consider trying challenging against Royal Emperor, but they are kind of out in the open. Seems like Lols, they haven't really decided what they want to do, and they are going to go for the slam on this compounds, maybe.
Not really good compounds to fight. We've seen that time and time again. We've seen so many teams fall, especially like the big names, especially like teams like Visista Esports just falling on those compounds, becoming graveyard. So, yeah, I mean, it can be your temporary hold, but then when you actually think of it as a major pit stop before the next zone shrinks, I'm not really of that opinion. Ragecore, meanwhile, look at Jatin. I don't think you can actually do that, Jatin. You can't crash onto a loot truck and expect it to explode. Like, that is not how it works, I see.
I think he's trying to hide behind the convoy so that people don't spot him trying to make a cross here, but little do they know there's no one camping on the east side. But meanwhile, OG expecting company here. It's going to be wanted out in the open. He gets the first knock, and that's going to be the confirmation on Atenki. OG losing another player, but Wanted fights another. That's going to be 2 down from OG. And only 1 player remaining from OG, and Esports Social may go in for the Grand Slam to kick out OG right in this game.
You know what? A play coming in from Wanted. The first guy, I thought he kind of expected that, but the second peak was just absolutely brilliant. And look at who he found that knock against. That was AKOP. One of the most celebrated assaulters in the country. Won multiple MVP awards, but in that peak, it was just Wanted. Experiencing supremacy. Brilliant stuff coming in from Esports Social. And I think it's also about time we give them due diligence, because this is one of those teams who could not make it through, but of course inched inside of the playing 4, and now they are in round 4 playing so beautifully, I see.
Yeah, but at the same time, WizGod, as soon as he lost 2 players, immediately say, you know what, I'm out of here. He's going to try and play placement points. He is somewhere in the ruins trying to rat his way out. But OG, the life is hanging on by the thread here, at least for this game. Hopefully he's going to be able to get a couple of points here from OG. But other than that, I am expecting a big fat 0 here for OG by the end of this game. But let's not count them out yet for now. But let's talk about the remaining teams here. Roy Emperor also going to be expecting company from the northeast corner. Team Alpha looking to try and chime into this fight. As you can see from the far horizon, Roy Emperor, they hear all this commotions, but they're not planning to challenge them at all, which is interesting. But Coffin also smells something up. Seems like they are going to try and group up to go in for the actual slam of those Royal Emperor, or maybe even wait for the zone, which is going to be closing in 1 minute. So Team Alpha, it's either we go in for the slam or we wait for the zone. It seems like they're still making the call here coming from Team Alpha.
I like the fact that they're being patient. I like the fact they're not diving into battle. They're trying to understand how many players there are inside of that compound. But once again, brilliant movement coming in from Wanted. The first shot, it was fantastic. But look at this one.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that he anticipated there's going to be a guy over there, he knew his cross-up placement was just brilliant. And then, of course, the reflexes. Try and outbeat AK in a 1v1 duel.
Yeah, the second one was a little bit unfortunate as well for the guy inside, right? Like, considering the fact that he does have like a right angle advantage, he was able to see the guy inside first and then just went in for the pick. It was just so unlucky for OG. But again, what happened to OG this game? Like, everything is just in shambles.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like one of those games where they could not get their start, and we've constantly been talking about it over the broadcast as well. Orangutan is a momentum-heavy team. Yes, for sure, they can come back from their graves, but if during a game they start well, they make sure that they're strong on a very nice footing as well. But have a look at this. Jux Esports. Are you aware of Sinway and their army just waiting for you? Superb. This is not going to be a good time for you, especially when you move out.
Well, speaking of a good time here, you know who's going to be having a good time? It's going to be Team Los on those compounds here. It is going to be the gatekeeping spot here to gatekeep any teams coming from the bridge from the southwest corner. And almost all the teams have to take the western approach to try and swing into. So this is going to be a death trap here being set up by Team Los and Vasistas for all the teams coming from the southwest corner. You can see even Gen X FM making a rotation down towards the western bridge of Georgia Pool to try and swing away from those choke spots that is going to be happening down towards the south side of the inner circle itself. So every single team coming from the southwest corner is going to be in shambles and gate kept.
You know, I'm expecting those shots to go flying. I'm expecting Jux Esports, I'm expecting the likes of Visista as well to just be on their gatekeeping missions. From the backlines, you've got 5 Comets as well who are looking for a similar entry point. Meanwhile, we move over to the 5 Gen X FM. They finally open things up, but it seems like one of their players has taken the fall. It was Hector who found that first knock. Brilliant stuff. Visista Esports are now looking to defend the circle for themselves. And all of this, ladies and gentlemen, it's happening on the northwestern corner. Gen X FM, especially after that first knock, all their players are going to fall back. understanding what Vasista is looking to do. But elsewhere, we have yet another fight, and this time it's going to be Oculus 5 against the 5 Comets.
Oh, the nades comes in. Oculus 5, they're stuck in a corner. Here comes a jump shot from Garud. He finds one, he finds the second, and just like that, 2 goes down. And 5 Comets find themselves a decent amount of points, but they have to be a little bit quicker here because the zone is coming in. And they cannot afford to be stuck outside the zone, especially the moment Stage 4 comes into play. And even for Oculus 5, you can see Anit, he's down to his last 2 first aid kits, and he cannot really cross as well. He's the last man surviving. And 5 Comets, they have to make a dip here. Meanwhile, Sinway, they're trying to swim under the ocean. Wizgod, the rat gets scouted out. He takes one out, but it will eventually fall, and OG will bow out on 16th place with absolutely no points.
You know, this is the difference between a top team and a team who's just playing to make their mark. Wizgod over there wasn't looking for just a mere point. He was trying to get at least a squad vibe with him, and that resulted him losing out on that point, but that's completely fine. I think Orangutan, they were never comfortable in this particular match, but from the DOA status, one thing is for certain. I see 4 teams are uncomfortable right now. 4 teams are still inside of the blue, and majority of them are stuck in a cluster. I'm not sure how these teams are going to make their way inside because there's barely any landmass left that is still a little safe, at least.
You can't really blame them as well,
Yeah.
considering how the circle kind of shifted. We all thought it's going to be like an Everest circle, but no, he actually shifted towards the northeast corner, so everybody's forced to play around the shooting range, and no one kind of anticipated this as well. And I think Banzai is going to be very happy about this, and oh boy, speaking of very happy about this, the circle actually shifts on towards the cornerstone compounds of where Team Lowe's is. They are going to be having a fantastic time of just punishing every single team, unless Sinway takes them out, which again, going to be a very tricky spot here, but Sinway have to do it if they need some sort of safety net. Meanwhile, everyone from the north side here is going to be having a little bit of problem here because it is no man's land, no cover, no whatsoever. It is going to be a free-for-all from the north side.
You know, amidst all of this chaos, Mind Gamers made a fantastic rotation. Of course, it was quite risky to actually get all of your players inside, but now it seems like just 2 of them are going to survive that onslaught. Floki is going to be the man taking a fall. It was superb of confirming that finish. Brilliantly done. But Mind Gamers, what is your strategy after this? Yeah. I mean, I remember a match where Orangutan pulled off a similar feat at the international stages, but I don't think this strat is going to work out here.
Yeah, you can't really shoot through under the water here. It's pretty much been patched as well. But Rage for Esports now going to be having a little bit of a scuffle here. Same can be said for Vasista Esports. They clean out the teams on the north. They find 2 players, and just like that, 4 points in the back for Vasista Esports, doing fantastically well and hunting down all those stragglers. And it seems like they have no choice but to thin the herd right here, right now, before they push in. Seems like they've got 2 minutes to make a play here. Rage Core Esports going to be climbing in on the top. And the sprays comes in. No knocks yet, but Royal Emperor is going to be chiming in. And it seems like Rage Core, they're going to be stuck in the zone.
Beautiful positioning coming in from Royal Emperor. Just to hold on to this little ridge, a little bit of wreckage they found for covers. Elsewhere, we find Vasista Esports under fire. Brilliant counter coming in from Beast over there. Jatin has been knocked out. Rage Core Esports, they flee away from Matles. Ricody still alive to keep the team. Fight for those position points, but brilliant count coming in from Vasista Esports. Beast takes down Dorcas from Royal Emperor, but from the far fray, it seems like a couple of those teams, they're looking to take shots. It's going to be a tough revive for Hector.
For all things considered, Vasista Esports still looking for a little bit of reset. Beast, he was able to get 2 knocks, but one of it was stolen by the members from Royal Emperor. But he was able to defend. This is going to be the reset coming through, and Royal Emperor has lost another player, will not consider pushing their way through. So they still have a lot of time, but Banzai Esports has something to say. The shots are coming in. Lems looks in for a little bit ping. Vasista Esports in a lot of trouble here. Hector trying to make a run for it as well. Force thrown out. He's down to his last take. And Lems is peppering shots after shots. But Vasista Esports, they are in shambles. They're not in position. And Beast, he was able to dodge the entire line of fire. Hector as well. Banzai Esports, they cannot find those knocks.
This is rock solid coming in from Banzai Esports. Target after target, they're just spraying them down as quickly as they can. And now it's Inomi who is trying to even close down the gap as well. Vasista Esports, you mentioned it. This team does not have any covers whatsoever. This team does not have any defenses. And now it's all down to Beast to pull off a heroic performance against Banzai Esports and save his team down. Some from the far fray is going to find the first one. Nomi has been knocked down. Vasista Esports, they're still trying to hold their ground. 2 players knocked out. The convoy from Banzai arriving as well. It's going to be tough, but elsewhere, it seems like yet another fight is going to be tough. Team Alpha just shutting down Royal Emperor. That was brilliant.
Exactly, but Team Alpha, they are going to be okay. Nobody's around them as well. They are peppering a couple shots from afar, but the zone is clipping right on the edge. They need to go in right in the corner as well, and they might be able to get their full reset, and yes, they do. But for now, Vasista Esports, they themselves also looking for a reset as well. Cheyenne is been picked up by Beast, but they're still in a stalemate between Banzai, as Banzai is slowly moving their way inside the corners of the zone. Vasista also keeping Alpha in check, knowing that they are kind of weak. But it seems like the zone is going to force them to be on the move. And Vasista Esports and finally got the full reset, and they are going to make their pounds into the zone. But the problem is, where do they push? Do they push Banzai? Do they push Royal Emperor? Do they push Team Alpha? Well, Royal Emperor is done for, but oh boy, tough call. Southwest corner, on the other hand, is going to be a completely different matter. Jux Esports, Mind Gamers, all still outside the zone. Oh boy.
It's a lovely cluster that has formed. It is, of course, going to be the beginning of the end, but you did mention, I think it's a brilliant recovery coming in from Vasista. From a position where they were to still keep all their fours alive, that is brilliant. That is just amazing survival instincts coming in. They have sacrificed position inside the circle, but it's completely fine. A proper trade-off is to get your man back up, get those revives in, and prepare yourself for the next circle. This time, though, you're talking about that western corridor. Majority of the teams are going to be outside. Amazing. As usual, has been brilliant over these mid-range encounters. This time gets Punisher. 5 finishes for Jux without even contesting for positions.
This is a good recovery from Jux. They're playing very, very safe right now. They have to be very patient. They cannot afford to lose this game. Meanwhile, Esports Social, they're about to run into a firing squad. It seems like they have spotted out Sinway. Fragger Noob sees them, but he needs to try and line them up. But shots are being shot from afar. They don't really have a space here. Esports Social finally goes in for the slam. They are going to try and clean them all up. Sinway, they back off. They run away. And they are going to try and sneak into the zone. So Esports Socials will take the high ground. But little did they know, Lowe's has been keeping those checkpoints in check. Those compounds, such a strong point to make sure that every single team gets clustered up. And even Sinway is going to shoot through the far horizon of the river as Mind Games takes a nosedive down towards the river.
You know, Sinway had no idea, I see, that there was a trap that has been spun right around them. Team LOL's in an extremely good position right now, especially with the way they are formationed, right? With the one man holding down the sniper tower, a couple of them holding the first compound as well. Esports Social coming in from the third party just completely ruins the game plans for Sinway. And I'm not even sure if Sinway can come out of this. They spotted Mind Gamers in the distance. One of their first players, Zedan, has been taken down, so he's going to be knocked out. I'm pretty sure their revive is not going to come through. Sinway, the only piece of cover I see that they have is going to be staying under the bridge as long as they possibly can. Otherwise, I don't see survival instincts.
Exactly, but at the same time, all they need to do is just clean out the sites and just wait for a perfect time to go in for the slam on Team Lowe's, because that is going to be the biggest problem they have to face. But Jux Esports, however, they just got completely dismantled by Vasista Esports. Another heavy fragging game for Vasista Esports. 10 finishes in total. Cheyenne is knocked, but they will get the reset once more. Banzai Esports hasn't been able to clean them all up as they are holed up in those compounds. And seems like Same, he knows there is somebody up close. Lems is right underneath. He is going to be looking for off angle. He sees a glimmer, but he is afraid to overpeak, knowing that the teams, or in this case the players from those compounds, is going to be able to shut him down. But let's take a look at the circle once more. It favors Team Lowe's once more.
Exactly, I see. This is the reason why I had my hands on my head, because Team Lowe is from a position where we almost thought that this team is not going to be able to make it. Now look at the amount of luck they were favored in, especially by the BGMI gods. The circle landing right on top of them. Sinway is still going to be safe. Even Esports Social, they have a little bit of this space. But coming back to this fight, Some, look at the way he's sort of hurling up around. He knows exactly the players of Banzai are. As the nades keep on coming, the explosions. He's looking for the entry. He's looking for the opening. It's still not yet to be found. And Banzai Esports, meanwhile, they're kind of holding a choke point, I see. Without a slam in, without a fight, there's no way Vasista goes in.
The smokes comes in. Hector goes in for the push, gets scouted out by Lambs. The pre-fires are coming in, but Lambs, he is bobbing and weaving it through the smoke. They're spraying it blindly. Beast hasn't been able to find a trade-off, but in the corner finds one. That's going to be the second one. Beast got an absolute monstrous push, but it's not over yet. He needs some sort of backup, but he gets traded off right at the door. Same needs to save the day. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 for Banzai and Vasista Esports. Now Same going to be looking for him as well, spraying through the smoke. No connection so far, and Same tags him down low. Molotov is there. He needs to save his teammate. And Banzai, they are cleaning out Vasista Esports. But Somme, he does it. He saves the day for Vasista Esports.
It was so crucial, especially with the way Beast had gone down. That 1v2 was quintessential for Vasista to win this fight. And now look at this. Somme just arrives right in the nick of time to save the day. And Vasista Esports, they live to fight yet again. This time, though, they are under the crosses of Team Alpha. And this is a team that beats you down the bush, that actually tortures you down. It's going to be tough for Vasista to still stay and endure the pain and the hurt the Team Alpha are about to throw it at them, because they've got an amazing circle advantage. Moving down, going down southwards, I think I see that deadlock between LOL, Sinway and Esports Social. It's still alive. It's still going on, by the way.
Oh, interesting enough, this game has been completely ruined by Lowe's, but interesting enough, Lowe's only got 2 finishes despite zoning out everybody on the one of the worst possible outcomes they can think of in this game. But Vasista Esports, Somme, Cheyenne, the dynamic duo now, needs to push into the zone. Shots have been made from Team Alpha. Can they get out is a big question here. The sprays are coming in. The vehicles are severely damaged, but they should be able to make it in the zone. Cheyenne finds a small little tree to work with. And hopefully those explosions doesn't take him out. But Cheyenne, he's forced to run out in the open and gets taken out. That's going to be an unfortunate news. But Team Alpha were able to gobble those points. Somme, last man standing, coming from Vasista Esports. Somme's position pretty much exposed. And Team Alpha is looking for the push. Somme gets the knock here. Stops the aggressions. Keeps his life alive for now, but Team Alpha will lose a player.
You know, this man is a lone ranger. Just keep him alive, and he's probably going to get you the chicken dinner at this point. 4 finishes already for this lad. The shots coming through. He had to dodge the vehicle to be exploded. Shots from Team Alpha. They're laser sharp. They're laser focused. But we switch focus back to the fight of the Southern Circle. It is Esports Social still trying to hold their ground. Frag and Noob gets knocked out. And this is back-to-back. Team Sinway, they are fighting back. They're not letting loose. And it also seems like Team LOLs, I see, they're actually making their way into this fight.
And they are going to try and steal away a couple points here. Esports Social, they lost their life. And that's going to be Sinway that cleans them all out. Esports Socials bowed out on 6th place. But Team LOLs, they stopped their aggression. Sinway is going to get the full reset. What? Why?
Doesn't make sense. It absolutely does not make sense. Team LOLs, the timing on that push was spot on, but it's just their hesitation and their second thoughts.
Uh-oh. They have to be quick here. The nades are coming in. Kunal does not find any connection. Sinway is going to try and crash away here. But Somme goes in for the slam. And seems like Adonis will get knocked off. But Somme is out here for Vasista Esports as Team Alpha clean them out. Sinway, seems like Ninja also getting fragged out here as Team Lowe's pushes out, makes it a top 4. But little did they know, from the far horizon, I think there is a player from Assam Tigers that's just sneaking behind Team Lowe's.
Yeah, he certainly is. Look at that, a one lone strangler from Team 8, Assam Tigers Esports. Let's see how far can he actually take his team inside of this quadruple. Kunal gets 1 finish in the back. Team LOL, they're actually quite safe. They've got 4 eliminations. They have an opportunity to get a lot more, especially because they've got Team Sinway cornered down. And mind you, this is a content creator. This is a streamer who is trying to compete in an esports tournament. This time, of course, he's going to feel the brunt of it. The nades come through. Sinway just airstrike Team LOLs out of that position. This is brilliant.
Oh my goodness, Sinway, how do you do this? That was the perfect tandem nades coming from Rexboy and Ninju. And just like that, they clean out 3 players. But seems like they may have overpicked here as Team Alpha was able to give a knock here. But Sinway, they are going to be looking for the reset. Team Alpha still uncertain if they want to go in for the push. We're down towards the final 4 team. Lowe's with only 1 player. In this case, the second player is knocked. They are going to go for a reset themselves. But Assam Tiger is still in play. And I think that's going to be MRX, who's still hiding behind Team Lowe's, hasn't moved a muscle. And this might be the game for Team Alpha to try and clean them all up. But Sinway now going for the push.
They certainly are. They've got 2 players. Team LOL surviving with 2 of their own as well. They are still yet to get the reset. The nade comes through, and he still manages to dodge it. It's brilliant. We've got a T2G who is still trying to go up and stand his way against Ninju, but he falls. It's just 1 man left for Team LOLs. It's all down to Kunal in a 1v2 situation. Man steps out with the TBS, but gets shut down. Team Sinway, they are still standing tall. 9 eliminations shared between just 2 players. But you called it, Icy.
Come on.
You called it.
You have to. No way. No way. That dude, it's a free shot. Take it. Ninja is just proning out there. MRX. That's your free point. That's your top 2 right there. He's holding the nades here. He doesn't want to overcommit. It seems like he is looking to try and potentially get greedy with the winner chicken dinner as Sinway shows up to try and fight against Team Alpha, and the slam comes in. They've sent in Coffin and Punisher. Ninja with an off angle, but MRX finally comes out. He takes the first knock. Ninja is down. Sinway is out, and Assam Tigers makes it to the top 2 with only 1 finish point.
One finish just yet, because right up front is going to be the entire squad of Team Alpha. As Coffin closes the gap, it is MRX. Of course, he does have that P90. 50 bullets in the chamber, certainly enough to take down, to wipe off the entirety of the squad. With the nades coming in against him, I don't really think there's any shot of chance. It's him against the world. Team Alpha, dominator, 7 eliminations already, can potentially look for the 8th. Load down quite a lot as the shotguns do strike, and it is the end for Assam Tigers, and a brilliant winner chicken dinner coming in from Team Alpha.
What a game, what a game. A Team Alpha, 2 winner chicken dinners for today in total. What a game it has been, but what an absolute chaos of a pandemonium of a game, I would say, for all the teams trying to rotate in the zone. But Sinway, wow, what a push coming from them. What a hold down from under the bridge.
You know, especially when Team LOLs and Esports Social had gripped them from either side, I was like, alright, fine, this is Sinway just almost done and dusted. But the way they survived underneath that bridge, and 2 players sharing 9 finishes between them, I think that is a spectacular performance. But going back to the final blow yet again, Sinway Esports. Now, this is exactly where they started pushing the hell against Team LOLs, especially with that airstrike. And here, have a look at this. The 1v2. It was almost on the verge of it, Kunal. We haven't really seen him succeed in these situations. But, you know, you've got to give credit to MRX as well, I think, from Assam Tigers. The way he got in those position points, kept his team alive. It was brilliant.
Exactly. But at the same time as well, if I were in Ninju's position, I would not even bother to look there as well, because there was no one shooting from that direction for the entirety of the game, and out of nowhere decides, hey guys, I'm right here. I've been watching you taking the fight with Lowe's, taking the fight with OG. I just kept quiet and then I take you out. Obviously, I'm going to be mad as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He was just an absolute ghost, by the way. And we hate ghosts here in India. But coming back to the stats of Chicken Dinner, have a look at this. Coffin with 4 eliminations, Alpha with 2, Punisher with 1, and Adonis with the 1 as well. 8 finishes, Team Alpha. I've got to say this. Back when the grind was going on, I almost felt like Team Alpha, there's just one map that they're good at, and that is the map of Miramar.
Exactly.
Come round 4, it seems like they have worked out, and some way or the other, they are now good on Rondo, they are now good on Erangel as well. I'm hoping they are still good on Miramar.
Well, can they be consistent enough for the quarterfinals is going to be the question here. But before we talk about their performance from Team Alpha, let's talk about the MVP from their match. Ninju with 5 finishes. That was just an insane game coming from them as well. Him and also, I think it was Rexboy just single-handedly dismantling Team Rose with those nades was just insane.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you did have that high fragging performance coming in from the sister. You can't really deem them out. 8 eliminations shared between Somi and Beast. But ladies and gentlemen, the point standings of match 3 is in front of us. Team Alpha, 18 points in totality with the Chicken Dinner, of course. But they are going to be closely followed down by the sister. 17 points for them. Sinway, 14. LOLs, 8. And Team Assam Tigers with 7 points. I think they need a lot more of this. Team LOL certainly need a lot more of that performance, but that is at least a step in the right direction.
Correct. Same can be said for Esports Social as well. Could be looking to make a little bit comeback. Jux getting only 6 points is a little bit too late. They need a little bit more of an explosive performance. But let's take a look at the current standings right now. Team Alpha with 51 points. And I think Team Alpha is the only team that has qualified right now for the quarterfinals as of yet.
I think the cutoff has to be somewhere around the high 40s. So even Visista Esports need to, pull up their socks. I think they've done that already. 34 finish points, only 8 position point. Now this is insane fragging department for Visista that is actually going forward. But we'll need to find out what happens in the rest of the games. Orangutan might actually be on a very dicey spot, I see, because 6th position, 24 points in totality. I think they are being closely chased down by Rage Core as well as Esports Social.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a danger spot here. I definitely agree from OG, especially in the 3rd game. They just bowed out on 16 plays with absolutely 0 points. In 2 games, 24 points. It isn't an end of the world, but tomorrow the chase will continue here, at least for OG. But for the teams at the bottom here, they have to do a lot of heavy lifting if they want to stand a chance to qualify for the quarterfinals.
You know, I'm actually rather surprised with one team. I would say disappointed with one team. I was actually closely looking at Hellraisers Esports.
Yeah.
They were one of those teams coming in from the in-game qualifiers. They were one of those teams to look out for. But come inside a tough lobby like this one, round 4, I would say that this is one of the toughest lobbies that you have played in your career so far. I think Hellraisers Esports, they're taking too much pressure on them.
I agree, but two teams that kind of stood out for me here, especially coming in from the non-grind teams here, is going to be Oculus 5.
All right.
And also 5 Comments, because they did pretty okay here. It's not in the top 6 yet, but considering the amount of points that they got, and also it is their first time together, tomorrow is going to be another day for them.
And tomorrow is going to be another day, ladies and gentlemen, but that is just one group that got all of their games done and dusted. We still have one more group that is waiting, that is lying in wait. Of course, all of the matches will happen, but right after this very short break, don't go anywhere. You know what's next? Group 1 just got done and dusted. Now we are ready with Group 2. And of course, with that, a small change on the panel. Super Johnny is back on the desk. And of course, I'm going to have some good time with you. Group 1 had some amazing names out there, especially the likes of Visista Esports, the likes of Team Alpha, who had performed previously inside of the grind. I want to know from you, Group 2, what are the teams you are going to be looking out for? Because...
I mean, 2 in particular. There's going to be Non-X and Revenant X-Pac. Non-X, Arthur and Rapido in the previous round were just on fire, absolutely clinching away a few key wins, and of course a lot of aggression being brought to the board by Non-X. During their journey in the grind, there was a very quick reset where earlier on, I think they fumbled up the first 3 matches, but then there was a very swift recovery and they did not lose form till the end of their journey in the grind. And Revenant X-Pac as well, their journey in the grind was incredible. The journey in the previous round was quite nice as well. Of course, we are going to ignore for now the outperformance by the players of Welt, because we want to see how Welt does in round 4.
Yeah.
But overall, I think these 2 will be the names that have a lot of chance of dominating right now in round 4 for their group, Group 2.
I completely agree with you there. 95 points from 5 matches is what Non-X had acquired after fumbling their first 3 games. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also do not want to fumble on an opportunity which has been presented to you by Krafton Esports, all you've got to do is get inside of your game, make sure you play your matches inside of Discovery Island, because you now get a chance to boost the prize pool of BGIS 2026. Now, as far as information that I've heard so far, it has been considerably boosted, but it's still not at its potential. It's still nowhere near its potential. So make sure you go inside Discovery Island and try and play as many matches as you can, man.
I think we have gone over 3 crore already, but there are a few more milestones left. So again, go ahead and play your classic matches. But in the meanwhile, since the actual matches for BGIS 2026 are still live, we're going to have a look at the 16 names that are going to be there in Group 2 for Round 4. We have spoken about Non-X, we've spoken about Revenant X-Pac, and they are going to be joined by Team AX, White Walkers, Kalinga Esports, Moggers, Rising Esports, Godsent Esports, who were incredible as well in their journey in Round 3. We have TRX Esports, Born from Ashes, Hypo Venom Esports, Learn from Past, a very well-known in the community. with Mitti Tigers. Eggy Gaming is going to be making a comeback today as well, along with ORB and Thunder God Esports. They are going to be the teams in Group 2.
You know, Group 2 is stacked, absolutely, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, I was looking at the names and I was trying to figure out, wait, who are going to be the grind teams who made it directly to round 4? I was expecting Revenant X Park, I was expecting someone like a White Walkers, but it seems like Team AX and Non-X are our direct qualifiers. Now, is that massive gap going to be a cause of problems for them? Are the teams coming in from the group stages play much better? We'll find out, but for now, let's find out the map averages of Non-X Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, Erangel, Miramar and Rondo in front of us, and it seems like Miramar is one of their strongest suits, and why not? Because majority of those 95 points I mentioned came in from the Miramar maps.
Yeah.
A finish average of 8.25, position average of 5.5. Look at that total point average, 13.75. Isn't it amazing?
It is quite amazing. I mean, we see that average usually pop up for a lot of teams for Rondo.
Yeah.
Just because Rondo wasn't played that much in the previous round, but Non-X, they were incredible on Miramar. And of course, you see that average finish per game of Erangel, it's 3.08, not too much. Average points total being 4.16.
Yeah.
But still, their Erangels were pretty massive as well. They played a lot more Erangels than they did Miramar and Rondos, but their Erangel performances were also consistent in terms of the number of finishes Non-X was getting. So again, this is going to be the team to beat as far as the performance in the previous round is considered. But one thing that you said a few moments ago, Group 2 is extremely stacked. So they will face a lot of challenges from teams like White Walkers, Kalinga Esports, Rising Esports, Godsense. All of these teams are also heavy hitters.
You know, it's not just them. I mean, Revenant X Park, they've been hitting heavy all around the all around the park, especially every single round that they've participated. Non-X Esports, I think, one benchmark, especially for those young lads who are expecting to be aspirant pros in the future. I think you never really give up, right? Inside of the video game, you just respawn every single time. 3 extremely bad games, but the way they came back, it's brilliant. But of course, the cast of predictions in front of us, you've got Non-X being played up by Ravan and Anki as well. Spiro going ahead with White Walkers, and Maisie with the Rising Esports. Yeah. Now, with Rising Esports, they've been in the scene for quite a while, and it did not really make sense the way they struggle inside of the grind, but I want to know your thoughts, Johnny. What are you thinking?
I think the previous round was an interesting one from Rising Esports. Even though we did not see them put their survival instincts to display, at least we saw some confidence in their 4v4s in the team fights and how the individuals were playing. So there is definitely hope for Rising Esports, but still you have to bring that team play aspect, you have to bring the survival aspect into performance as well. Make sure you're making it to the top 6 every single time. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to survive round 4, especially in a group as stacked as this. But I have a different question for you now, a counter question.
Alright.
And I wish we could have had Sparrow over here with us as well, because both of you decided to go for White Walkers. Are you just banking on Aditya doing extremely well in the previous round? Because that's what we have heard. White Walkers Aditya was on fire in the previous round.
And it's understandably so as well. I mean, look at this man's experience. I think he has had one of those careers that a lot of aspirants, a lot of esports athletes aspire to have, right? Multiple LAN appearances, not multiple trophies, just one trophy to be exact as well, but still that one trophy is something which players dream of. In the last round, we just got information that White Walkers went absolutely bonkers. I'm not against Revenant X Park in this one, but I really want to find a little bit of that underdog energy in White Walkers.
I mean, sure, I agree with you on that. And I think White Walkers, we spoke about them when we saw them during the grind itself, that yes, on paper, the roster has a lot of potential. But unfortunately, during their journey in the grind, things did not really look that great. Aditya himself was struggling quite a lot. I mean, the start wasn't the best and the ending wasn't the greatest either, but it's quite nice to see them make it all the way till round 4. Now the question is, can you make that push and move to the quarterfinals, get that extra bit of safety cushion of having wildcard later on? Because you reach the wildcard, you're instantly facing that threat of elimination. At least if you're in the quarterfinals, you still have a safety net available.
It's going to be tough actually reaching the quarterfinals. It's not going to be easy, of course. But I think for White Walkers, you know, one good thing is going to be the fact that Aditya himself mentioned it a couple of times to me, that apart from him, the rest of the players, they're actually quite young. They're not that experienced, right? Aditya has had the time to groom these players according to his needs. So maybe that has been, you know, working out for White Walkers. Enough about them. I think I'm still going to be expecting a performance like we saw from White Walkers inside of the showdown last season. You know, finalists. That is the only way I see White Walkers go ahead. Another team that actually is going to be on my probable grand finals list has to be Team Alpha, Johnny. Not really sure what you think, but in my opinion, this team has got all of those angles checked.
I agree with you on that. I think that has been the case for Team Alpha ever since we started seeing them in the main event of BGIS 2026 this year. They have been incredible. Even today, they were quite well versed in how they wanted to close out games. 2 chicken dinners in the 3 matches that they played so far in round 4, and an incredible start to their journey. But as we were talking about incredible performances, we have to talk about Aditya's run in the previous round, round 3. A grand total of 10 eliminations secured in the 6 games he played. But look at that, 3,000, almost close to 3,000 damage dished out, and an average survival time of 25 minutes. So White Walkers, I think they just figured out how to be aggressive. And I think the entire roster, as we mentioned, there was a lot of firepower available. It was just about bringing that potential and putting it into execution, which was the case for them in round 3. But this is a much tougher lobby.
Yeah.
What we noticed from that previous group 1 in round 4, is that the punishes coming from teams are very precise. They're very well timed. You can't afford to make a single mistake.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think patience is going to be of the prime importance. I think you've got to be patient in getting your position inside the circle. You've got to be patient with not really pushing up as soon as you spot a man out in the open and you're like, all right, fine, let's just go after him, because there might be 2 more teams who are lying in wait for you for a third party. I think it's going to be one of the toughest rounds so far, round 3 and round 4. In my personal opinion, I think this is the biggest skill gap that there exists inside of the elimination stages. I want to know your thoughts.
I won't call it a gap. I think this is the biggest skill leap. This is the first real test you face before you actually run into the main brackets of quarterfinals, wildcard stages, semifinal survival, and so on and so forth, before you eventually make it to the grand finals. This is the first big leap in skill, because the number of teams has now dwindled down to quite a lot. From here, you're just facing the top 64 afterwards. So it is going to be interesting to see how much of an effort it takes for a lot of teams to clear that skill leap and to bring themselves into a fighting position, because you don't have a lot of room for ever available right now. You have to fix your mistakes as quickly as you can, and within the gap of 6 games itself. You mess up that first game, then you're down to those 5 matches. You have to perform.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think one thing which remains to be seen is how well these teams adapt. You don't really get so many games, so many matches to adapt yourself to the lobby during the elimination stages. So 6 matches, 1 or 2 matches, max to max, you can try and adapt. But of course, one man who has actually done it, mastered the art of adapting himself to the lobby, it's going to be Hector. Let's hear some words from this man himself. Hector.
हेलो एंड वेलकम, स्वागत है आप सभी का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और सेगमेंट में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जीशान आलम के मेजी, और आज हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे एक और गेस्ट। नाम है हेक्टर, वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स से। बुलाते हैं उनको और जानते हैं कि आखिरी 3 मैचेस के क्या प्लान होंगे। हेक्टर, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया हूं मैं, आप कैसे हो?
बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया। हेक्टर, देखिए कल के 3 मैचेस नो डाउट आपने बहुत शानदार खेले। एरांगल में आपने चिकन भी निकाला, पर मैं शुरुआत बीस्ट से करना चाहूंगा। कैसा चल रहा है उनका अभी टीम के अंदर?
बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, वो एक अच्छी टीम से आया हुआ है, तो हमें बहुत चीज़ें भी सिखाता है। एंड सही है, मेरा तो पुराना टीममेट था वो, लाइक हमारी बॉन्डिंग आउट ऑफ द गेम बहुत अच्छी थी, तो वो इजी हो गया बहुत जल्दी ये टीम के अंदर आने के बाद।
पर अभी के लिए अगर टीम कंपोजिशन की बात करें, आपको लगता है कि कोई डिपार्टमेंट जहां पर आप अपने लिए सोच रहे हैं कि शायद थोड़ी कमी रह जा रही है? क्योंकि कल के 3 मैचेस तो बहुत बढ़िया थे, पर आपके हिसाब से कोई कमी जो अभी भी आप टीम में देखते हैं?
अभी भी ये टीम एक्सपीरियंस एंड सिनर्जी में लैक कर रही है, क्योंकि बहुत रिसेंटली टीम बनी है एंड जितना टाइम देते हो तब भी उतना समझ पाते हैं। तो जो माइक्रो कॉलिंग्स होती है वो अभी भी हमें बताना पड़ता है एक दूसरे को, एंड उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम वेस्ट हो जाता है। तो अगर वो चीज़ें फिक्स होती है आगे जाके तो हमारे लिए और अच्छा होगा।
अभी तक देखिए हेक्टर, हमने आपको एरांगल एंड रोंडो में बहुत बेहतर करते हुए देखा है। मिरामार में ड्रॉप क्लैशेस की वजह से काफी सारे पॉइंट्स आपके चले गए, पर क्या सच में अगले राउंड्स के लिए आप तैयार हैं कि अगर मिरामार में वापस ड्रॉप क्लैश होता है देन आप ड्रॉप क्लैश लेना ही पसंद करेंगे, या फिर अवॉइड करने का भी थोड़ा प्लान है?
नहीं, अवॉइड करने का ही ज्यादा तो प्लान है, क्योंकि वो फाइनल्स में 16 स्पॉट्स इंपॉर्टेंट है। उधर पे ड्रॉप्स मुझे मिल जाएगा अगर 16 स्पॉट्स तक जाता हो तो। अभी ईगो दिखा के मतलब नहीं है, तो मैं फाइनल्स में प्रीफर करूंगा कि ड्रॉप फाइट लो एंड अभी अवॉइड करूँ।
बेहतर डिसीजन मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि अभी आपको फाइनल्स तक पहुंचने की ज्यादा जरूरत है।
Yes.
पर देखिए बीजीआईएस में अंडरगॉड्स की बात थोड़ी ज्यादा होती है क्योंकि कुछ नए जो चेहरे हैं वो आपको देखने को मिलते हैं। आपके हिसाब से अभी तक आपके पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप में कोई एक टीम जो आपने देखा हो जिन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया खेला है?
हमारे ग्रुप की टेबल टॉप वाली टीम ही शायद कल वो लोग ने 1-1-2 का स्प्लिट्स ले रखे थे 4th जोन में, वो भी। तो जब हमने मैच टीम देखे तो हम लोग काफी ज्यादा शॉक थे कि अंडरडॉग एक राइजिंग टीम आके ऐसा स्प्लिट्स ले रही है, इतना एक्सपीरियंस से ले रही है, एंड वही टीम ने चिकन भी निकाली थी एंड जोन में। तो काफी वो हुआ था कि हल्के में नहीं ले सकते इन टीम्स को, क्योंकि ये टीम से प्रिपेयर्ड होकर आई हुई है। तो आज हम लोग ऐसे थे कि बिल्कुल वो नहीं करना है, मतलब कैजुअली नहीं खेलना है, रेडी रहते हैं हर चीज के लिए।
देखिए, आपसे मैं एक सवाल पूछूंगा, एकदम ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन दीजिएगा प्लीज, क्योंकि
yes.
ये सवाल ना बहुत समय से मेरे दिमाग में घूम रहा है कि अभी जो हम अंडरगॉड्स को आगे बढ़ते हुए देख रहे हैं, आपको लगता है कि कुछ ऐसी टीम जिनको सच में अगर ग्राइंड में इनवाइट ना मिले और वो सच में इन गेम क्वालिफायर से खेलकर राउंड 1, राउंड 2, राउंड 3 खेलें, मुश्किल हो जाएगी उनके लिए?
मुझे नहीं लगता मुश्किल होगी, क्योंकि जितनी भी अंडरडॉग टीम्स है वो एक टूर्नामेंट से पहले बनती है ना, उन पे एक्सेसरीज होती है ना उन पे डिवाइसेस, एंड देन वो कॉन्फिडेंट होता नहीं उन पे, बिकॉज उतना प्रोवाइड नहीं कर सकते। एंड जितनी भी T1 टीम्स होती है उनको एक प्रोवाइडेड फैसिलिटीज दी जाती है, तो उनको, एंड वो लोग काफी टाइम से स्टिक कर रहे होते हैं, T1 लॉबीज खेले होते हैं, तो उनका हर लॉबी में कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत हाई रहता है, राउंड 1, राउंड 2, राउंड 3, जब तक वो लोग एक T1 लॉबी में नहीं आ जाते, उसके बाद उनका थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस ऊपर नीचे हो जाता है।
चलिए,
मुझे नहीं लगता किसी को ऐसा दिक्कत आएगी।
आप इतने ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस रखते हैं तो मैं आपकी बात मान लेता हूँ, पर देखिए, सीखने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती है और आप किसी से भी सीख सकते हैं।
yes.
अगर मैं कहूँ कि अंडरगॉड से कुछ चीजें जो अभी भी T1 टीम सीख सकती हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक आपने इतने सारे ग्रुप्स देखे हैं, बढ़िया मैचेस खेल रही हैं वो सारी टीम्स।
आई थिंक डिसिप्लिन ही सीखना चाहिए हमें, हम सबको। काफी सालों से हम बहुत ज्यादा डिसिप्लिन लैक कर रहे हैं इंडिविजुअली। मतलब अंडरगॉड जब टीम आती है, जब उनके हम POVs भी देखते हैं, यूट्यूब पर अपलोड होते वो होते हैं, तो एक अलग ही भूख दिखती है उनके अंदर कि चिकन लेना है, चारों साथ में रहते, एक दूसरे को बचाते ही करते। T1 टीम्स आजकल बहुत अलग अलग सी हो गई है, सब अपने आप को ऐसा मान रखे है कि हम ही है, बस हम कर देंगे, बट मतलब उधर पे कोई सैक्रिफाइसर रोल नहीं होता है, सब ले लेते 3 असॉल्टर्स एंड देन मारने लग जाते हैं, वैसा हो जाता है। तो वो चीजें शायद फिक्स करने की बहुत जरूरत है अगर इंडिया के लिए खेलना है हमें बाहर। तो
आप कह रहे हैं आपके पास 3 असॉल्टर्स नहीं है, आपके पास डिफरेंट रोल वाले जो प्लेयर हैं वो मौजूद हैं।
यस, मतलब सैक्रिफाइसर रोल बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। मैंने भी एक टीम में पहले सैक्रिफाइस किया हो, एंड वहां से टीम बहुत अच्छा की थी, तो कहीं ना कहीं चाहिए रहता है, क्योंकि सब मारेंगे तो कोई तो बचाने वाला चाहिए ना।
जरूरी भी है, ताकि कोई तो हो सपोर्ट करने के लिए, और आपकी टीम एक्चुअली में बढ़िया खेल सकती है। वेल, थैंक यू सो मच हेक्टर हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, अच्छा लगा आपसे बातचीत करके। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग 3 मैचेस।
थैंक यू।
ये थे हेक्टर, और उन्होंने बताया कि टीम कंपोजिशन और किस तरीके से बेहतर हो सकती है, अंडरगॉड से आप क्या सारी चीजें सीख सकते हैं। पर ये सेगमेंट यहीं पर करेंगे समाप्त, चलते हैं सीधा एक्शन की तरफ।
Such a wonderful guy, Hector, isn't he? I mean, from Resista Esports, always giving the benefit of doubt and the platform for the undergods to rise and shine, because I think he understands he also was one back in the day.
Yeah, apart from that, I think one thing he mentioned was that majority of these undergod teams are formed, I mean, rightfully mentioned that are formed before the tournament actually happens, but I think that wasn't the case for Team Alpha, because they have managed to keep Resista Esports in check in that clash in Group 1. And talking about clashes, I guess we're going to have to wait to all the way till the grand finals to see the final settlement of scores between Revenant X-Park and Resista Esports. Because that's what he said. He wanted to keep the ego checks up until the final stage is there.
I loved Maze's reaction after that, because I think he clearly understood that for Hector, I think reaching the grand finals is actually going to be the first milestone right now. Hasn't been there for a while, I think.
I think Maze wanted to say a lot. He wanted to talk a lot more during that interview. I think he just kept himself in check, being professional.
Yeah, I understand. Also, one very important thing, I think the fact that he also mentioned, I'm talking about Hector, the fact that somebody has to play that sacrificial role as well. I think, back to serious topics, the fact that having 3 MVPs and 1 IGL in a team, all star-studded fraggers, everyone looking to gain that limelight, it doesn't really work out.
It doesn't really work out. We've seen that multiple times in the past, and even for Resista Esports right now, nothing taken away Team Alpha did do better than Vasista Esports, but Vasista Esports also consistently made it to the top 3 of the overall leaderboard right now. So they are doing well, and Hector himself again remains the player who's making that sacrificial move. Even today, during that second game of Erangel, we saw him take that open position, find an opening point for his team, did that on Rondo as well. So he's trying his level best, and he's making sure, and his team in fact does make sure that they get value from that particular move of their IGL as well.
You know, absolutely. And then of course there was one player who actually made his name with Hector itself. It is none other than Scary Joe, ladies and gentlemen. Very famously, his POV grip is out there on the internet, but this time some words from him from BGIS 2025.
तो गाइस आपको पता ही है मैं बॉट आर्मी में खेलता हूँ एंड मेरा नाम स्कैरी जॉर्ड है। बीजीएमआई में था कि सबको देखते आ रहा था कि खेलते थे, कुछ है गेम, तो फिर स्टार्टिंग से मैंने भी स्टार्ट करा और अभी तक बस खेल ही रहा हूँ। तो 2023 का कुछ फॉर्मेशन ऐसा था कि एक टीम थी, टीम 5 करके, तो हम उसमें खेलते थे। तो हम राउंड 4 तक गए थे, राउंड 4 या राउंड 3 तक, एंड देन हमें क्या हुआ कि अचानक से एक प्लेयर आना बंद कर दिया। उससे बोला कि मुझे नहीं खेलना है, एंड उसके चक्कर में फिर हम बस वहाँ से बाहर हो गए। फिर 2024 का आया, उसमें हम इन गेम क्वालिफायर्स में हमें पता नहीं सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ, कट ऑफ जितना था उसके ऊपर थे, बट एंड वहाँ भी बाहर हो गए। एंड फाइनली 2025 में एक लैंड तक का सफ़र पहुँच पाए हैं। उस मोमेंट पे ऐसा था ना कि बहुत ब्रेक डाउन सा हो गया था कि एटलीस्ट थोड़ा और आगे जाते तो हमें एक अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिलता। तो उसको हमने बोला कि मत छोड़, एक स्टेज तक जाके समझ जा कि सब समझ जाएंगे कि कुछ कर रहा है। देन बोला नहीं होगा नहीं होगा, देन ब्लॉक वॉक ही कर दिया, डायरेक्ट कोई बात ही नहीं करनी बोला। जी 2024 में मैंने अपने कजन्स के साथ खेलने का, क्योंकि 2024 में मेरे पास टीम नहीं थी, तो मैंने अपने कजन्स के साथ स्टार्ट करा और उसमें भी बाहर हो गए क्वालिफायर्स से। तो ऐसा था कि कजन्स को मनाने के लिए मैंने सोचा कि उनके साथ कंटिन्यू करता, वो गेम खेलते ही थे। तो वो था कि उन्हें उतना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था इन चीज़ों का, एंड था कि मुझे भी बहुत लेस था, बट मैंने बोला कि ट्राई करते हैं, रजिस्टर करके खेलते हैं कि हाँ, क्योंकि मुझे होप बहुत कम थी, क्योंकि अनएक्सपीरियंस टीम जाती है तो बहुत सारी चीज़ों का डिफ़िकल्टीज आती है। तो मैंने बोला कि हाँ ट्राई करते हैं। मेरे को प्रेशर था कि भाई मेरे को करना पड़ेगा साथ में इनके, तो उन लोग का था कि हाँ ट्राई कर लेते हैं, और फिर हमने करा रजिस्टर वगैरह एंड ऑल, फिर वो सब हो गया। फिर घर में भी बहुत था कि क्या कर रहा है, इतना सब टाइम वेस्ट है, क्यों कर रहा है, खेले जा रहा है। एंड उनके घर में भी था कि ये सबको बिगाड़ रहे, खिला रहे हैं। एंड देन मैंने बोला कि एक मौका दो, एटलीस्ट हम करने दो कुछ। तो फिर उससे भी ऐसा हुआ कि 2024 वाला जो क्वालिफायर से जब बाहर हुए, तब भी उस टाइम था कि क्यों ही हुआ ये, आखिर में बाहर होने वाला सिचुएशन। एंड फिर थोड़ा सा था कि शायद आगे चले जाते तो कुछ कर लेते। अटारवी का सफ़र ऐसा था कि 2024 का सितंबर मंथ था, मेरे ट्रायल्स हुए। उनने मुझे ऐसा अप्रोच करा कि तुम ट्राई करना चाहोगे। उस टाइम में बस कोई टीम नहीं थी, मैं ऐसी नॉर्मल फ्रेंड्स के साथ खेल रहा था। तो उनने मुझे पोच करा कि आप आओगे, ट्राई करोगे। उनने बोला कि हम न्यू टीम बनाना चाहते हैं। तो हमने बोला ठीक है। मैं अकेले गया था, मेरे साथ एक दोस्त था मेरा, तो हम दोनों ट्राई आउट दिया। एंड देन ऐसा था कि ट्राई आउट देते वक्त मेरे पे डिवाइस नहीं था, तो उनने बोला कि ठीक है आप ट्राई आउट दो, देन आपको एक हम डिवाइस प्रोवाइड करा देंगे। तो मैंने 2 दिन का ट्राई आउट दिया, एंड परफॉर्मेंस उन्हें अच्छी लगी तो उन्हें डिवाइस प्रोवाइड करा दिया कि हाँ अभी तू खेल, बहुत अच्छा है। फिर हम खेलते गए। हमारा फिर से एक प्लेयर छोड़ गया। उस टाइम तो हम ज़्यादा कोई सिलेक्टेड प्लेयर नहीं थे, मैं उसे ही सेलेक्ट करा था क्योंकि डिवाइस दिया था। तो उसके बाद अब धीरे धीरे प्लेयर एडिशन की बात होनी चाहिए कि हाँ ऐड करते हैं, और फिर 3 प्लेयर को सोचा कि इन्हें ऐड करते हैं। उस टाइम तक ऐसा था कि हमारे जो 2 प्लेयर है, डिवोटी एंड हिटलर, उन लोग को लाने का बोला कि हाँ इन्हें लाते हैं। तो फिर मुझे ठीक है ओके उन्हें ला लूँ, पर हमारे पास आईजेल नहीं था उस वक्त तक। फिर एक एडिशन हुआ कि मॉन्टी को एक था, वो उन्हें ढूंढना था, बोले कि इसे एज आईजेल लेते हैं। तो हम लोग सब रेडी थे। तो रिसेंटली जो लैंड खेला था हमने, उसके जस्ट 1 महीने पहले ही हमने ऐड करा, एंड देन हमने साथ खेलना स्टार्ट करा। फिर सब चलते गया, सॉर्टेड होते गया। तो फिर अभी ठीक है, सब टीम के अंदर अभी सही है। ऐसा है कि सब एक दूसरे के इमोशनली स्टैंड भी करते हैं। एक सिचुएशन अप डाउन आती है तो एक टाइम पे वीक पड़ते हैं, तो सब एक दूसरे को स्ट्रॉन्ग करते हैं कि चल कोई नहीं, मैच ख़राब हो गया, ये हो गया एंड ऑल, तो उठ वापस कम बैक मार। तो ऐसा ही है। एंड बाकी अभी कुछ ऐसा है कि नहीं, और बहुत डिफ़िकल्टीज़ भी हुई है कुछ चीज़ों को लेकर, तो उस पर भी हम साथ में ही खड़े हैं अभी फ़िलहाल। तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मीन दूसरों का सुनते हुए आता था मैं कि ये प्लेयर है ना, अब अपना देखता हूँ एंड घर में भी दिखाता हूँ, तो बहुत प्राउड फील होता है कि एटलीस्ट हाँ कहीं तो कुछ करा है मैंने अब पूरी टीम के लिए फ़िलहाल। क्योंकि MVP तो अगर जीतेंगे तो MVP तो आ ही जाएगा। मेन फोकस है कि जीतना है। MVP तो ठीक है आए बन ही जाएंगे कभी ना कभी, पर जीतेंगे तो ज़्यादा फ़ायदा है। हाँ, स्ट्रगल से उठने के लिए तो ऐसा है कि प्रूफ तो करना पड़ेगा। एंड बस डेडिकेशन है, बहुत हार्ड वर्क करो, टाइम आने पे तो सब हो ही जाता है। तो ऐसा था कि हमने सोचा था कि BGIS ग्राइंड का इनवाइट आएगा 2025 का, लाइक हम लोग था कि आएगा तो हम लोग करेंगे उससे, बट हमें इनवाइट नहीं आया, तो हमें क्वालिफायर से खेलना पड़ा। खेलते 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 एंड अब आ गए हैं इस स्टेज पे कि बस अभी हमारा इंडिया देखेगा। तो ऐसा था कि जब हम स्टेजेस में थे तो हमें था कि एक राउंड और बस करते जाने एंड एक अगर एक लास्ट स्टेज पे आ गए तो बहुत अंदर से वो था कि ये करना है क्वालिफाई, क्योंकि ऑफिशियल एंड तो सुना है कि भाई ऑफिशियल है, ऑफिशियल में नाम बना तो बस बन गया सब। तो ऐसा था माइंडसेट कि करना है ऑफिशियल, तो ऑफिशियल से बाहर नहीं है बस।
A platform where diamonds are made is also a platform where diamonds are roughened, and this man had actually started his journey from September 2024, became the emerging player in BGIS 2025, got into a well-known lineup like Vasista, and then of course now is dominating with always on victorious summers. What a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Scary George is scary indeed. I mean, the performances we have seen from this individual have been incredible. And we have seen him sort of get refined as a player within 2025 itself. As you mentioned, 2024 was just a glimpse of what was to come. And 2025, the run he had with Bot Army Esports in BGIS in Kolkata was absolutely incredible. It was a phenomenal run for an underdog team. From there, joining Vasista Esports, joining an experienced team, playing with an IGL like Hector, there's going to be pressure, but the man delivered. And now, with Victorious Summers, there are still questions. Can he deliver 2 years in a row? Can he dominate BGIS again? The start, as far as individual performances have gone, I think has been a decent one for Scary George, but still a long way to go, I have to say.
I think in our industry today, you've got to prove yourself only once, and then you get the stage, you get the platform. You don't have to prove yourself, but you've got to prove it to your... you've got to prove your capability to be at the Tier 1 circuit. And I think Scary George has done that. He's got the technicality, he's got the sheer amount of aggression and the firepower that there is. I think that breakthrough with Bot Army Esports inside of BGIS 2025, it was a run which just replicates dreams that so many of our undergods out there actually possess day in and day out as well. They just want to play and they just want to qualify to the next round, and eventually they are like in the grand finals, and it feels like surreal.
Hey man, every year it seems like one of these teams is going to be there just to completely shatter the expectations of one big names. I mean, you go back to all the way to 2023, that amazing arena in Mumbai, and the run that was there by Big Brother Esports back then, that was phenomenal. And then 2025, Bot Army Esports. Before that, in 24 as well, we had the likes of Limra. Dragon, still a player that is renowned to bring the team to that particular position. Hesperos, a man we can never forget from that particular roster. And then 25, it was Bot Army Esports. Now we're looking forward to 2026. Which one of these teams is going to take that tag of being the ultimate undergod of BGIS? There's a lot of hope for Team Alpha. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed right now, but let's see how things turn out for them.
Absolutely. I think for Team Alpha, these players, yes, they are not that experienced, but they have been in the competitive circuit, grinding in shadows for a while. This is a team that has been sticking together for, I think there was, Hector did mention that teams get formed just before the tournament. Team Alpha, on the contrary, I think they've been playing together at least for a year. So, nonetheless, I'm just expecting for these underdogs to join the party, man, because this is where the party gets started. Round 4, and then, of course, if you actually manage to qualify to the quarterfinals, it seems like when you wake up in the morning, when you open your eyes, the first thing that you are expecting to see is the grand finals stage, and you know, being inside the hotel room, maybe in front of the LAN as well.
Exactly, and even for the individuals that are playing, I mean, Scary George is a perfect example. You find that one break in BGIS, and then you just get scouted by some of the best names in the country. The performance stats from his previous year, all of the officials that he has played, 128 finishes in BGIS. BMPS, it's a little bit shorter, 35 finishes over there. Showdown, 86, and actually wasn't really there, so do not participate. But incredible journey in the 3 officials. And again, Showdown was where we saw him be the frontliner for the first time. and sort of regain the form that we were seeing back in BGIS 2025 when he was still with Board Army Esports. I think that confidence after the leap kind of faded away when you're surrounded by big names, but then once he regained that confidence, I think Scary just kind of figured out how to play with an experienced bunch of lads, because there's a difference in the pace of play between the teams that have stuck around for a while, between players that have played for a long time in the circuit versus the players that are playing the first few officials. Usually the newcomers they tend to be a little bit more aggressive. They tend to take a lot more risk, which is why they tend to lose a lot more. But risk-taking opportunity, they take everything that they get.
They don't really have much to lose, it seems
exactly,
like,
pretty
especially
much.
for all of these young dogs. But of course, for all our older ones, they are going to be thinking whether or not are going to be making our direct ticket to the quarterfinals. Now, all of that decides in 4 seconds when we head to our first map of Group 2. This is Erangel on your way.
All right, it is going to be the start of the journey for day number 1 of round 4 for Group 2, ladies and gentlemen. We have talked a lot about the teams. We've talked a lot about the competition. Now we finally get the opportunity to witness, are these names going to live up to our expectations or not? We have a flight path leaning ever so slightly towards the western half of the map, starting from the western edge of Military Island, going through Shooting Range, ending just west of Severny. So it's not a completely western flight path, just a smidge, but it is going to make a big problem for the teams looking to head towards Talbot, Yasnaya, Shelter, Prison, Milta, and even Novorepnoy for that matter.
Oh lord, if the circle actually does land on Lipovka or somewhere near Milta Power, I'm gonna be elated because in the last Erangel as well, the flight path was a little tilted towards the eastern fringes, and then of course the circle landed on top of Hospital. This allows you to get those first few finishes off the block because teams are sort of haywire on where they want to land, how they want to move through. Some players want to vehicle, some players want to glide. It just puts you in a state of dilemma right from the get-go itself. But talking about dilemma, I'm expecting a couple of big names in the form of Revenant, X-Spark and Non-X to break through and just find a little bit of aggression going on around the lobby as well. It's going to be tough. Even for White Walkers as well, I think currently they are in that Pachinki, Rozok region. White Walkers, they are going to be accompanied with the EG as well as TRX. They've got Team AX as well. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for sure. Nike Gaming in particular is going to be the one creating the menace. We have seen that from them in the grind itself. But look at that circle. Salty. I mean, you wanted a Lipovka circle to have chaos in the early stages. This one is not forgiving as well. And right off the bat, we have the players of ORB in a conflict against Learn From Past. This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Learn From Past instantly want to evade. They pick up that vehicle and are making a run for their lives, looking to cross over that military bridge, but damage dished out by Aman, almost securing a knock. Now there's too much distance, can't really use the iron sight anymore to aim.
If this is one of those players, Termy, I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, incredible.
He's incredible for sure. He was the man who dominated the entirety of the grind for his group as well. From that point on, Learn From Past, it seems like they didn't really have the best of journey so far because they qualified directly to round 2, where they only got 46 points from the 6 matches that they have played. Now, 46, it sounds amazing, but then if you consider, as compared to the rest of the lobby, it's still not enough. Learn From Past and needs to get back to their aggressive way, something which we had seen inside of the grind. Of course, the level of the teams over there were a little different, but at least now they've got the benefit of the circle. Look at this circle, by the way. You mentioned I expected a Lipovka circle this time. I think I've got something even better because now Revenant X-Spark being around Farm and Milta region, I think that bridge camp is going to cause so much problems.
Of course, it's not just Revenant X-Spark that you have to worry about while crossing that Novorepnoy bridge. Look on the other side. It's going to be the side of Non-X waiting for anyone to go for an early crossing as well. They've kind of sent Rapido in a position to have information of the bridge while the entire team loots behind him. Arthur has found a loot truck as well, so this is going to give them a lot more early upgraded loot inside of this game. But as we did talk about that southeastern cluster, that southeastern circle, I want to talk about the cluster towards Rozok, because AX White Walkers, TRX Esports in the same vicinity. Now, the timing of rotation from these 3 teams, it's going to be critical. And AX, they have a lot of early room to just roam around, take control of Rozok, get as much loot as possible, get the armor, helmet, the scopes, the smokes, to try and make an easy rotation towards the northern edge. I think shelter should be the breaching point for them, ideally. Are they going to actually go up against White Walkers? Because I'm pretty sure both the teams saw the parachutes drop close to each other.
It is, of course, going to be a tough neighborhood out there. Pretty sure that the parachutes being spotted won't just turn into early chaos. Team AX, they're rather known for their decisive approach. Look at that, though. Stats popping up in front of us.
Salty.
We love it.
Someone's gone missing in the game.
It's not just someone, an entire team has gone missing in the game. What just happened?
Yep. What an awkward start to the journey of Group 2, man.
Wow.
Who isn't there?
I mean...
Alright, let's take a head count. We see Non-X.
Alright.
We see Team AX.
Yeah.
Alright, we see Revenant X-Park.
Of course.
We have White Walkers. Where is Kalinga Esports? Kalinga Esports are there. They are Northern Giorgio. Where's the side of Moggers? I think we have found our culprit.
Oh, I like their name, to be honest. Moggers. It's an extremely Gen Z name. It is an extremely Gen Z name.
Why do you call it a Gen Z name?
Because
you have to elaborate. Yeah.
I don't think mogging was there in the English dictionary before like 2026. Was it?
I think it was a very old school term.
See, Johnny is going to be the best person to actually tell us about it. I'm not really sure. Is it an old school term?
I think it's a very old term. I think it's a very retro name for me, Moggers.
Oh.
Yeah. But, I mean, they with a name like that, you have to be good at picking up finishes, man.
Yeah, they just mocked the lobby.
Yeah, pretty much. You can't have your damage numbers more than your finishes. Damage to finish conversion needs to be in the favor of finishes, not the damage, basically.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I want to see this team perform. Let's see how things turn out. A few moments ago, we did have Rising Esports on our screens, by the way. So, interesting move by Rising Esports. They've gone for the southern shoreline of the military island and might have a little bit of a late run-in against Learn From Past, even ORB. And then just a few moments ago, we had the players of Team AX quite close to TRX Esports. So, TRX making an approach towards Rozok. Are they actually trying to pick a fight against Team AX? It's going to be interesting, but AX is a strong team to go up against in a 4v4.
I want to find out if Team AX, they can actually replicate their 2025 run, because that was some run, especially inside of BMPS. Devotee was there. He was one of the players to watch out for, even Aryan as well as the IGL of Team AX. That was the year when nobody expected Undergods to actually pop up, but still inside of the Pro Series, a rather relatively lesser known name taking away the trophy. That was a shocker for the entire community, I think.
Yeah, it was a shocker. I think more than a shocker, it was a celebration, because at that point, I remember that stage of Pro Series 2025, people were rooting for AX to win. And even right now, as TRX, we was talking about them being cheeky, trying to see if they can catch someone from the side of AX off guard. They get punished for that thought itself. The opening knock found by the players of AX, and here comes the push. Aimbot, Devotee leading the charge. The reset is going to be there, but Aryan from the flank does find the re-knock with the help of Henry. And as they try to chime in and run into Fusion, Fusion drops one. The trade found by TRX Esports, but the support is a little too far away. Team AX, they have an opportunity for a reset right now.
Do they? Because it seems like TRX, the backup arrives right in time. Henry is still going in to finish off the knocked up lad. They might actually get a revive as well, but if TRX land a nade right on the money, I think this can actually be a flip up. Of course, in the backlines, you can see yet another team that is going to be BFA, born from ashes from the backlines. They are looking at third part of this fight, but that is a little bit of a mishap right there. Shaley, the nade, just knocked out his own play, walks inside, tries to get all of them all by himself, but gets knocked out. This is Team AX at their absolute best, Johnny.
Yeah, this is definitely them at their best, as you mentioned, and of course, the third party comes through from Born From Ashes, but Team AX still do manage to secure 3 eliminations to their name. Now, they are looking for a reset, and luckily for them, God-sent Esports show up for a timely third party, and Born From Ashes is forced to disengage as Dark has been knocked out. What a chaotic situation. What a chaotic turn of events in the city of Rozhok.
Nobody expected that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Born from Ashes were actually the first ones to induce a third party against Team Aryan. They, I believe, also got themselves an opening. Zeus walked away with that one frag, but then instantly getting taken off. It is all about that, I don't know if it's a term, but a fourth party coming in from Godsend, which is completely destroyed.
But a questionable decision from Born from Ashes. If you're looking to third party your team, why have one of your teammates about 1,000 meters away from you? Well, pin in that thought. In the meanwhile, Revenant Xbox, it seems like the trap that was laid out by them on the Miramar bridge, finally it pulls up and White Walkers are going to be their prey. One finish secured, Punk deciding whether he actually wants to take that fight against Aditya, but a peace treaty between the two lads. Aditya walks away and Punk in that hovercraft just allowed to stay with the rest of his team.
Hey, I mean, considering everything, it wasn't a peace treaty, man. I mean, you can't really do anything over there. you disembarked from a
Both of them, if either of them got out, they were getting knocked out. Both the teams had line of fire and they were ready.
Exactly right. That is the point. It wasn't unlucky, but then Rising Esports, they certainly were lucky in this one. A couple of these players from Team ORB just absolutely lack a knowledge of where these shots are coming from. And Yuva10 is looking to put a pin on all of those thoughts, but this time he takes damage. 17 bullets in the magazine. This time make it 8. He is absolutely running out. Team ORB, they're looking to capture this fight for themselves. Rising Esports, 8 bullets in the chamber, switches on to that UMP and just goes for it. Sends it. Runs it. Can Yuva make it true?
Well, Oh, that was so close.
That was so painstakingly close. He almost got that knock on the first one. Of course, he got it. The second one barely surviving by a sliver of HP. Now, that is a very dicey fight. Rising Esports. Wow.
Yeah, but ORB, do they survive that now is the question. Because Yuva had no first aids when he started to push up. And Rising Esports, I believe even they have wasted quite a lot of time just sticking around in the blue. So it's going to be a very close call for ORB over there. We already see Aman getting knocked out by the blue zone. They do not have a lot of time as well. But Hyper Venom, a run-in against TRX, who are still TDR, my apologies, Thunder God Esports. And Axtron just pushes up indoors with no fear, finds an opening. But no reset opportunity for either of these sides. Look at the radar, Mitti Tigers. They have the line of fire available, and it seems like the chaos towards Military Bridge is just going to get worse by the second. Even Kalinga Esports are present towards the Military Bridge, close to the lighthouse.
Yeah, the queue for the bridge, it's too long. And I believe there's going to be a lot of players actually fighting for it. Mitti Tigers from the backlines, of course, looking at third party, but what is the update from inside of the compound? It seems like Mahavir from Thunder Gods Esports, he's going to keep his team alive. 2 frags in the bag at the cost of 2 casualties. Now, that is exactly where Thunder Gods, in my opinion, have just lost this game, lost an opportunity. Because, of course, this circle, the military base bridge, it's going to be unforgiving. As soon as they try to cross on over, I'm pretty sure they're going to be done and dusted, Johnny.
Oh, for sure, man. Look at the number of teams that are there already waiting on the northern side of the bridge. There's Godsend, there's AX approaching from the north. So this delay for both Thunder Gods and Mitti Tigers can be quite brutal. Well, at least Kira OG from Mitti Tigers has a lot of first aids to deal with the blue zone damage, but it's not going to be easy. On the other side of things, Revenant Xbox, the circle on top of their heads, but so are the other teams. Learn from past. They show up knocking on their door, and Pain somehow does manage to evade the fight, avoids getting taken out, still alive. Although clustered towards Nova Rep Noi now. The circle shifts in this game have been absolutely incredible. Hard shifts towards the southeastern quadrant of the map, and even now half of the zone, close to half, is in water.
Pretty much, at least half the zone is actually inside of the waters right now. Nova Rep Noi is going to be the place of battle, but majority of the teams are going to die, at least in the struggle of making it inside. Have a look at this, TDR, Mahavir, we saw how he was keeping his team alive. Team AX, they are actually trying to have an opportunity to shoot this man down. The question that does arise in my mind, Johnny, isn't Team AX a little too late to find their position inside the circle? Because they're not near the Novo bridge, they're actually towards the military base bridge, and they're looking to fight it out. which is something rare.
I mean, I agree with you. This is an extremely slow rotation coming from the players of Team AX, and they have given away a lot of information to the opponents. But they are aggressively trying to take out and hunt down the players of Mid-T Tigers. The only thing that AX has going for themselves right now is going to be the fact that the northwestern quadrant of the previous play zone was quite empty, so they will have reaching position towards the edge, but Mid-T Tigers, Karanjot stopping in the track of rotation and returning fire. AX, they're losing players. Devotee, the tire is gone, but he still continues to run for his life, and Karanjot, he's going to have to settle for just one pick from that fight. AX, they have lost a key player, but here comes the backup. Henry is there in the back lines. Karanjot could be under pressure and could be in fire over here.
He certainly was in threat. But I think the fact that he anticipated a push coming in from AX, the escape to safety was evident. It was imminent.
Yeah.
And I think it was a very well-timed push coming in from Karanjot as well, because Mid-T Tigers had just crossed the bridge over. Karanjot, the new Team AX, is going to chase them out, and he positioned himself in a way where Team AX were not expecting. And of course, the fact the man, once he pressed the trigger, he just went on and on. He had no idea of stopping his prey around there. Nonetheless, we shift our focus towards, of course, the right-hand side of the map itself. So many teams in contention. You've got Non-X Esports who have control of the high ground. Arthur from up top, beautiful shots, takes down one of the players who have got sent, and now the rest of them are in shambles. Where do they go? Where do they hide?
Yeah, not a lot of positions available for these teams entering late into the city and the container area of Novorepnoy. It is going to be deadly. Non-X, we saw them a few moments ago controlling the observatory high ground quite beautifully, but since they have been pushed to the edge, getting value from that setup, it is going to be a little difficult. Godsend Esports on our screens. Down to the last man, Zeus OP still alive. His teammate is knocked out right next to him, but there is opportunity for Godsend to recover. They have 3 eliminations to their name. Not a lot, but I think if they do manage to survive stage 5 all the way through to stage 6, they should find themselves inside of the top 8. This circle is about to get extremely chaotic in the late game stages. Everyone has found some cover for themselves except the players of Non-X and Thunder God Esports.
Very right over there, Johnny. This circle is going to be absolutely chaotic. Look at this. We are approaching our 5th circle. We have wiped off 4 teams already, and so many teams have bled out. The DOS status currently suggests that majority of the teams are down on numbers. 12 teams and 30 players remain. It's been a while we've actually seen this Novorepnoy circle, Johnny. I don't remember a time when we actually saw that last zone battle inside of the containers of Novorepnoy. But here it comes finally, and I absolutely love it. Mid-T Tigers, meanwhile, I think they are going to be the only ones struggling for space because their entry point is being marked by Revenant X Spark, who are currently outside the city. Now, that is also a very interesting stat.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting because if you are playing like this, I think the intention is going to be to pick off the late breaches as early as possible. But unfortunately for Revenant X Spark, that list includes Mid-T Tigers and Non-X. So Revenant X-Spark still a little bit more on the inside of the play zone right now. Let's see how things turn out for them. On the other side of things, one thing that you need to check out is going to be the official collaboration BGMI has going with Porsche. It's an incredible vehicle, as incredible as the firepower of the players of Non-X. Mid-T Tigers eliminated from the game, surrounded and completely hunted down.
You know, if Non-X actually make it to the top 3 in this one, I'm going to be pretty sure this is going to be one of their greatest rotations that they've actually pulled off, because the way they are dealing with the Novorepnoy circle, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is brilliant, but I think, as you were saying a few moments ago, that Novorepnoy circles are rare. I think Non-X is one of those teams that's quite upset that they have a Novorepnoy circle right now, because Non-X starts from Novorepnoy, and then they thought, all right, we are going to try and camp the bridge, so they went to the observatory early. And then the circle just keeps moving towards Novorepnoy, their home ground. And they are the only ones that are outside the play zone. Look at that. That is such a tough luck situation for Non-X. But again, this is a team with a lot of firepower. So now I think there is a potential for double-digit eliminations for them in this game. All they have to do is just keep finding the openings like they did just now against Mid-T Tigers. If they can find it against either Kalinga or Revenant X-Spark and take that spot away, I think then maybe we are going to see Non-X set up for a top 5 finish maybe. Hopefully.
You know, hopefully for sure, but I think they are setting themselves up for a good game already. And there is a valid reason why. Being inside of the containers, being inside of the Novorupnoi city, especially when the circle is on you, puts you at a state of urban warfare. There are going to be multiple angles, multiple teams trying to go in for a third party. But what Nonix here, I believe, is trying to do is just stay away from all of those commotions, just keep your numbers up and high. And coming in from the high ground, coming in from the hills, coming from outside the circle, it poses themselves with opportunities where they can take those shots and at least get a couple of points on board without even diving into battle, which is an extremely beneficial advantage. Have a look at this, though. This time, driving so close to Kalinga Esports, getting information and then moving back. This time, Archin is not going to allow that. The first man is going to go down. Arthur has been knocked up. Nonix, now we are expecting a response.
Well, let's see what the response is going to look like. Kalinga Esports, they found the opening for themselves. And Nonix could be under pressure. Look at that, even learn from past chime in. As a key player from the side of Nonix, Rapido falls. The other two players making a run for their lives. And this late of a breach in two containers could be the final move from the side. Spotted out, the spray connects and both of them fall. What was that? Owen from Kalinga Esports goes big. A nice little spray, an early elimination handed to one of the top performers, or what we all felt was going to be a top performing team from this lobby. And Kalinga Esports, man, oh man, a brilliant start to their angle.
But Nonix, man, I feel like that was disappointing. The end to that journey, it was not expected. They had the high ground, they had the control as well on the western side of the circle. There's not really a lot of teams, but the fact that Nonix tried to breach past the compound, that wasn't really needed. But elsewhere, Team Eggy Gaming. Now, this is also a team we always have talked about so much, Johnny. Includes of players like Troy, Gamla Boy, Ralph. This time, Ralph has been taken out. So 3 players up top on the towers of Novorupnoi. They certainly can dominate from this higher angle. But then, what remains to be seen is, can Troy keep himself alive till the ending stages? Because usually what we've seen so far is, if a man goes up top, he does get a couple of those knockouts, but when the trade comes through, he's almost like a sacrificial pawn.
Yeah, it's a position from where you can't really fall back, as you mentioned. If you get knocked out, then you're pretty much done for. Your team has to take a massive risk to get that revive, but majority of the times it's close to impossible odds. But in the meanwhile, learn from past. They managed to keep their numbers strong. Opening knock found by one of these teams around them, but getting the confirmation, it's going to be tough. In the meanwhile, Revenant X-Park, by the way, a brilliant move from them. They found a breaching point inside of the play zone, but the play zone shifts away. And the odds again stacked against the players of Revenant X-Park. Kalinga Esports, though, looking solid up until now. But with this shift of the zone, even they have been pushed out. So I want to see if they can find a breach against the players of Godsent. One last man remaining from the side of White Walkers as well present in the mix in the backlines.
They certainly are, but then, Johnny, something just does not sit right. And I'm not really sure if Revenant X-Park are playing their own game style, because it is the 6th stage inside of the zone right now. They have got all 4 players alive, but just 1 finish point, which is extremely rare, especially from a circle which was destined to give Revenant X-Park a lot of finishes. Not really sure if this is going to be the point where things start, because Beast Noob, nobody's spotting him from Revenant X-Park. It seems like all of them are dictated on Faizan and Beast Noob from the backlines. From Born, from Ashes, he's still yet to make his presence felt. Revenant X-Park are absolutely clueless in this situation.
Yeah, they don't know where he is, and he's not moving an inch. He is one with the shadows. And we're going to wait to see when that trap, when it comes into action for the players of Revenant X-Park, what the impact is going to be. But in the meanwhile, Kalinga Esports, they take control of a compound away from the players of Godsent and still do manage to keep 3 players intact. Kalinga Esports are looking very solid in this game. And as you were talking about the switch in pace for the players of Revenant X-Park, I think it's justifiable considering they spend majority of the time just looking for a key position to find a way inside of the circle. They were late breaches for this Novorupnoi position, so they just kept their heads down. But now we are closing down towards the end game. This is where Revenant X-Park need to find an opening, but a big challenge for them is the players of Eggy Gaming, because look at how nicely they are spread. Eggy, as you mentioned, for a long time has been holding on to this tower position, and I believe has spotted out almost the entirety of the players of Revenant X-Park. And Eggy Gaming, they are going to be prepared for this fight. All positions are marked, they are locked and loaded. Here comes the spray.
No, honestly, it's not just Eggy. Even Troy is up top on tower as well. So 2 players, I'm not really sure. It's going to be a very vulnerable spot for all of you to try and actually hold Revenant X-Spark has spot down Eggy. All of those shots, so precise, just hitting on the steel columns of that tower itself. I think Revenant X-Spark, they understand that Eggy Gaming, they've got the high ground advantage in this fight. There's no real threat possessed by them in the close quarters, so they might just ignore them and their presence for a while. Meanwhile, the rest of the lads, Beast Noob, I think that lad is still yet to be figured out. I'm still not sure if he's sitting down and hunkered down in that corner. I guess he is going to be able to move now freely. That Revenant X-Spark have shifted focus away from them.
I think he's going to wait for the blue zone to completely close in. He has about 18 seconds left, so might as well use up the entirety of the time. And just like Beast Noob, by the way, we forgot to mention him. Murnox from White Walkers, who has the back of Kalinga Esports facing towards him. But Kalinga Esports are a little too close to him, so if he steps up, footsteps are going to be heard. The luxury for Murnox is that he's outside, my apologies, inside the play zone, so not a lot of trouble. But Kalinga Esports, what is that sixth sense? Omega, he figures out what Murnox is, an easy nade, and White Walkers are done for. Kalinga Esports, they get a finish point for themselves.
I think it's just this one footstep that actually gives away the positioning. Eggy Gaming this time looking to capitalize his own win, just barely managing to survive over there. Kalinga Esports this time, they're aware of the threat that lies up top. Eggy Gaming has been vandalizing so many strongholds out there. First, they were targeted on Revenant X-Spark. Now, their next target is going to be Kalinga. Even Learn from Past is quite vulnerable from this angle. As long as Eggy have the circle, Johnny, there's not going to be any other team who potentially could actually act up as a threat. They just are low-lies at this point.
Yeah, pretty much, man. I mean, I think they're out of options, but look at that. The beautiful, beautiful hovercraft. I was going to say tanky hovercraft, but yeah, I think that would have been a very straightforward description, but yeah, there is no taking it out of commission for Eggy Gaming. Revenant X-Spark, they find a breaching point inside of the play zone, and well, a punish on the players of Eggy Gaming as they take out Eggy himself. An easy knock and finish coming for the players of Revenant X-Spark, but Kalinga Esports on the other front, put under pressure. A man disadvantage against the players of Learn From Past, but they take it out instantly. Tell me, the best player from Learn From Past has been knocked out, and it's looking like a very difficult recovery for Learn From Past in this fight.
Absolutely. Kalinga Esports, their constant nades have been put up. An enormous challenge up front, of course. As Omega falls, Learn From Past, they're slowly losing bodies. As Termi has been knocked out, there's just one man in the backlines who's still trying to go in for the revive. But it seems like Kalinga, they're going to get so much time in going in for the reset. All I'm actually wondering about is, does Eggy Gaming not have a single piece of information from this fight, as yet another utility trade happens in front of us? Molotov and a nade being exchanged, but nobody yet dead.
Oh, but look at Max. He's gotten quite close to Owen, and that duel is going to be important. Owen falls. Honey goes down in the trade. Max still left alive. The nade goes out. Sliver of HP onto Max, but he will drop Archit in that trade. Now, Omega, the P90 is incredible. A shot onto Max's body, and he's done for, but he's tucked away in the corner, and Omega, he wants to flush him out. That nade cook was a bait, but Kalinga Esports, they have given time. Omega falls back for a reset, and that allows Max an opportunity to get his HP back up, but he does not want to let go of this pressure. Does he not have a first aid? A nade, a preemptive nade from Omega might just result in his own teammate getting finished off, but he does not want to take a chance against Max. They're looking for a reset, the players of Kalinga Esports, but Max, he's looking to do the same. The revives initiated from both the sides, but I believe the P90, Salty, it is going to be the difference maker. Omega has the luxury of just running around the corner and finishing off both these two players. They don't have any HP.
You know, what a piece of play coming in from Max over there. I think this is one of the luckiest revives that we've seen so far in a while now. Archit coming in from the backlines. He's going to endure. He's going to scurf out the last remaining players. And Learn From Past has been wiped off. Now, that is a play coming in from Kalinga Esports. I almost felt like he's going to fumble the clutch, but he did not. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are left with the top 4. 9 players remain alive, and Team Eggy Gaming, they certainly have lost track of that high ground advantage as Eggy has been wiped off. Troy and Kamala Boy still hold the backlines. Revenant X-Spark, they're all coming together. This beautiful bird's eye view gives a little bit of a hint that I think Beast Noob and his position might just have been marked.
Yeah, I think finally this man is spotted out, and Beast Noob, he's not going to be in this game for a long time. He's armed with the M4. Revenant X-Pac moving towards him. Well, Revenant X-Pac, I don't think... Are they aware? Oh, he's right on top of his head. And he's finally going to get spotted out. There's the end of the journey. Born from Ashes, Beast Noob is going to return to Ash, and we're down to the top 3 teams. Revenant X-Pac, Eggy Gaming, and Kalinga Esports still alive in this game. The odds in the favor of Revenant X-Pac. But Kalinga Esports, 10 eliminations from this opening game. A very, very nice start to their journey in round 4.
Did not really expect this coming in from Kalinga, especially after their performance of the grind. But now, the real test begins, ladies and gentlemen, as they look to go face first against Revenant X-Pac. It is going to be pain, of course. Information is still yet to be found. They're still looking for those players, but Revenant X-Pac, they're aware. These ditches, these containers, there are going to be so many outliers holding these angles, and Archit, he's just waiting for the one chance. If Pain falls, if Ninja falls, I think Revenant X-Pac, they're going to be in a deep world of trouble, and that is where Omega is going to come back in the mix of things. But why is Troy running around from Eggy Gaming? Now, this is something which I did not really expect.
He's the last man left alive from his team. He's trying to do something. See if he can clinch out a few points, and maybe he can get one. Drops down one man from the side of Kalinga as Archit gets distracted at the hands of Revenant X-Pac. And well, amidst the chaos, the inevitable becomes a true reality as Revenant X-Pac out of nowhere walk away with the opening winner chicken dinner of the matches of Group 2 in round 4. Incredibly done. The rotation timings were perfect. The fight selection was proper. Team coordination was on point. It seems like they have put in the work. They are just polishing their plays. No unnecessary risk taken by Revenant X-Pac. It seems like the team is prepping for the grand finals already.
Potentially. I think that was a performance which just showed us that, because usually we've seen Revenant X-Pac bang too much on their firepower, right? And we've seen that firepower give them a lot of points, even if they do not actually make it to the top 3 and get position points. I think this one, they were trying out different dynamics. They were trying out not to take those early fights. They were trying to keep their players out in the safe, out in the open, and I think that all worked out, to be honest.
It did, but I think props to Kalinga Esports and Eggy Gaming as well. Kalinga Esports in particular, I think top 3 finish, not too shabby, and of course 10 eliminations was incredible to watch. That fight against Learn from Past, though, was extremely scrappy. I think, we start off the highlights from that particular moment as well. Max buying his team so much time, but wasn't really able to do a lot apart from secure a few extra eliminations. But it reminds me of that one iconic movie line, all that effort for what, basically?
For absolutely nothing. But to be honest, I think I also can use that line for Beast Noob as well. I think in a position where he was, I almost thought he's going to find at least one knock against Revenant X-Pac. His position was unknown, but kudos to that brilliant reaction time of Ninja Jod over there.
Yeah, I just wanted to know who finished second and who finished third between Kalinga and Eggy Gaming, but I believe Eggy finished third and Kalinga was second. But nonetheless, the chicken dinner in the hands of Revenant X-Pac, and this time Ninja is the man who gets a lot of eliminations for his team. 5 finishes secured, Trace with 1, no finishes on Pain and Punk. But this is what I like about Ninja, and I did mention it during the previous round we saw them in as well, that he is the man the team can rely on. Right now, he's playing the backline for Revenant X-Pac, so everyone seems to have forgotten that back in 2024, Ninja was considered one of the best mechanical players in the country, and he has a decorated player as a past, a very well-renowned player. So just because he chooses not to be the aggressor in the fight anymore, you cannot forget that this man will shoot you in the face the first opportunity he gets. His reaction times are insane.
Absolutely. I think from being a frontliner to now being in the back lines, I think it's been a transition for Ninja Jod, which has actually worked out for him as well, and it's working so brilliantly for the rest of the team, because have a look at that. You didn't really have any damage numbers on Pain and Punk. You did not even need to, because Ninja Jod was always there providing the cover fires. And I think this particular game for Evident X-Pac, it did not really need their frontliners to be in top form because they were not really diving into any fight.
But a lot of big shutdowns because of diving into early fights was there inside of this game. You talk about Non-X, who got a little too aggressive for their own good very early. You talk about Team AX, that late rotation, trying to see if they could pin down Mitty Tigers on that military bridge, costing them that match. As well, White Walkers, late rotation, they also got picked off super early inside of this game. So, awkward positioning for these few names that we expected big things from. Godsent was in the list as well, but at least they were able to make their way towards Novorepnoy City. But that was it for the match. We have a look at the stats. The MVP of the game is going to be Ninja. 5 eliminations for him, and of course making it to the list of top 5 players are going to be Archit, Zeus, we have Cyrus from ORB, and Owen from the side of Kalinga Esports. And again, Kalinga Esports was incredible. They did quite well for themselves. I think this is a good start for Kalinga Esports and a good turn of events.
Absolutely. I think I have been at least calling it since the grind itself, the Kalinga Esports. They get a couple of good performances on board, but then their fall has been always very drastic. If they do manage to actually keep it in check, especially inside of round 4, I think this team can do certainly quite brilliantly. Over there, the point standings in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. 16 points for Revenant Xbox, 16 for Kalinga, you've got 10 for Eggy, and 7 only for Learn From Past. You've got Gods, you've got Born From Ashes, ORB, and Team Aryan, who actually make up the top 8. But some notable big names, Johnny, on the second half of the leaderboard. You've got Non-X, you've got White Walkers, you've got Rising Esports as well. I wasn't really expecting a bad start coming in from them.
I think the biggest surprise in that list is Rising Esports. That early takedown of theirs was not really expected. It was a decent fight. Came down to the wire, but couldn't really make much happen. But one nice thing I like about this particular group was because of that Novorepnoy circle, things got extremely chaotic, and we do see a nice spread of finishes. Top 2, of course, 16 eliminations secured between Revenant X-Pac and Kalinga Esports, and in fact Eggy into that list as well, were able to pick up a majority chunk of that Novorepnoy cluster, and of course the late breaches into the city as well. But apart from that, the early action that we saw, the proactive attempt to clinch out those fights, be it towards Rozok or be it towards Military Bridge. We saw a fight breaking out on the periphery of Ferry Pier as well. So that proactive fight-taking opportunity or playmaking opportunity is being put on display by the teams of Group 2, but this was just start to the day. The things are still pretty close on the overall leaderboard. Now comes an opportunity to be consistent in the next 2 Miramars and see if you can get yourself a safety cushion for tomorrow.
You just mentioned it right there, the next 2 Miramars, and I think this is where things actually get pretty interesting for Rising Esports as well, because they are one of those teams who are pretty good. Dragon, historically, we have seen that this man knows how to maneuver around the ridges of Miramar. This time, I guess, starting off from the back foot, it is a new experience for this lad. All he's got to do is just chime in on that aggression and get a big match up front.
It's not just them, Non-X as well. Let's not forget, Miramar is where they started turn things around during the grind, and hopefully today as well, they bring themselves into their best form in the upcoming maps. But before that, a very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
back after that short break. It's a little bit of a change in the panel, and now with me is going to be Icy Baby 1-2. And Icy, after watching that weird circle finish all the way on top of Norupnoi containers, definitely feels like Kalinga Esports and Revenant X-Park, they got the maximum advantage.
This is a complete switch in terms of Group 1 and Group 2, right? Group 1 was like, oh, it's very tactical, they're doing the right plays, it's all about the terrains, it's all about putting in good positions, taking out fights. Group 2 is like, you know what? I see something that moves, let's go all in.
And I like that. Aggression, I'm a big fan of it. And that's why Group 2, I feel like this is probably one of the most entertaining groups out there. But we also got to speak a little bit more about Rising Esports and that whiff that we saw from the individual, whiffing all those shots, especially on the player that was out in the open. And in my opinion, Rising Esports, they could do a lot better. The problem is that they just are not taking the right fights.
You know, speaking of problems as well, if you guys got a problem, if you guys don't buy the Royal Pass right now, it's a one-time purchase that gives you a very, very good goodies as well. If you finish all your mission, you will get yourself a Rebel Rock Fox DP28 and also the Rebel Rock Fox set. And the best part about it is that with this one-time purchase, if you finish the entire missions, max it out, you have enough UC to buy the next Royal Pass. That's your biggest problem right now. What are you waiting for? Buy now. And I mean, right about now. Yeah, just do it. Just do it.
Get your hands on the Royal Pass right now. Of course, the Rebel Rogue Fox said, I love it. Looks beautiful. But back towards the game once again. And as I was mentioning about Rising Esports, right? Those individual whiffs, they're really going to be costing you a lot, especially in the long term, right? Rising Esports messing up that first game, fine. But they cannot afford to mess up the upcoming 2 Miramars.
I agree. And I think there are a lot of questions as well, considering the fact that, hey, you know, if you like to be aggressive, Miramar is the perfect place to not do that, unfortunately. But you can do it, especially in early phases zones, especially Circle 1, Circle 2, you can get a little bit aggressive, and then teams will use that as a sign of indicator, kind of rotate away here. So teams like Vasista Esports is going to do well. Unfortunately, they're not playing in this group. But the reason why I brought up Vasista is because guess who is playing in this group? Revenant X-Park. No contestant in Picado.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing for them. But one thing is for sure, for Revenant X-Park, now they're definitely dialing down the aggression a little bit. Looking at that previous game, they only had 6 elimination points, which is not exactly the Revenant X-Park standards that we speak of. But I guess it makes a lot of sense as well, since the circle was just shifting on top of Norupnoi, and Revenant X-Park did not really have to make a lot of changes in the rotation.
And interesting as well, when they made their rotations as well, they barely saw anybody who was going to be in, I would say, free finishes in the back as well. Everyone was very playing tactical in terms of inside Novel, whereas majority of fights were outside the zone. And I counted like, what, 6 to 7 teams outside the zone before Circle 4.
Exactly, and to be honest, anything can happen. The upcoming game is going to be the most important game for these groups, and if they do not perform, their head's going to be on the swivel. So let's move on towards the Miramar. Plane's going to be in the skies for the deserty lands once again. We've got these big names who are not looking too aggressive. For Revenant X-Park, maybe it's time to amp up the aggression. Head on towards Picado and see who's going to be your real foe. Luckily enough for them, now it's not going to be Vasista Esports contesting them, as you mentioned, IC. But there's a chance. Revenant X-Park, the surroundings can still be filled up with a decent amount of foes.
Well, it could happen as well. But for all things considered here, we do see a lot of early drops right from the get-go here. Campo Militar, Torre Amumada is going to be pretty much occupied as well. I think Miti Taga is heading towards Chris Deville, maybe even water treatment. But down towards Terra Bronca, we are going to be expecting some hit here as well. I think Godsend is also going to be in the vicinity. They are going to be looking for a couple of vehicles. And maybe Born from Ashes is going to be having a little bit of scuffle down towards the northeast corner. So we are going to be expecting a lot of early camping outside of Campo Militar, perhaps. Or I might be wrong as well, considering that I think one of the teams, Orb, is going to be going for a 2-2 split. 2 in Torre and 2 in Campo. That's a very ballsy claim, but considering that it is right on the northeastern edges of this map itself here, not many teams opt to go for those kind of drop spots. So they should be safe and sound, I would say.
I mean, there's still Godsend, another team in the close proximity. So this is going to be interesting. BFA as well. They're right there. Then you've also got Mitty Tigers, and I'm pretty sure the moment a fight happens, MT is going to try to close in and go for that third party. A lot of possibilities that can come through. The circle popping up on the left side, on the opposite side of the plane fly path. It's still not that far away, though. Rising Esports dropping all the way down south. You can see them heading towards Bartona. You've got one team actually heading towards Los Leones, and that's the only team contesting Los Leones, which is interesting. AX, they found themselves in a bit of that scuffle, too.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tricky here. And even for Learn From Past, they had a little bit of a scuffle down towards Impala with TRX. It seems like they have disengaged from that fight. So Impala is in the favor of TRX. But yeah, like you said as well, Team Aryan, they're going to be expecting a little bit of fight here with TDR later on. But for now, BFA and also Godsense, they are going to be on the cornerstones of Terra Bronca. They are split between the highway, so we are not going to be expecting any kind of engagements yet from both sides. Ghost from Ashes doesn't have the long range to work with. You see a couple shorties and Uzi, but it's not exactly great to try and engage, especially when you do not have utilities or vehicles to kind of push your way through. But interesting enough, Born for Ashes, they're trying to prone their way to kind of mask their footsteps, which, again, not a big fan of what they're doing, considering the fact that Godsend Esports already know there is people there. But I guess they're trying to get a good jump in case Godsend Esports decides to get aggressive, which, again, I think Angry is deciding to try and push up close and personal to try and catch somebody off guard.
It's a really passive approach BFA is going with. And for BFA, there we go. A few players spotted out in the open. Yash has got his eyes laid on them. TDR heading towards one of the popular compounds, getting their hands on the basic loot. Not sure what exactly is going to be the game plan for TDR, but once again, they're trying to pull off an early game rotation, which makes sense, but where are they going to loot up? That's my question.
Well, it's going to be tough as well. They are looting bit by bit, slowly and surely heading to way it's inside the zone themselves very, very soon. For now, no major clashes, no major fights, except for the fact that Godsense and BFA are in a deadlock stalemate down towards the northeast corner, which is outside the zone, the first zone. Nonex also going to be making their rotation here. And fortunate for them, it is going to be smooth sailing for them. Heading to the zone, there's no one down towards the west side as of yet. They're kind of under-looted, so I'm guessing they are going to force to take a pit stop to kind of loot up later on, which begs the question here. Is it going to be Creative Field, or are they going to go towards El Pozo directly, which is kind of unoccupied right now?
Maybe just loot the compounds nearby, just like this one?
Yeah.
I guess that's what the game plan's going to be, yeah. Nonix just looting these crappy compounds, getting their hands on the loot, still getting it topped off. Lacking a little bit when it comes to utilities, and they don't even have a proper loadout. So Nonix just want to get something done as soon as possible.
I do see Fame holding on towards the Mini 14.
Once again, we're doing the same thing.
Oh, zooming into the red dot. Okay.
It's the second time the observers are doing this.
Well, we gotta have a little bit of a drone shot here and there. You know, they're working very hard to give us the cinematic, immersive experience, I would say. But for all things considered, Revenant Xbox, very, very calm, very quiet, very peaceful for them. But DFA seems like they are setting up a smoke wall, and it is spotted out by Yash. He does have the high ground in small little window that is picking through, and they do spot a couple players. Here comes the fire here as well. Yash gets a couple chip damage. A return fire comes in as well from afar. But BFA, they are crossing the road, and they are going to try and secure that vehicle. But unfortunately for BSnoop, he gets knocked off by Zeus, and Zeus gets traded off as well. 1-for-1 exchange.
This was ought to happen, but at least they do get the exchange, so that's a really good thing. Trade's happening. And because of that, once again, now Born from Ashes, they find themselves on the advantage side of the spectrum. What a knock that was. Tracing the man, picture perfect, and eliminating him. Or at least getting him knocked out as of now. Born from Ashes, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. They know Godsense they're hurt. 2 players already down, and you can see Dark moving up close and personal. He wants to capture those elimination points. Or at least stop the revivals from coming through. Born from Ashes, they've got the fallen man back upon his feet. Now the man advantage heavily stacked with the boys of Born from Ashes. And now they also get their hands on the peak. So this is really good.
It's going to be tough as well. This time Dark does have the high ground advantage as well. Godsense pretty much stuck in the 3-1 split. One guy is still down as well. Zeus AOP still down. Angry will be able to pick Yash up under the church, but there is a team across here. But the small little pixel from Zeus spots him out. Gets the knock through, and that's going to be 3 down from Godsend. And Demon God, last man standing, he's got to make the play. He sees Zeus's small little glimmer right at the broken wall, but doesn't take the shot. And this might be it for Godsend Esports.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Still did not even go for those shots. And Demon God, I guess, now has already given up on that fight. He knows there's no possible way they can make a comeback from this fight. And BFA, do they know the last man's presence? Maybe no is going to be the answer. Demon God spotting that player once again. Zeus.
Oh boy.
All it's going to take is one single mistake. The moment Zeus moves out in the open, that's when things can go downhill. And they already know where Demon God is. Position compromise, and Demon God just want to toss out some smokes. Smoking off those doorways, smoking off those windows, making sure it's going to be a little bit safe and sound. Even the Blue's on the move. Now Blue's going to be taking away that damage too. The man's looking to top his HP off as well with that med kit. But soon he's going to get pushed on by the entirety of the foes. And I highly doubt Demon God is going to be able to make a lot of difference. But he still finds those 2 quick strikes. Wants to get the confirmation as well, but he was too late. The play zone did its deed. And Demon God has been eliminated from the game.
That is it for Godsend, but Born for Mashers, they win the encounter. They get away with 3 points in the bag. That's a big win, I must say. But for all things considered here, they're still late to the party to rotate in the zone. A majority of the teams are already inside the zone. As you can see, well, you do see a lot of splash of colors around San Martin, the north side as well. So there is going to be a long rotation for them. But fortunately for them, it's not too bad. Coming from the north side isn't too shabby for them. But they are going to be expecting a lot of gatekeeps coming in as well, especially when Circle 2 comes through. But interesting enough, this game itself seems like compared to the previous game of aggression, this game, people are just playing it very passively here. Except for BFA and the Godsend, of course. But now, Eggy in the middle of it all. Seems like there is a lot of teams rotating around them here from the perspective of Troy. He does scout out a couple of players coming from Learn From Past, and I think Rush Boy might be expecting company. It seems like they are going to back out instead. So Iggy Gaming, with a couple of vehicle noise, was able to scare him off as the zone is about to close in. They are going to make the move in terms of this rotation in 1 second time. And where will we go? Nope, it's right inside where they are. They're still in zone.
Center's on up once again on top of that cluster. So everyone's going to be in that safety cushion, that safety net. Rising Esports, firepower has been a concern. Not exactly up to the mark after whiffing a fight like the previous one. I'm pretty sure for Rising Esports to recover from that fact, it's going to be rough. It will take a lot of time. And as of now, I just want to focus on the placement first. Focus on the positioning. Hyper Venom Esports, even for them, they've got 0 finishes on the board, barely making it inside of the circle on the edge. There's so many teams around the centric part. It's a splash of colors. Where do you go?
Well, it is going to be tough here. You are going to be expecting a lot of ambushes from across the board, but TRX, they have to push up. They did scout out members coming from AX, but they need an opener. They need a good knock, and AX hasn't exposed themselves yet. Devotee's hit was spotted out from Easy Peasy, but I don't think Team AX actually knows what's up. Oh, actually they do. They are looking in a direction as well. They know they are going to be coming up from those mountains here. All they need to do is just absolutely nothing. Don't get knocked and they are going to be good. And TRX is going to struggle to try and push in.
Oh,
but
no.
on the finish feed, Fame with the mini 14 starting to kick things off.
That man's already started it off. Fame was able to find the knock, but even Fame himself is now getting suppressed. It's Rising Esports taking those shots in the far fray. But Dragon OP needs to keep one thing in mind. Fame has got his hands on the Mini 14, and he can tap you away anytime. But unfortunately, Fame gets confirmed. So that's a great thing. Rising Esports eliminating their biggest threat. And as of now, they definitely do control this peak. But looking at TRX moving out in the open in tandem, that's the X in the front. I'm not sure how good of a decision it's going to be. They're too exposed to a lot of threat.
That is a very ballsy move here coming from TRX Esports. Tried to go for an off-angle flank without vehicles, and AX was able to reposition, looking to try to re-engage and punish them, but it seems like TRX, they have to back off. And Team AX, they're still a little bit uncertain on whether or not they should commit to this fight, knowing that their backs against the wall, it is kind of exposed. They are expecting some sort of third party, but wrapping up this fight is going to be very crucial here for Team AX. At least they know they've got their corners completely cleared out. But it seems like the zone is about to close in 15 seconds. They don't really want to risk this. Arden is going to reposition away to try and find the next best spot and leave TRX to their demise later on. 5
TRX.
seconds.
And as we know, soon the circle's also going to close in. That's going to be a difference maker. Circle shifting on top of Rising Esports. They found themselves on the lucky spectrum. Once again, that strategy of just placing yourself on one side of the map and hoping that the circle's going to be shifting on top of you. For Rising Esports, it's been working out pretty well, and it happens once again. Next to Rising Esports, there's also Kalinga, and there's a big chance Kalinga can possess a lot of threat. So Rising Esports, they need to be cautious. But Rising Esports, they've got the high ground to play with. And that's where the odds are now stacked with them of winning every single fight.
Yeah. Rising Esports is doing a fantastic job. They definitely are going to be very happy about this, but can they convert points is going to be the question as well. They are going to be the ones to set the stage for this inside zone. But can they get points and clutch the chicken dinner is going to be a separate matter. Meanwhile, on screen now, Meaty Tigers expecting a little bit of fire here as White Walkers going to be making a run for it. As soon as they heard the M249, completely bails out of the fight. White Walkers realize that they do not have the tankiness to survive this.
Shots too far from even connecting. And Current, look at his loadout. He's got an M249 and a DP28. Kind of weird loadout, I'm pretty sure. He was not able to find those suitable weapons. But these weapons can definitely help the man actually connect some good shots in the far fray as well.
Oh, he does have enough bullets to kind of scare off any teams trying to rush in. And White Walkers, as soon as they heard the M249, immediately bailed out. But Iggy, seems like they do find a player coming from Thunder Gods. One down from them. That's a point in the back from Iggy Gaming. But they're barely on the edge of the zone. They still hasn't exactly regrouped yet. Gamla Boy doesn't have sights yet. He is safely in those compounds, but hasn't decided to make a pounce off yet. White Walkers finally finds a different rotation to kind of swing past Mitty Tigers, but they are about to run into a Troy from Iggy, which is a little bit far off from the rest of the pack. And this might be White Walkers' opportunity to try and punish and get a couple freebies here. He spots out one from the far horizon, and that's going to be the members coming from Iggy. A couple of mini 14 taps here.
Oh,
No
it's a little
connections,
bit
though.
awkward. Really awkward. Murdoch's from the back. He just wants to tap away, but he's not even able to connect a single shot. It's so awkward. Murdoch's wake up. Those are supposed to be easy shots, but you're still missing them. The man was literally knocked out in the open, and he was not even able to get the confirmation. That's going to hurt him. Heggy now pushing up in tandem. They know the elimination points lie in the front, and if they do time the push properly, every single elimination point can be claimed. BFA as well, they're starting to fall prey once again to Murdoch's from the back lines, and now from the front it's also going to be Eggy Gaming constantly peppering those shots. But from the back, Murdoch's, he's really proven out to be a big threat. Eggy, they're doing constant damage as well from the front, and because of that, BFA, now they're starting to crumble.
Yeah, they have to skedaddle out there as well. Their backs were exposed. Those suppressed shots from Murdoch's was just so annoying to deal with. They have no idea what happened. And now Iggy Gaming, they set their focus on towards White Walkers to try and loot up as well, as they are kind of underlooted. And fortunately for them, the circle does favor them. They do have a lot of time to work with. But White Walkers, they are creeping up the mountains on the other side. And Iggy Gaming is not exactly comfortable with this as well, considering that their backs are kind of exposed to them. And it seems like they may look to try and rotate away. BFA has been cleaned out here as Iggy finds another one inside the zone. The last player from BFA is inside the zone, tanking the zone now. But Iggy Gaming, they really want to loot up all those bodies before they push up. Zeus going to be bleeding out slowly but surely. But Iggy Gaming, they're leaving no stone unturned as they check every single corner. But it seems like Dark has set up the smokes. He knows he is going to be a little bit of trouble here. The run comes in. Here comes the tap fire. Ralph gets connection, but one more shot, and they do get it. And that's going to be Ralph that gets the point.
Solid stuff. Dark eliminated from the game, and with that, BFA too. Not a lot of points secured from BFA, but they were definitely able to eliminate one of the known names from the lobby, and that was Godsend Esports off the rip. BFA with 8 points in total in the overall standings. That's not a lot of points in the span of 2 games. You need a lot more. It's not a good average to have, 4 points per game. AX on the screen. It's been a bit of a slow affair. First game, they only got 5 points. This game, they've got 1. It's interesting. Even AX need to wake up a little bit more. Increase that pace, notch it up. Hypervenom Esports, they found themselves in the middle pack. It's not looking too good. They can be pinched, they can be sandwiched. AX once again taking those shots upon themselves. And what am I watching? It's a barrel being used.
Oh boy, that's a little bit of long-range sprays here by Eggy. They are going to push up on Aryan as well. Team AX, they've lost Henry. But the problem is, AX, they're pinned between both sides. They're inside the zone, but their backs are exposed. And now Devotee gets spotted out, and Iggy finds another knock. And that is going to be AX slowly but surely getting completely scrambled here. Aimbot next to fall. AX losing 3 right from the get-go. This pinch from Hyper Venom and Iggy, a little bit too much for AX to handle.
Somewhere down line, we knew AX, they found themselves in a real bad spot, too exposed. I'm not even sure what the IGL was thinking before placing that team in that spot. Rookie mistakes costing AX the game. Aryan has found himself in a pretty awkward spot as well. Impossible for AX to survive. And it would be heartbreaking for AX to be eliminated in this spot. Now looking at Eggy Gaming also taking those shots in the far fray. That team, they're just making a mad dash. Hypervenom Esports, they don't even care what's happening around them. Eggy Gaming is constantly peppering those shots away, but none of them connect. Hypervenom Esports, they're pretty far away from Eggy.
Oh my goodness, such an awkward game here for EX. But Hyper Venom, they just got in the zone. Aryan is there to try and intercept them, but Iggy finds another knock. How does he find those knocks with those barrel?
I know, right? It's so impressive. How is Eggy able to threat the needle every single time?
Oh,
Aryan the only person standing from AX. And now it's going to try to play things a little bit more passive. Let the flow of the game take over. See where the course of the action is going to take him.
well, seems like Iggy's aggression was punished as well because Revenant X-Spark from the other side of the map was able to take him out. So that is it for those barrel. Aryan was spotted out by White Walkers. He's stuck in a small little shack and he's pretty much stuck there. Exposed to Murnox. Seems like he is running out of room to work with here, at least for Aryan. Tries to nade himself out, but White Walkers aren't going to be crashing in. It's only one player, but somehow Aryan is able to find a knock on Aditya. This might be the opener for him, but he's all by himself right now.
That was a really well-placed nade. White Walkers. Now they're going to be a little bit on the back foot. Being suppressed by a team in the front, which is AX. And now they also need to deal with the entire wrath of Eggy. Gamla Boy and the boys making the push in tandem. White Walkers not feeling too good. The fight's down to a 3v3. But if White Walkers, they get the fallen man back upon the feet, they will have the man advantage with them. And Eggy constantly moving close. Every single step taken cautiously. Eggy's got that split to work with. Ralph a little bit on the side. And Troy, he's the one to lead the pack. Gamla Boy in the center. Someone needs to find that first frag. Someone needs to find that first opening. And Eggy Gaming, they're desperate to find that first opening. There we go. Spotted a man out in the open. Shots were taken, but no conversions coming through. White Walkers constantly tossing those utilities, doing a decent bit of damage towards Eggy. And Troy now has found himself against the 3 men of White Walkers. He's in such an awkward spot, but still trades are happening back and forth. But eventually it's White Walkers winning those trades as they've got the man advantage in the fight.
Oh my goodness, Ralph is all by himself. You're coming from Iggy, and here comes the 4th party here as TDR comes in. Mahavir wants to go in for the fight, gets a couple shots in. Vegito still pushing his way through. He's pushing like a madman. He gets taken down. White Walkers, they're getting pinned. Guru, last player left. Needs to pick up his friend, but Thunder Gods, they're coming up. Here he comes, he's exposed. He's got the nades, but the shotties are there. Can he get the trade off? But no, he gets shot from Ralph from the far horizon. Iggy coming out on top with Ralph as a solo lone warrior, winning that engagement, but at the same time, at what cost? Now he's going to make a run for it. Zone is going to be forcing him to rotate away. Ralph, he's going to try and play for his life now.
That's the only option the man's got. Kalinga Esports, the previous game was so good, but the conversion inside of this game, it's not the same. Replication missing. BMW IGL knocked in the front. He needs to back away. Rising Esports constantly tossing those utilities on top of them. Where is that safety cushion that we're speaking of? BMW IGL gets confirmed. And Rising Esports from the top, once again, raining down death and destruction. The next circle is going to be important as well. As Kalinga Esports, they once again started drop dead. Nothing is looking great for them. Kalinga Esports constantly, there's a lot of damage being inflicted against them, and it's quite heavy too.
There's nothing much they can do, but the Iggy Esports, they bow out on 10 plays with 10 finish points, so that's 10 points in the back, no placement. We're down towards the final 9 teams. The stage has been set by Rising Esports, but problem for Rising Esports is that they haven't been able to convert any points. Ammunition is low, mets are low as well. Orb going to be playing right in the edges of the zone. I would say center next towards the road highway. And they do have a decent amount of cover, so they might have an opportunity to clutch things big time with this winner chicken dinner if the zone shifts onto his east side. But let's see. It does shift onto its their side, so Orb, all they need to do is just defend and gatekeep every single team coming in from the southeast corner, and they should be good. But for Rising Esports, their problem is, how will they be able to push down? Ammunition is slowly depleting. Mets are done for. Non-X is going to be, well, pushing in from the zone from southeast corner, but they are expecting company themselves.
TRX, that man, he's so done for. And there's no way. Look at that person. He tried to move out in the open to actually go for a rescue mission as well. It was just impossible. Cannot do it. TRX, they were ready to risk it all. Looking at HRV. So it's been a little bit different. Thunder Gods Esports, utilities tossed against him as well. And that's Runer. Now falling back. Even for them, it's been a bit of a safe game. Kalinga Esports eliminated from the game. It's been a flop game from their side. Revenant, X-Park, Eggy, all the teams that were there performing pretty good on the map of Erangel. Now that transition towards Miramar, it's been really bad. But Hypervenom Esports, it's time for them to make that bounce as they realize it's just one man in that shack pinned down. Should be an easy confirmation for them on paper, and that's what happens.
Nicely done coming from Hypervenom Esports, but we do see another skirmish as well. TRX pushes up onto his non-X. They lose 2, they trade 1. They do find another one as well. Arthur, last player left from non-X. It is going to be a 1v1 in the scuffle. Easy peasy, looking for the off angle, and he wide swings it. He wins the trade, and TRX Esports is still alive, but it's not over yet. Here comes another slam. He U-turns 180, takes 2 down before he goes down. Learn from past, may have lost a little bit too much from that trade.
How did this just happen? A man with the AK was able to shut down 2 players up close and personal. That was insane. Not something you see too often. It's a shock in meta, but this man was rocking with an AKM. Now Rising Esports once again from the pinnacle, constantly shooting down on the foes. This high ground, it's definitely giving them a lot of advantage. But the moment the circle shifts away from them, that's when maybe the problems will start knocking the doors. Hypervenom Esports now making that push against another team that's in nearby. And that's going to be your RB.
Oh boy. Seems like Rising Esports, they were able to get the restock off towards Fame's body just now as well. They got the initial knock on the other side of the mountain, went up, looted their body, stock up a little bit of ammunition, and they're coming down. So Rising Esports seems to be able to find some sort of restock, and we're down towards the final 5 teams now. Stage set. Rising Esports still peppering those shots. Rico down towards his final 2 clips of ammunition. And that's going to be a problem here for Lauren from Pass. Pretty much stuck out in the open, exposed to Rising Esports. Might be an easy game here for Rising Esports, but they have to hit those shots. Thermi trying to make an exit here. The buggy is exposed. The tires pretty much pop. Thermi, no more room to work with as Rising Esports got him completely pinned. But look at this again. Rising Esports, ammunition problems again. They're running out.
Yeah, the man's got nowhere to go. Trapped. Thermi counting his days. Learn from past. They've got a 2-man squad, but Thermi is trapped in the back. His teammates in the front. But can he really save the day? I highly doubt so. Circle once again favoring a little bit to the boys of Rising Esports. Shifting a little bit in their court. Minty Tigers as well having a decent piece if they do move in. Hypervenom Esports outside of the circle. There's Orb in the front, and Orb is now probably going to be the Guardian Angel, stopping the boys of Hypervenom Esports from making the move inside of the circle. Rising Esports getting rid of the vehicles too, making sure there's going to be no possible escape route. Learn from past, the man's trapped. Minty Tigers on the sidelines. You see Spider Jawed a little bit advanced.
What?
And look at what happens. What an 8 that was. He was able to threat the needle. First man knocked out. And Orb, no, it's a big mess up. But it's fine, at least he's not knocked out.
Oh, okay, but at the same time, what a name from Hypervenom. They are going to be smoking up to actually push this as well. Or Probot, he's got a lot of heavy lifting. Here comes the slam coming in from Hypervenom. They are going to try and push in, but Pro was able to find one. The second one comes in from the flank, but they haven't taken it out yet. He's got the DPS, looking to defend, but they're kiting him. Here comes the wraparound, but he misses his shot, and that's going to be the push from Hypervenom.
Probot down from Orb. Hypervenom Esports, still a chance they can come out on top in this duel. But now Joy gets shot at from the sidelines. That's beautifully played. Hypervenom Esports, they've only got 1 man standing inside of the fight, and that's going to be Uman. Utility tossed in the front. That nade's not going to make a lot of difference. Uman himself is now getting suppressed. Hypervenom Esports, they probably want to stick that revival, get the fallen player back up on his feet. That Molotov was tossed to perfection, and that's going to do the job. The final nail is in the coffin. Hypervenom Esports, they have been eliminated from the game, and now it's time for Rising Esports to claim the game. This is the only team that's got the pinnacle, that's got the best possible spot, and they've got the man advantage as well in the lobby.
Beautifully done here, coming from Rising Esports. Set the stage, finally found those conversions, finally found those stock-ups. Now down towards the final 4 teams, and guess what? 5 people left alive for them to hunt them down. 4v2, v2, v1. Honey, last man standing from Learn From Past. Rising Esports knows exactly where he is. And there's only so much he can do. This might be it. Rising Esports, they make the bounce back here from this game itself.
Definitely seems like it. Circle favoring them big time. Constantly shifting on top of them, and Rising Esports really having the hand of God on top of them. Playing with the RNG factor of the zone, and they always somehow find themselves around the lucky spectrum. Minty Tigers on the sidelines. Beard Baba has got the high ground once again. He knows exactly where the boys of MT are. And there we go. The first shot. That's going to find a quick burst on the man. And just like that, he's tapping away. First knock already on the board. Minty Tigers. Not a lot of possible ways they can find the recovery from such a massive setback. Nate tossed on top of them, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Rising Esports perfectly played. 13 elimination points on the block. 2 more remain to be claimed.
Perfect execution coming from Baba. Now down towards the final 2 teams. Orc is exposed. The taps are coming in. The nades are coming as well. Rising Esports descends, and they are going to rain hell and destruction on towards them. As Orb's completely pinned. 1 more down from the side of Orb. Last player left for Orb as Rising Esports look for a banger game.
It seems like a phenomenal and a clean game from Rising Esports. 13 elimination points, make that 14. That's going to be a 24-pointer on the board from the side of Rising Esports. Desperately, they were searching for a game like this, and they get it as well in their hands. Solid stuff from Rising Esports. Dragon and the boys can now definitely have that sigh of relief after whiffing such a massive game in the previous one. Now they claim a massive chicken dinner in this one.
A little bit of a bounce back, but I'm really glad that we finally see why the grind teams do stand out, especially when it comes to round 4. The competition is extremely tight. But again, Rising Esports, they set the stage, and the 2 teams that were the biggest threat right at the start of the game here was them and Non-X. But the moment they took out Fame from the other side of the map and forced Non-X to descend from the mountain, the entire game was just dictated bit by bit. It's as if they set every single team in this game in their place and for them to gobble them up. It was just a game of chess coming in from Rising Esports.
I know, right? Even the circle was just constantly forming on top of them, gave them a lot of advantage overall, and they had so much intel to work with. Knew exactly what needs to be done in the final few moments as well. And then when it were just a few teams alive, Rising Esports, all they did was just place proper utilities, and they were able to secure those elimination points too. In the end, the man really tried his best to give the elimination point away to the circle itself, but that was not possible. Rising Esports securing 14 points in total, and Rico, this man was fragging out.
I really like what I'm seeing as well. This is my first time seeing Rising Esports playing a DMR strategy and playing it in map of Miramar, which again, we have talked about it all year. People have been discussing it, but Rising Esports played it to perfection. They did not just play the game close quarter, they played it from a macro level to a point that they were able to conserve enough ammunition, pose a threat to a lot of these teams as well with those mini 14. And interesting enough, I don't know what happened here in 2026. I think maybe, a little bit of nerf with the shotguns. People are slowly deviating towards the DMRs, and I'm really happy with what I'm seeing from this performance.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking it, right? Especially that mini 14 tapping away the far fray. It's always going to give you the advantage. If you're able to find that headshot, you've already won that fight right there. But speaking of how Rising Esports played, definitely was a picture-perfect game. Circle 2 just constantly favoring them, really helped them secure a major game. Rico getting 9 finishes, without a doubt, the man's going to be the MVP of that previous game. But moving the conversation on towards a few more known names now. For Revenant X Spark, the previous game was perfect. They got the chicken dinner, but the transition towards Miramar, it was not great.
It was interesting to not see Revenant X Spark on the screen as well. I think I did see a couple of finish feed here. I think it was Ninja that actually got the knock and confirmation of Iggy for overextending. But even then, Iggy was having a phenomenal game, right? They didn't get placement points. They still had 10 finishes. But let's take a look at the point standings from this game itself. Rising Esports, they got the chicken and 15 finishes in total. That's 25 points. Orb made it into the top 2 with only 4 finishes, but 10 points. But Iggy, again, no placement points, 10 points. Seems like it was a very difficult game for all these teams just because Rising Esports was putting teams in one of the most awkward spots possible.
Top 4 literally just creating a major vacuum in this entire point standings. You see Rising Esports, Orb, Eggy, and Hypervenom Esports securing a decent bit of points in the rest of the lobby, struggling really a lot. You've got Rising, of course, without a doubt, this team has got the best stats. They have the high ground to play with, and they were just constantly striking foes out in the open. They were also collecting a lot of those scraps, and that's why you see the damage and finish report. It's dominated by Rising Esports, but even for Eggy, it was not a bad game.
Well, the 3 teams that really benefit in situations like this here is going to be Nonex, Iggy, and also Rising Esports. They do have very similar playstyles when it comes to getting high advantage, you know, setting up the stage, and that's pretty much their signature, right? And for Rising Esports to be able to do and think very similarly to Nonex and also Iggy gave them a huge advantage in that map. Obviously, with this chicken dinner, Rising Esports now pretty much at the top with 25 points. Iggy still maintaining some sort of consistency when it comes to aggression, still getting 20 points. But for Nonex, it's just very unfortunate. This was a game that they could have popped off, but unfortunately was shut down by Rising Esports, even though they shared different mountains in this final endgame zone.
And I'm also a little bit worried for the teams on the latter half of the board. AX, White Walker, Scott Zeds, then you've also got TDR, Nonex as well, a part of it. The latter half of the board is definitely stacked, but since we know only the top 7 can move up, that just raises my concerns even more. Who is it going to be to make it? There's definitely going to be a big catapult, at least from 1 or 2 teams from the latter half of the board that will be making it. And speaking of Nonex, right now, let's recall their grind journey. At the start, Nonex was not able to perform, but then later on, those latter few games kicked in, and that's where Nonex pulled off a monumental comeback, and we all were shocked with Nonex's performance.
Well, hopefully in this next game, they are going to be able to make a bounce back as well, because their idea of rotation was spot on. Unfortunately, they just got picked off from Rising Esports, and they actually backed off and they conceded the entire mountain to themselves, which resulted in them being stuck in awkward situations downhill. Again, Rising Esports was the one, I would say the mastermind, the master controller of that game itself, which was very fun to watch. It's slow, methodical, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts about AX? I feel like they can definitely do a lot more, but the way they're really playing these games, they're just overthinking a lot of the scenarios.
See, that's the thing about AX, right? Their rotation was correct if there was nobody behind them. But because they went in towards that spot, thinking that, oh, we're right at the edge of the zone, we are going to be gatekeeping somebody, and then getting pinned by Eggy and also Hypervenom who's coming in, they're pretty much done for. So it was, I would say, a little bit too early of a rotation coming from them.
So you can pretty much say the surrounding awareness is lacking a little bit from the side of AX, and that's why they're getting caught off guard in such awkward position. Maybe AX now need to work on the surrounding awareness. That's the only thing that's really stopping them. But for now, let's move on to a short break. The final game of the day is going to be on the other side.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Salty with me on the panel. And after watching that previous game, Rising Esports, of course the masterminds getting that game in their hands. The circle as well was constantly popping up on top of them, and Rising Esports just had the overview. They had the highest ground in that circle, and they pretty much just came out on top.
Absolutely, and I think if you have been following Dragon and the way he's been playing so far, you would notice that Rising Esports always want to do the same thing, right? They get one good spot and they will try to hold it down till the end. And of course, sometimes it does give you the chicken and sometimes it does not. This time it actually favored in their favor as
I know,
well.
right? That strategy is just heavily circle-centric. If the circle is going to be popping up on top of you, you will win the game. If the circle's not going to be popping up on top of you, which happens most of the time, then you are going to be losing the game.
Yeah.
But hey, if you guys want to look pretty cool inside of your games, you might as well just check out the Royal Enfields that are there on the screen. They look pretty cool, and it's going to make you feel pretty cool inside of the game too. Back towards the conversation though. Once again, speaking of Godsense Esports, Revan and X-Park, the teams that did pretty good in the first game, the performance was a little bit lackluster in the previous one.
It certainly was, and I think for Revenant, X-Park, the problems on the map of Miramar, they're still evident, right? Way back from the grind as well, we were discussing that it's not really a Miramar problem, it is actually a drop clash with Vasista. Now, once again, it seems like that now Vasista Esports, they're not there in the picture. Revenant, X-Park, and the Miramar problem still exist. And I think it's very historic as well, bro. I feel like Punk, when he was leading the sides of Godlike as well, he was kind of weak on the map of Miramar as well. Now you can actually see similar measures.
It's actually kind of funny. When Vasista Esports was there in their way, they were doing much better on the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
But now since Vasista Esports is not there, it's only been game one, so we can't really say a lot. But as of now, considering the game one is done, speaking of those facts, it seems like Revenant X-Park is struggling on Miramar. But let's just say that maybe in the upcoming game, which is also going to be the final game of the day, that's when Revenant X-Park can recover and do a bit of that damage control. They definitely do need one good game to keep themselves around the safety block. Is that going to happen? Let's find out. The planes in the skies once again, and this time it's going to be the last time of the day. Is Revenant X-Park going to get that big game that they're searching for, or will it be Rising Esports once again running through, dominating this game as well?
It is going to be a tough ask, of course, Necro, but have a look at this. The flight path is in front of us.
Same one.
It starts off from Puerto Parasu and ends in towards Torremada, almost a replication of what we observed in the last game. But like you said, I think, is it going to be Revenant X-Park, is it going to be Rising Esports, or potentially can actually be Kalinga Esports as well, who were quite brilliant on that map of Erangel. And historically speaking, we've seen these lads perform really well on the map of Miramar as well. Some teams I really wanted to see a better performance from has to be Nonix Esports, because I feel like Nonix is one of those teams who know when to bounce back, and when they do start to bounce back, they actually wipe out the lobby as well. So if they do bounce back on this particular one, I guess Nonix will be looking for a big game.
Yeah, that's what the storyline's been for Nonix, right? Even inside a grind, Nonix was not doing too hot, especially when the grind started. But then that one mid-game, and somehow Nonix was just able to flip the entire overall standings, and they found themselves pretty much around the top three.
Yeah.
So that can definitely happen. All it's going to take is just that one massive game for Nonix to bring themselves around the fighting block and to bring themselves around the top dogs as well. Looking at the plane fly path, as we know, it's heavily tilted on the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move on towards the left, it's going to be a tough stretch. For Revenant X-Park, it's not going to be a tough stretch. They will be easily heading on towards Picado.
Absolutely.
Same circle.
Same circle, same flight path, but is it going to be an action replay? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quite intrigued to actually understand whether or not the cluster around Graveyard, around Minas Generales, is going to break through as well. You've got three teams. You've got Nonix, you've got TDR, that is going to be the Thunder God Esports, and then, of course, you've got the lads from Team AX. And knowing Team AX, they're not really going to invite the fight towards them. They are going to take their sweet time, try and find a good spot inside the circle, which, of course, I believe is going to be the Creative Fields high ground. But we move back to Picado, and this time it is going to be quite An easy one for Revendex. Spark, nobody to duel, nobody to battle it out.
They're going to be feeling pretty lonely.
Yeah.
No one's around them, all by themselves, looting the entirety of Picado. Let's see, though. What matters is the future lines. The previous game was a big mess. This game has to be under control. Payne is not able to pop off that well. First game of Erangel was definitely good, but the second one, concerning. And speaking of concerning, the same thing can also be said for Godsend. And another banner, that's going to be AX. What exactly is going on with AX? One thing is for sure, since we've seen that champion performance come through, after that, AX has always been on a major decline.
Absolutely. Even inside of the grind as well, if you look at their performance, yes, for sure, they were inside of, inside of Group A, which is one of the toughest groups in the lobby. They could not really fare extremely well. And because of which, they only had 92 points from the 24 matches that they had played. This is, of course, not the best of AX, to be honest, but I feel like taking things slow, taking things steady, Team AX can certainly reach back their prime. But currently, these are the lads on their prime. Rising Esports should be in top form. Also were one of the contenders inside of the map of Erangel as well. Just want to find out if Beard Baba and the rest of the lobby, they can find yet another good spot, because shouldn't really be a guessing game for them. The last circle, the last flight path, it was almost symmetrical. It was almost the same. So for Rising Esports, nothing new to be done.
It's a little bit weird to see. We're already pretty deep inside of the game, and Rising Esports does not even have a single piece of utility nor weapon.
Yeah.
It's definitely weird to see. But let's see where Rising Esports is going to be taking that pit stop. Maybe stopping around El Pozo, I guess. That's where they're going to be looting up. They have to go for a pit stop. That's the only possible way you can get decent loot in your hands. Looking at AX, even they're going to be on the move. The rotation that they called in the previous game, surrounding awareness was lacking majorly. And that's why they also got shot from the back by Hypervenom Esports. But this time, they need to try and replicate something different. Replicate the same performance that they've had in the grind.
Pretty much. They've got the lads of Team Eggy Gaming right up front. And Eggy Gaming has been rather brilliant so far inside of round 4. I mean, Necro, look at the way they've been taking their fights, even on the map of Erangel. Their last stronghold on Novorupnoi region was quite nice. The way they're splitting themselves up. It's not the usual Eggy Gaming that we've seen, especially inside of the grind, who we used to know as one of those teams who can't really take a pause while fighting. They were always on the charge, taking down teams after teams. And of course, that aggression paid off. It did give them numbers, but then they were not able to, finish games in their favor. Hopefully, I think Eggy Gaming has sorted out the differences. This one can actually be a big game for them, because they are in that second position already.
Look at that Porsche. Looks pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you guys can get your hands onto it, head inside of the game and check it out. Looking at the circle and the way it's forming up, Nonix have found themselves in the smack center. AX as well, this time, pretty quick to make that rotation. They've learned their lesson in the previous game. They know exactly what needs to be done now. Be a little bit quick on the feet. Maybe they are lacking on the loot, but AX just focusing on the positioning first. Rising Esports inside of El Pozo, they're going to be looting up pretty well. And then positioning themselves around crater fields, maybe.
What are they trying to do over here? Learn from past? Trying to flip that overturned vehicle. Now, that is quite sad. Imagine you're rotating on the map of Miramar. On your merry rotation, all 4 players, they are having the individual vehicles, and just one friend trips over. You're going to spend an entire circle trying to get back that man with his lost vehicle. Or you can actually share a ride with one of your friends. What remains to be seen is whether or not these high grounds inside of crater fields can actually pay you dividends, because I think teams understand there are going to be outliers, there are going to be these campers on top who are looking to find you down every single time the circle lands up on top of them. And this time it seems like AX and Nonix, they're thinking the same thing. It's going to be Rapido, who is looking to take some shots against Aimbot, who has been barely surviving, but purely on the basis of numbers, Nonix have a tremendous advantage.
These teams are on the same spot where Rising Esports was previously. Contesting the high grounds, keeping the enemies in check, burning through meds. Utilities tossed as well. That's not going to be a difference maker at all. Nades are pretty far off, and Nonix with 0 frags on the board. It's been a slow start. Rising Esports this time taking their sweet little time to loot up. They're inside of the circle in El Pozo 2. And let's understand one thing. Early game fights is not something Rising Esports likes to do. That team likes to play off of a good position. And if they do not have a good position, you will always see them mess up those fights.
Absolutely. And I think a similar thing can be portrayed for Team AX as well. They never really liked their early game aggression. Ever since the arrival of Aimbot, it's been Team AX struggling on the firefights, even though it should have been otherwise. Aimbot individually, in my opinion, is one of those players who is so technically gifted, but it seems that sometimes his over-aggression can pay out. And it seems like this time as well, Nonix Esports might be looking to capitalize that over-aggression. There's nobody in support of Aimbot from Team AX right now. In and around the vicinity is all red dots. As you can see from the minimap, it is going to be that one lone survivor from Aimbot. But I think this fight, it's going to drag out for a while now. We are going to move back to the circle, find out where exactly is it closing. Is it going to be an action replay on the shift as well?
That's a little weird, isn't it?
Is it an action replay, Necro?
No. Circle actually shifting away by a mile. It's on top of San Martin now. City being contested heavily by the zone, which also means we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams rotate inside of San Martin itself. Heavy cluster of teams will be present, and we're going to see an urban warfare. Revenant X Park 2. They've got a decent bit of high ground to play with, but they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. Pre-positioning is going to be needed. And that's what they're doing. Trying to play it a little bit more safe, but Revenant X Park, sidelines and the backlines, even they can be compromised. So they need to be a little bit more careful off the backlines too.
The high ground, of course, just paying them dividends this time. Trace will find a knock. Godsend this time, once again, just deep world of trouble. They are in shambles, by the way. Have a look at this. All 4 players, they are split up, or one of their players has been knocked down. They do have a little bit of those concrete covers as well to protect themselves from further onslaught, but the way Trace has been moving down the lawn, it's brilliant. Of course, you've got Ninja in the sidelines as well. He's close to the oppositions, can deliver that death blow, but for Revenant X Park, a very big decision whether or not do they want to force out this fight, Necro.
They've got a massive split. It's like Godsent, they're completely trapped. Revenant X Park has them surrounded. Thunder Gods Esports, they find themselves amidst of this chaos. As TRX, they've already found the first strike. But TDR, they return back to favor. Man's knocked out. Thunder Gods Esports, they want to get the recovery in their hands. But unfortunately for TDR, Runer and Mahavir, he gets knocked out. Revival on Mahavir is going to be the main priority for Thunder Gods Esports. But how do you do so? TRX going for that revival on the fallen players themselves. And that man's going to be back upon his feet. Things looking good and dandy, balanced as of now. Even Fragger gets knocked out for Thunder Gods. Problems now constantly stacking up on top of each other. Revival on Fragger is impossible. The man's already confirmed. Mahavir's in the backlines, and he's the only person that's knocked out currently. For TDR, there's only one man who's looking good and dandy, and that's going to be a B, and he's on the run. TRX, what a way to suppress this fight. What a way to play the entire game.
3 finishes on the block so far. Looking to add the 4th one as well, as Shaney is really up front, has a close battle in his arsenal, of course, but it is going to be
clean.
Zemo from the side of Team TRX to close things out. 4 eliminations on the board, and just like you mentioned, yes, it is clean, but from the backlines, there is going to be some sort of a presence, as you can see from the minimap as well. Couple of those dots just peeking out. It is none other than Learn From Past, who are looking to possibly intercept the rotation coming in from TRX. It will be difficult for them, but they are, I would say, in quite a good position of the circle. Even the next shift puts them right at the edge. And of course, breaching past that edge is going to take them a lot of heavy lifting. Look at the 3 teams that are marking it. You've got White Walkers, you've got Learn From Past, you've got Kalinga Esports as well, and also you've got another one. So I believe for Team TRX, the only option is to actually go northwards and try and find a way around the circle.
The circle's actually shifting around the same spot. The only difference is now there's AX sitting on the same spot where Rising Esports was. Taking a curveballing shift on the top left. Rising Esports, they're going to make that pounce, maybe potentially on top of the boys of AX. And why do I feel like Rising Esports is walking into a death trap? They're going to be eliminated the moment they take a fight against AX. But are they going to challenge a fight against AX? That's another question.
No way Rico just trips over, man.
You were talking about this exact scenario.
Yeah.
All the 4 players traveling, and one of the guys trips over.
I mean, imagine this, right? This is one of the most crucial positions for Rising Esports, and all of a sudden, a friend just trips over. That is not really favorable, but thankfully for them, AX did not have that line of sight against them, so shots weren't really fired. We move back towards the city of Hashan the Patron, where you've got 2 teams duking it out. It is going to be TRX up against White Walkers. A little bit of San Martin involvement coming in from Hypervenom in the back line. So I believe this is going to be a trifecta. 3 players, or rather 3 teams, duking it out against each other. It's going to take some time before this settles. But talking about White Walkers, I want to know your thoughts, Necro. I feel like this is a much more improved team that we've actually seen from the grind itself.
Definitely. White Walkers is definitely showcasing some signs of improvement. But as of now, the conversation needs to be put aside. Because ORB, they're getting punished and they're also getting pushed on. What am I watching? How is Zaman even able to get the second strike? The man's position wasn't even compromised. He tossed a nade. Still his position wasn't known. He moves out, gets another strike. His position was still unknown. Born from Ashes. It seems like once again, they're gonna go down to the Ashes.
Yeah.
It's not looking good. Zeus, the only person. And now the nade's also going to be tossed out. Hopefully it's going to do enough damage. Zeus, he gets the confirmation on one of the Man of Orb. But there's still Amun standing. And there we go. Amun went for that peek and eventually gets suppressed. But still, Born from Ashes, they were on the verge of being sent back to the Ashes. It was not a good look for them.
It was almost as if an asteroid had struck. Amun, from out of nowhere, just wiped out 2 players from Born from Ashes, but still they do manage to recover. 3 finishes, in fact 4 on the board. 3 shared between the lads who are still alive, Zeus and Forzan. Now this is going to be a tough stretch for them. BFA, they have, of course, dwindled the little bit of threat that there was, but from the backlines of water treatment, it seems like Midi Tigers can actually put them in a little bit of a pickle. We'll find out what happens. Of course, the circle does shift towards Hashan, ladies and gentlemen, as Rising Esports from the backlines, they are looking to trade and exchange spots with Team Ari. Now that is going to be one of the most important fights for the circle.
Seems like it. And look at Rising Esports. Slowly and steadily moving in tandem. There's also an Onyx in the front. Looking at Revenant X Park, they're getting pounced on by the boys of Godsent. It's just one man, Ninja trapped. And can Ninja really make it out? He needs to break free from this deadlock. Surrounded entirely by the boys of Godsent. But now even Pain's going to start to close in. And this is perfectly played from Revenant X Park. They're already finding the first knock. They've got the advantage. And what am I even watching? The man was so busy looking in the front that he forgot that he's getting wrapped up. And Ninja from the back, he strikes another man down. Tracy's got the last man pinned down as well. And Godsent Esports, they don't do anything. Get wiped out in a clean way by Revenant X Park.
This is the technical Revenant X Park we've been talking about, keeping Ninja in the backlines. The cavalry, the timing of that push was a rather brilliant. Ninja, just enough time to move away from the utilities that were being thrown by Godsend. And of course, his teammates were always there to protect him. This time, Revenant X Park aren't really losing a single body in this fight. Godsend have been sent backpacking. But for RNTX, can they continue that momentum is going to be a big question because they are not in a good spot right now. They're quite outside the circle and moving inside is going to bring a lot of problems along with it because multiple teams have made their way inside the circle. One team that is still outside has to be learned from past.
And learn from past. Looking at them and their presence. Honey is just out in the open, trapped. Oh no, it's such a bad position to be in. You're compromised from the top, you're compromised from the sidelines. Everywhere, you're just surrounded by foes. There's also Revenant X Park in the nearby fray. And you've got nowhere to go. Hypervenom Esports constantly tapping away against him. Inside of the urban area of San Martin, there's White Walkers posted. Hypervenom posted as well, and TRX around the proximity. Revenant X Park on the move in Kalinga Esports. They've got a lot of problems approaching them soon. Revenant X Park, they're probably going to go for that pit stop and maybe try and rack up a few elimination points if they can.
How are they going to do that is the big question. They instantly shift focus. They did spot the foes from Kalinga Esports. Now move in towards the region where it is being marked by Team Aryan. 2 dips being occupied by individual teams out there. And I'm not really sure for how long can Kalinga hold on to that position. It's extremely vulnerable from so many different angles. Going to be in the face of fight from Revenant X-Pac, from potentially even Rising Esports as well. And from the back lines, you've got a couple of those outliers from Learn From Past as well. Team AX, meanwhile, are in an absolute dip. And I'm not really sure if they're going to be keeping their 4-man alive for long. It's been a very slow game of Miramar. This is highly unlikely that still majority of the teams are walking away with just a 1 finish or 2 finishes away from their team. Majority of them are still standing with 4 men tall.
I know, right? It's been a slow and a tactical game. The next circle once again shifting on top of Revenant X-Pac and even Kalinga Esports. There's also Eggy in the mix. Learn From Past, they've only got Honey around the centric block. But Honey cannot even call the remaining teammates as long as the urban teams are still there. Eggy Gaming took a few of those shots on White Walkers since they're moving out from the city. And none of the knocks were found. Nothing converted. White Walkers, for them, it's going to be an easy stroll. But still, the shots continue. Eggy just rattling away bullets on top of the boys of White Walkers. Another man spotted out in the open, and that's going to be Gutla Boy. Maybe potentially threading the needle. But no, he messes up big. White Walkers to return the favor. Aditya finds a crucial knock and the confirmation. But White Walkers still constantly dropping bodies. As even Revenant X-Pac, they chime inside of the action. This third party from Revenant X-Pac, it's going to be helping out the boys of Eggy so much.
But that was such a huge knock coming in from Aditya. From the back lines, finding that connection. Almost gave White Walkers a second shot at life in this one. But have a look at this. Hyper Venom up against Team TRX. They are going to be inflicting the invasion of the compound. But it seems like TRX, they're still holding on. The first shot connects. Joy finds the first one with the shotgun. And so he's actually just running around inside this compound, wreaking havoc. Still manages to survive, but from the back lines, can't really go in for a revive until you eliminate the entire squad. And Hyper Venom Esports just gave him a learning lesson.
Still keeping him alive. Flame is the only person standing for Hyper Venom Esports, and he needs to be venomous. Sting and inflict that pain and hurt. TRX pushing up slowly and steadily. Flame, he's got 10 shells in the shotgun. And every single one needs to be connected in order to find that knock. Going back prone. Hyper Venom Esports. There's not a lot of room for error. Flame is the only person standing, and what just happened? Did not even get a fighting chance in that entire fight. Sharony was the one to come out on top.
8 finishes for Team TRX already, and this team is actually delivering a bomb of a performance in front of us. Almost can potentially solidify the position inside of the top 6, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we move our focus. We have a look at Team RNTX once again, who have been trying to duke it out against Team AX up low, but it seems like that positioning from Rising Esports in the backlines is just preventing Revenant X-Pac to pushing beyond this horizon. It's going to be a little tough. Punk is constantly getting information, running around with his vehicle as well. Rising Esports, they've been constantly spotted, but no shots can be taken against them. But as soon as the circle does shift, I guess, at Rising Esports, they're going to be so caught out in the open. And have a look at this. Punk start spraying, a little bit of damage being dealt at Dragon OP. Fall from the vehicle. Now that is a disaster. Rising Esports duking it out against Team AX, and one of their players still managed to fall.
It's crazy how bad Rising Esports are when it comes to the circle not forming on top of them. It is insane.
I'm just speechless at this point.
Within the matter of a second, Rising Esports has been eliminated from the game just because the circle was not on top of them. And this is what I'm talking about. You cannot rely on the circle every single time just forming on top of you. You need to be a little bit proactive. You need to be quick with your decisions. And you also need to start taking those fights. And you need to amp up that firepower.
Absolutely.
These are the things they need to work on. But as of now, for Revenant X-Pac, they found themselves in a real tricky spot. A team next to them, and that's going to be KE, which is Kalinga Esports, constantly being a menace and a problem. But still, Revenant X-Pac, they've got the high ground inside of the fight. Punk, catching a lot of those strays. He's still alive with barely any sort of HP. Nate tossed from that man, and this one's going to be tossed to perfection. Gets the confirmation, knocks out another man. BMW IGL, the only glimmer of hope left standing.
Revenant X-Pac, they're actually putting themselves at risk in trying to take this team down, but I understand 7 eliminations already. They've got all their 4 players standing. Now, this is exactly where Revenant X-Pac can start farming those points for themselves. Team AX constantly being peppered down. This time, Aryan was the one who's got completely caught off guard, and Devotee will try and get back up, but it's going to be difficult. That fight against Rising Esports, it just still does not make any sense, to be honestly. They should have actually made that push ever since the 4th circle was in front of us. Rising Esports had a bare minimum hope of surviving against Team AX in that one, but in the final circle, in the stage 6, there is going to be no space for Rising Esports to even try and find
My point is, even if you do make that bounce, even if you do ram your vehicles against AX, you're still at least supposed to trade out a few players. There were not even a single trade, and that's why they lost that fight in such a one-sided manner.
Panic moves, Negro. We saw Dragon even got taken down by falling from the vehicle as well. That is something not exceptionally brilliant, especially in the professional circuit. But we'll talk a lot about that later on. For now, Nonix Esports, they are on their merry climb as Arthur and Frame. They're still looking to push back Revenant X-Pac, who have control of the horizon. But from the back lines, brilliant opening. Almost there by current Mitty Tigers. They are looking to actually capitalize their positioning. They've got the high ground advantage against Team AX, against Team RNTX as well. But what remains to be seen is, can they take advantage of this position? They certainly are vulnerable from multiple angles. You've got White Walkers on the sidelines. You've got Team Born from Ashes as well. You can't just mindlessly run into open territories because that will lead you to get shot down.
7 finishes on the board. And AX now finally starting to spread their wings. But they need to be cautious of Nonix's presence. From the side, Nonix can really clip their wings. Aryan is the man overextending. He's trying to play for some intel, but there's Ultimate T Tigers on the sidelines too. Nonix and Mitty Tigers, if they want, they could definitely pincer the entirety of AX. But is that going to happen? That's the question. Revenant X-Pac on top, and Kalinga Esports still somehow alive inside of the game, breathing underneath the noses of Revenant X-Pac. And Revenant X-Pac now, it seems like they're gathering up their forces to maybe finally gather up the intention towards one team.
This is going to be a chess move right at the ending stages. You've got to be extremely mindful of the spaces you capture and the spaces you give away with. And Revenant X-Pac do not want to give away their central spot. They understand they've got a coverage of the circle. They've got control as well. They cannot let this spot pass by, especially with so many threats lingering right around the corner. For RNTX, I think they've got the most toughest job in hand. On one side, they've got to deal with the Non-X who are on their left-hand flank. Meanwhile, from up top, from the northern side, you've got Team AX as well.
The next circle forming as well. Centers on up once again, shrinks down even more. There's so many teams outside of the circle, and this is going to be catching a lot of teams off guard. White Walkers, you've also got Eggy, Learn from Past, and TRX outside of the circle. Mitty Tigers and BFA2 a part of it. And now Revenant X-Pac, they finally make the pounce against Kalinga Esports. A lot of damage was dished out. 2 players knocked out against Revenant X-Pac, but it's fine. The damage can be recovered. It is still under control. Revenant X-Pac, after eliminating Kalinga Esports, now they find themselves in the receiving spot, and there's also Nonix now taking over that high ground. It's so bad for Revenant X-Pac.
It can be deadly. Rapido gets some information, moves away from that spot because the nade was brilliantly placed. Revenant X-Pac, they're not buying out. They understand the threat that Nonix always had posted against them. They dealt with it. They dealt with Kalinga. Now it's time to deal with Nonix as well. But Nonix, again, hesitant in taking that move. Now they shift focus, move towards the northern periphery where it is going to be Team AX lying in wait. The 2-2 split not really paying them dividends. Rapido is going to make Aimbot fall down to his knees. This is good stuff coming in from Nonix Esports. But how come no other team has been showing any sort of involvement?
AX is too exposed. They're taking too many shots upon themselves. And this is what I said. They need to be careful of Nonix's presence. The moment Team Revenant X-Pac moved away, Nonix, they got a little bit more free. Took more map control, and now they're also taking those shots against the foes. But there we go, Revenant X-Pac once again starting to strike. Nonix losing out on their crucial man as the man gets confirmed himself. Anonymous is taken down low as well. But he finally patches himself up. Revenant X-Pac here to clip the wings of Nonix and AX. But AX, they got to play it a little bit more passive and safe. You can see the boys of AX once again starting to rack up around the ridge of Nonix because they want to stop Nonix from taking those shots against Aimbot. And Aimbot is pretty exposed. Henry, Aryan, and even Devotee moving in tandem. AX tossing out those utilities in the hopes of finding at least one knock, but they're not able to thread the needle. few more nades tossed out from the side of Nonix, and they're definitely doing a lot of damage. Heavy amount of damage inflicted. Another nade toss from AX, and this one's not going to do the deed either. Born from Ashes, they're still outside of the circle, wanting to threat the needle, wanting to move inside of the circle. They just want to find that breaching point.
You know, all of these players, they're panting. They are just surviving inside of the circle at this point, because the circle has to be the real MVP, just allowing absolutely nobody to take control of this fight. 6 teams still stuck in a deadlock. You've got 15 players trying to battle it out. I love the fact that White Walkers, they're still making it inside of the circle so far. They've got 10 total points, 1 man left alive, and that is going to be the experienced Aditya, of course. If he does manage to spot out the lads from Born from Ashes, I guess 2 free finishes can be theirs, but elsewhere it seems like the battle for the Eastern supremacy still continues as Revenant X-Pac now finally taking shots, trying to make themselves a little more involved into that fight.
There we go, Aditya kicking things off. He's already found the first knock against PFA, but Revenant X-Pac, they put that nail in the coffin. Born from Ashes, there's still 1 man standing, he's alive. And he also wants to go for that revival. Pain, he's already spotted both those players. He knows there's a revival coming through. Pain wants to push up a little bit more, claim that final elimination point, but he's not able to do so. AX, they've got different troubles. This nade, it was so close, but barely missing the mark. AX has tossed out so many utilities in the hopes of finding at least 1 knock, but that knock has never came through.
Devotee has been so unlucky. AX in totality have been very unlucky today as well. As soon as I say that, Henry falls, Team Revenant X-Pac, they definitely find the advantage. But look at that! Arthur was actually spot inside of the bushes and Trace neutralizes him. Revenant X-Pac definitely do have the time to actually go in for the reset, but this just spoils the play, spoils the game for Non-X right now. Because they are in a sandwich. Team AX will be looking to capitalize as Non-X Anonymous is looking to move up the buggy, closing the gap, and he finally falls. That was a bad move coming in from Anonymous.
What a good trace that was. Non-X, they messed things up big time. A chance they could have utilized to try and shut down AX, but instead they make the pound stack against the boys of Revenant X-Pac, and that's why they mess up. And now look at AX just out in the open, an open feast for the boys of Revenant X-Pac to be eaten. Trace gets knocked out though. Aimbot, that's a brilliant knock. AX trying their best to fight back, but Revenant X-Pac, they've got too many eliminations. They seem like the giants in this race, and they seem like they're going to be the one to devour anyone that stands against him. Their path is being crossed by AX, but AX themselves are getting crossed. AX is trying their best to fight back. A few more knocks inflicted. They're inflicting some heavy damage, but that damage is not going to be enough to stop the wave of Revenant X-Pac. And this one, it's quite a deadly wave.
Potentially a 2v2 right now, but Revenant X-Pac, like you said, Pain once again puts the final nail on Henry. It's just 1 man left alive, and that is going to be Aimbot as Revenant X-Pac. They charge in like an absolute wolf pack right now. For sure. It is going to be a little time before Aimbot also dies to this explosion happening. His comrades are falling, the vehicle explodes. Team AX, they have been wiped out. Revenant X-Pac, what a play coming through. What a chicken dinner coming through as well.
Just too good. Revenant X-Pac, that's 28 points right there on the board. That is an insane performance if you think about it. Or not even 28, I think that's going to be around 29 or 30 points. That is insane. There were still 2 people knocked out if I'm not wrong. So if they do manage to claim those 2 frags too, that should be 30 bomber.
It should potentially be a 30 bomber, but you know what? We'll actually let the mathematicians do that calculation and tell us what happens later on. But we've been criticizing Revenant X-Pac of the Miramar play. We've been saying that Punk was not really in form and Miramar is one of his weakest links. Look at the performance he just dropped.
I know, right?
Like, that is a statement. I guess he heard me.
Yeah, he pretty much definitely heard you, and since he knows you pretty well as well, so he was like, you know what, I want to prove you wrong, and instantly he pops off pretty well on the next game in Miramar. But this is the performance we all have been longing from a team like Revenant X-Pac, finally popping off in such a good way. AX was definitely a bit of that thorn in the way. Aimbot was able to threat that needle, he was able to find the first knock, but Revenant X-Pac, still the recovery was so good.
You know, something which actually stood out for me was Revenant X-Pac wasn't really charging in for finishes, weren't really taking teams after teams. In fact, they wanted to actually play this down to their positioning, and all their finishes came down to just protecting their man numbers, just being there for each other every single time. And look at that performance coming in from Ninja. 9 eliminations secured, Pain
30
with 4,
bomber,
Trace with 4, and Punk with 3. How much does that add up?
That's a 30 bomber right there. They've already qualified.
Wow.
Oh my god. And this is what we're talking about. All it takes is one game to make that major difference in the overall standings. And Revenant X Park with this game, they've pretty much just qualified. In the span of 3 games, Revenant X Park has a lot of points in the overall standings. And they're also now starting to create a lot of vacuum over there.
It's not just about a vacuum, Necro. It seems like Revenant X Park want to put up a statement. I have not really seen, I'm not really being biased over here, but I haven't really seen a team who has been consistent inside of the grind, inside of all the round stages that they've played, and now once again inside of round 4, where competition is supposedly be a lot more tougher as compared to the rest of the elimination stages. Still, RNTX make it work. I think this is brilliant. Brilliant tactical awareness from this man as well, Ninja, who is the MVP of that last game. 9 finishes and 994 points. I guess all those who say that Ninja has been playing in from the back lines will have to take a gulp of a deep sigh.
Looking at that entire game, it was just brilliant positioning coming through from Revenant X Park. The way they placed themselves inside of the circle, knew exactly where they want to fight. We also did see Revenant X Park gather up their forces, make that pounce on top of Kalinga Esports, because they knew the longer Kalinga Esports is going to survive, the more of that threat it's going to be. So Revenant X Park realizing when they needed to eliminate certain opponents, that really gave them the massive edge, and that really gave them a lot of map control as well. 30 points secured from Revenant X Park from that game. AX as well, just getting 10 points. I feel like AX could have gotten a lot more. TRX getting 10 points too. That's not a bad performance. BFA getting 9 points in total, and then Nonix only getting 5.
You know, one thing is for sure, Rising Esports, it is not the map of Miramar. They definitely were extremely sure of the first map of Miramar, of the same circle. But then when the circle replicated itself, Rising Esports just could not do anything. 0 points for them. TDR and Moga just did not show up as well. RNTX, if you talk about them, some big towers being made over there. 20 eliminations, 3,470 points of damage. And nobody comes even close. You've got Team AX, you've got Team TRX as well. And then, of course, in the center, you've got Team Eggy, who has a lot of those damage numbers, but
you
not really
want to see something funny? Look at Nonix. 0 eliminations. They only had 5 placement points from that game. They did not even have a single elimination point secured from that previous game. That's how passive Nonix was playing throughout the entirety of that game. Yeah, for a moment we thought Nonix was definitely taking those shots against AX. They did find the first knock too, but the conversion just wasn't there. And then Revenant X Park moved up, started taking those shots against Nonix, and that's how Nonix crumbled. Looking at the overall standings, Revenant X Park with 48 points. I think they pretty much just qualified. Rising Esports getting 25, extremely close towards their qualification marker. In the span of 3 games, getting 48 points is insane. Rising Esports getting 25 points, that's definitely decent. Eggy Gaming as well getting 24 points, that's pretty good. Kalinga Esports, their best map has been Rondo, and tomorrow they are going to be playing the map of Rondo.
Absolutely. Even on the map of Erangel as well, Team Kalinga Esports, they were rather decent, to be honest. But if we talk about the groups, Necro, I think Group 1 has been a lot more stacked. Group 2, it's quite evenly spread out, to be honest. Everyone, barring Revenant X Park, they are in that mid-20 or possibly even the high 10 regions, right? One thing which I just noticed over there, I think there's just a mere gap of 8 points in between the top 4 teams and the top 12 teams. So I guess anything can happen tomorrow. We are just left with an absolute banger, and I'm expecting Rondo just, comes back to its absolute best.
I know, right? There's so many things that might just happen. There's so many speculations that are going to be going on. With Revenant X Park already securing that slot towards the safer journey in the future, there's a chance that Revenant X Park might start targeting teams tomorrow. Anything can happen. There's also a few names like Kalinga Esports around the block. If they do move on in the future, they can be a big threat for all the other teams. So if you get rid of that threat early on, that's going to give you a lot of advantage later on.
Absolutely. It is going to give you a lot of advantage, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, this is just one half of both these groups, Group 1 and 2 inside of round 4, ladies and gentlemen, because the action is going to continue tomorrow with the last 3 games, of course. Who is going to make it to the quarterfinals? We'll find out. But for now, goodbye and good night.
breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.